All right, so here we are. We are going to walk through how to go through setting up Discord for DevOpsDays Texas. And so my name's Laura Santa Maria. I'm one of the organizers for DevOpsDays Texas. And with me is JJ.
Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I have no idea. No, that's a lie. I hopefully kind of do. But this will be fun. Hopefully this won't take too long, and we'll kind of walk through everything, and then we'll see where we're going. So, Laura, I just got this Discord link from an email, and I need to join.
All right.
What do I do first?
Well, so the first thing you're going to do is actually download Discord. So,
But wait.
all right, so here we are. We are going to walk through how to go through setting up Discord for DevOpsDays Texas. And so my name's Laura Santa Maria. I'm one of the organizers for DevOpsDays Texas. And with me is JJ.
Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I have no idea. No, that's a lie. I hopefully kind of do. But this will be fun. Hopefully this won't take too long, and we'll kind of walk through everything, and then we'll see where we're going. So, Laura, I just got this Discord link from an email, and I need to join.
All right.
What do I do first?
Well, so the first thing you're going to do is actually download Discord. So,
But wait. I went to this discord.com site, and should I hit that download button? Is that what?
yes, you should hit that download button, and that download button should be specific to your platform. So if you're on Linux, you'll get a link for Linux. If you're on Windows, you get a link for Windows. So go ahead and download that. There is a reason we're asking you to get the app instead of just doing it on your browser, which you certainly could do. The app just makes it a little bit of a nicer experience for you. So we really do encourage you to grab that application if you can. So once you do that, you can start installing it, and it'll open all up and do all the things and move it on over. And if you're doing Linux or anything like that, well, we already know JJ already has it. So we're going to just pretend that he doesn't really need to do anything. All right. So now that you've downloaded the application, you're going to go here to discord.com/register and create an account. So use an email. Obviously, JJ's done this quite a few times. There's lots of things to fill in there, but you're going to go ahead and create an account, a username and a password, and all the fun things that they ask you for Discord. Just something to know that username isn't necessarily what people are going to see on Discord itself. They will have access to like seeing what that username is, but don't feel like you need to put in your first name, last name so people can understand it. We'll talk about nicknames in just a little bit.
Come on. Isn't that good? Come on.
Yeah, nice. All right. It's unfortunately you can't do the actual official date, but it'd be really funny if you could do that. So Texas Independence Day joke for those of you not in Texas. All right. So you're going to get this little like create your first Discord server thing, which you don't really need. So you can just close out or have an invite already, join a server. There's a little link there at the bottom. Go ahead and click that. And there's an invite link. So if you copy that invite link from your email and paste it right on in, and then just hit join, and it's going to allow you to join the server. And when you join, you're going to have to accept our code of conduct. And as it decides to get there, there's your welcome channel.
So it looks like I went to... Yep.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it looks like it told me first to go to the welcome channel, which is exactly what we're hoping for. Mm-hmm. And then this is our code of conduct, right? Like this is me, not me being a good human, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly. So you're going to go ahead and click that thumbs up. And once you do, you'll notice that everything gets populated so that you now have all these channels to join. It's kind of confusing, but let's first go ahead and set your nickname. So you'll notice there's a whole bunch of people on the right-hand side where you can see all the different names of people who are currently on the server. They're broken out by who they are. So you'll have organizers, you'll have volunteers, you'll have sponsors. It's done based on color as well as grouping. So if you're colorblind, don't worry. you'll get a chance to take a look at those groups there on the thing. And also, if you just click somebody, JJ, can you click my name in there in the organizers channel? You'll actually be able to see there as well what roles this person has. So you'll be able to immediately see who's an organizer, who's a volunteer, something like that. So I'm going to get a little dink. I get a little hello, and I'm going to just say hi back. So this is how you do a private message, and you'll get a response back. There's that little hi back there. So, but back to the DevOpsDays Texas server. So once you've done that, let's go ahead and change our nickname. So
real quick, we should make it. Sorry, I just want to throw this in real quick. This is going through the web GUI, right?
Oh, yeah.
You will see the exact same thing on the application. It's just native on through the app. So just want to make sure that was clear.
Exactly. So let's real quick just go ahead and change the nickname. So there's a couple different ways to do that. You can right click on your name over on the right hand side to change your nickname. So if you find yourself in the list and you hit change nickname right there, you can change the name that you display to this server. So this is something very important. This is only for this Discord server. Discord's a little bit different than some of the other systems you might have. So it's kind of like changing your nickname in Slack in one Slack and then go to another Slack and it's something different. So that's a really great nickname now. I'm highly entertained by that nickname. So that should give you a little bit of an idea on that. So once you change your nickname, you can also go in and change your avatar, things like that. If you go down to the settings down in the bottom left-hand corner. So you can upload an avatar, whatever you want to choose to use. But
I don't think I have anything truly appropriate to upload, but you get the point.
Okay. Yeah, the point's there. So let's see. What other things we want to do? Okay, we also want to talk about push to talk. So Discord has this notion of being able to use a keyboard key or a button on your mouse or whatever you want to enable your microphone versus just using the mute button and then unmuting. You can just say, well, I only want to talk when I press a button. So they give you information about this.
Yeah, it looks like we should be using the app for this. So let me pause real quick the video or me doing this, and I'll bring this up inside the actual Discord app so we can show it that way.
Sounds good. All right. So now JJ actually brought up the application so you can see this is the Discord app. Looks pretty much the same, except we're now going to be able to set up push to talk. So when you go to settings, you can go to voice and video over there on the left, and you'll see voice activity versus push to talk. Basically what this says is voice activity means if your mic hears something, it's going to, pick up and just display it to everybody unless you have your mute button explicitly pressed. Push to talk is nice. You can use a mouse, you can use a keyboard, and you just press the button when you want to talk and you hold it down. So you press and hold and talk and talk and talk. And then when you don't want to talk, you just release.
Talking.
Don't forget that we're recording with Zoom.
Good point.
Which is why I can still hear you. I'm sure everybody else was also like, why doesn't this work? But that's how push to talk works, so that you can actually be able to just like press a button. So if I were talking right now and I press my button, because I use the side button on my mouse, and I just press that button and hold it, you'd be able to hear me. And when I release it, you wouldn't hear anything afterwards, which is really nice if you have dogs barking in the background, kids screaming in the background, someone else in the office that you're sharing, all of those fun things that always happen. So if you want to do that, that's one really nice feature about Discord that we really like. You do not have to do that to participate. So just something to know. But let's go join some channels. Why don't we go join some channels and try this out? So if you want to join other text channels, let's say you want to talk with somebody, there's the Grand Hall channel, which is a place where you can go and just say hi and leave notes and leave memes, GIFs, all kinds of things like that. So you can leave messages. Pardon me, and I just got a dink. Some of you probably heard that on the stream. That's okay. So that's where you can leave notes and messages and things like that. We'll probably get other people responding. It'll be very entertaining. But regardless, The other thing you can do is join a voice channel. Now, if you take a look at that left-hand side where it has DevOpsDays Texas and then all the channels, you'll notice that some of them are hashtags or octothorpes if you're pedantic. And then some of them are speakers. So, or pound, I should say, for those of us who didn't grow up with computers. But like me, it's okay. I feel old. All right, speakers. Anyway, so the ones that say speakers are voice channels, and that's where we're going to do open spaces in here. We're going to do a lot of different things, but let's go into a voice channel. And this might be where it gets a little awkward because we're on Zoom and on Discord at the same time. But
yeah,
so
let's try the Alamo. I like to remember the Alamo, right? Right.
Always remember the Alamo. Always remember the Alamo. So you're going to get this little notice that, oh, hey, you're on your first voice channel. You'll see the little thing telling you how to control it. But we're going to talk more about it. So when you're over there in the channel, and I'm going to come and join you over in Alamo, you should be able to click it.
So real quick, if you noticed, when I did click on it, I went into the channel. I've got this little green circle saying that things are talking because I don't have push to talk on. But my grand hall is still here, which is interesting. And Laura just joined me here. So what do I do next?
So what do you do next? So you can actually go in there and see. So if you click on Alamo again a second time, you're going to get a video. And we're going to allow it to show video. So how do you turn yourself off mute? Well, you're currently not muted. But how do you mute yourself here? So that's probably the first one. Pretty easy. You just click the mute button. But you'll notice that also you come in and you start out on no video. So if you want to participate, you need to actually click the video button to turn on your camera. So I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to have everybody's camera on. It's going to be really awkward. And we can see how much lag there is on my screen. So this is basically how you do it, but this is how you can start participating. You can mute yourself and do those sorts of things, but let's actually show how you can obviously change what you're looking at. So we have different screens there. So there's that button up there at the top where it says focus. If you hover over it, when you click that, it then goes back, and then it also has a gallery view, or grid is what they call it. So that's how you can just flip around. If someone goes to share their screen, here's what you're going to see. We're going to do a little bit of Inception. It'll be fun. Come on, where's my button? Go live. So you'll actually see a little thing that says watch stream.
Oh, this is creepy.
Inception. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen because that's really creepy. And you'll get a little thing that just says close the stream. So that's how you can watch if somebody shares a stream. The other thing though is that sometimes maybe you want to be in a video and still watching the text channel. So you want to be able to see everyone and watch the text channel. So you can actually pop it out. Down there on the bottom right is a little pop out button. So when you pop that out, and I'm gonna turn my video off because it's driving me crazy. You actually get it as a little extra window that you can move around if you have multiple screens. It's kind of nice. And then you can click around and go somewhere else. So now you can have everything up and watch the video and type and do the thing and have a little bit of fun watching it at the same time. So that's one way to do that.
I think that's it, right? We don't got anything else. Like this should be everything you need.
Oh, actually, you know what? Let's show how to leave a channel.
Oh, good point.
So if you are in a video channel and you want out, just hit the little red disconnect button and you drop out. So that's just basically like a Zoom call. And then you can go to other channels. And also if you click on another speaker channel or another voice channel while you're in a different one, you'll jump over. It's not going to just let you join multiple channels and do things. The one other thing, actually, do we want to explain deafen? Probably not. For any other information about Discord, go ahead and check out the Discord docs or ask one of the organizers. We're more than happy to help you. But hopefully this gives you a little primer to get ready for open spaces for DevOps Days Texas.
And I wanted to just throw in one last thing. We do have the event help here. Please don't hesitate to use this. We will be watching this channel if you have questions or thoughts for DevOps Days Texas.
Yeah, can't wait to see you. Looking forward to it. Thanks. we're going to be using Mural to do our open spaces. So you're going to get a link, links.devopsdaystx.org/openspaces. You'll see this in our Discord. Once you actually go there, you're going to be taken to our mural board. You'll notice that it asks for your name, but this is optional. You can choose to be completely anonymous on this board, and you do not need to sign in or have a mural account. So just click enter as a visitor, whether you put in a name or not. So this is what you actually end up on. You might get information about accepting cookies and a little tutorial. I've already been to this page on this browser, so it's not actually going to let me do that. But you can see I have a couple of different things going on here. If I want to move the board, I can click the little hand in the right-hand corner and move the board around. And I can also zoom in down here on the bottom. There are keyboard shortcuts for this, so if you are using a keyboard, you'll be able to do so. When you want to add an idea to Open Spaces, you're going to double click in one of these two boxes to create a sticky note. Adding an idea for Open Spaces. Now that's really tiny and it's really hard to see, so I'm going to zoom in so you can see. If I want to add another idea, I just double click and here's another idea. Now, you are not going to be able to set these all up on the board just yet, so we're going to ask you to work here. Once all of this has been done, your moderators, who you'll see with little stars down here on the bottom, will be moving everything down and merging some topics together to set everything up for voting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording here and go set up the vote. Okay, so now your moderators have created all of the stickies in this little space at the end, so the space right here. We're going to leave those be. And when you get to voting, everything is going to lock down so that you only can do voting. So we're going to zoom back in on that little board. And I'm going to turn on the voting session. You get 3 votes. And now the voting session has started. It'll give you directions on how to add a vote, remove a vote, and information about your vote. So we are going to begin voting. You see there are 3 votes left and 3 people are voting. So I'm going to add a vote here, and I'm going to add another 2 votes on this one. But let's say I don't like this vote on the first one. I changed my mind. I'm going to press Shift and click again and click over here. You get information about how many votes you have left up here in the top and who else is voting. And I'm going to go vote on another screen with different information. And what you'll actually be able to see now that I voted somewhere else, you can see who else still has votes left. But obviously, you can't tell what else has been voted for. You may also see a timer that tells you how much time you have left to vote. So the timer will run, and we can actually run it out. So you'll hear end timer, and you'll see time's up, wrap up what you're working on. And then the vote itself will likely end. And then everyone gets to see what the results of the votes were. So in this case, we've had 2 votes for these top 2. Each one of those got 2 votes, and there was only 1 unique voter, and then 1 vote with 1 unique voter on the bottom one. We will be using this to schedule all of our open spaces, and we will do this on both days. The whole system will get updated as you go. If you want to take off that voting session and stop looking at it, you can actually just close out. And if you want to see the votes again, show the results page or show the votes. Just like that. So that's how we use Mural for open spaces. We can't wait to do this with you. All right. So here we are. We are going to walk through how to go through setting up Discord for DevOpsDays Texas. And so my name is Laura Santa Maria. I'm one of the organizers for DevOpsDays Texas. And with me is JJ.
Hey, Laura. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I have no idea. No, that's a lie. I hopefully kind of do. But this will be fun. Hopefully this won't take too long. And we'll kind of walk through everything, and then we'll see where we're going. So, Laura, I just got this Discord link from an email, and I need to join.
All right.
What do I do first?
Well, so the first thing you're going to do is actually download Discord. So,
but wait. I went to this discord.com site, and should I hit that download button? Is that what?
Yes, you should hit that download button. And that download button should be specific to your platform. So if you're on Linux, you'll get a link for Linux. If you're on Windows, you get a link for Windows. So go ahead and download that. There is a reason we're asking you to get the app instead of just doing it on your browser, which you certainly could do. The app just makes it a little bit of a nicer experience for you. So we really do encourage you to grab that application if you can. So once you do that, you can start installing it, and it'll open all up and do all the things and move it on over. And if you're doing Linux or anything like that, well, we already know JJ already has it. So we're going to just pretend that he doesn't really need to do anything. All right. So now that you've downloaded the application, you're going to go here to discord.com/register and create an account. So use an email. Obviously, JJ's done this quite a few times. There's lots of things to fill in there, but you're going to go ahead and create an account, a username and a password, and all the fun things that they ask you for Discord. Just something to know that username isn't necessarily what people are going to see on Discord itself. They will have access to like seeing what that username is, but don't feel like you need to put in your first name, last name so people can understand it. We'll talk about nicknames in just a little bit.
Come on. Isn't that good? Come on.
Yeah, nice. All right. It's unfortunately you can't do the actual official date, but it'd be really funny if you could do that. So Texas Independence Day joke for those of you not in Texas. All right. So you're going to get this little like create your first Discord server thing, which you don't really need. So you can just close out or have an invite already, join a server. There's a little link there at the bottom. Go ahead and click that. And there's an invite link. So if you copy that invite link from your email and paste it right on in, and then just hit join, and it's going to allow you to join the server. And when you join, you're going to have to accept our code of conduct. And as it decides to get there, there's your welcome channel.
So it looks like I went to... Yep.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it looks like it told me first to go to the welcome channel, which is exactly what we're hoping for. Mm-hmm. And then this is our code of conduct, right? Like this is me, not me being a good human, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly. So you're going to go ahead and click that thumbs up. And once you do, you'll notice that everything gets populated so that you now have all these channels to join. It's kind of confusing, but let's first go ahead and set your nickname. So you'll notice there's a whole bunch of people on the right-hand side where you can see all the different names of people who are currently on the server. They're broken out by who they are. So you'll have organizers, you'll have volunteers, you'll have sponsors. It's done based on color as well as grouping. So if you're colorblind, don't worry. You'll get a chance to take a look at those groups there on the thing. And also, if you just click somebody, JJ, can you click my name in there in the organizers channel? You'll actually be able to see there as well what roles this person has. So you'll be able to immediately see who's an organizer, who's a volunteer, something like that. So I'm going to get a little dink. I get a little hello, and I'm going to just say hi back. So this is how you do a private message, and you'll get a response back. There's that little hi back there. So but back to the DevOpsDays Texas server. So once you've done that, let's go ahead and change our nickname. So
real quick, we should make it. Sorry, I just want to throw this in real quick. This is going through the web GUI, right?
Oh, yeah.
You will see the exact same thing on the application. It's just native on through the app. So just want to make sure that was quick.
Exactly. So let's real quick just go ahead and change the nickname. So there's a couple different ways to do that. You can right click on your name over on the right hand side to change your nickname. So if you find yourself in the list and you hit change nickname right there, you can change the name that you display to this server. So this is something very important. This is only for this Discord server. Discord's a little bit different than some of the other systems you might have. So it's kind of like changing your nickname in Slack in one Slack and then go to another Slack and it's something different. So that's a really great nickname now. I'm highly entertained by that nickname. So that should give you a little bit of an idea on that. So once you change your nickname, you can also go in and change your avatar, things like that. If you go down to the settings down in the bottom left-hand corner. So you can upload an avatar, whatever you want to choose to use. But
I don't think I have anything truly appropriate to upload, but you get the point.
Okay. Yeah, the point's there. So let's see. What other things we want to do? Okay, we also want to talk about push to talk. So Discord has this notion of being able to use a keyboard key or a button on your mouse or whatever you want to enable your microphone versus just using the mute button and then unmuting. You can just say, well, I only want to talk when I press a button. So they give you information about this.
Yeah, it looks like we should be using the app for this. So let me pause real quick the video or me doing this, and I'll bring this up inside the actual Discord app so we can show it that way.
Sounds good. All right. So now JJ actually brought up the application so you can see this is the Discord app. Looks pretty much the same, except we're now going to be able to set up push to talk. So when you go to settings, you can go to voice and video over there on the left. And you'll see voice activity versus push to talk. Basically what this says is voice activity means if your mic hears something, it's going to, pick up and just display it to everybody unless you have your mute button explicitly pressed. Push to talk is nice. You can use a mouse, you can use a keyboard, and you just press the button when you want to talk and you hold it down. So you press and hold and talk and talk and talk. And then when you don't want to talk, you just release.
Talking.
Don't forget that we're recording with Zoom. Recording.
Good point.
Which is why I can still hear you. I'm sure everybody else was also like, why doesn't this work? But that's how push to talk works, so that you can actually be able to just like press a button. So if I were talking right now and I press my button, because I use the side button on my mouse, and I just press that button and hold it, you'd be able to hear me. And when I release it, you wouldn't hear anything afterwards, which is really nice if you have dogs barking in the background, kids screaming in the background, someone else in the office that you're sharing, all of those fun things that always happen. So if you want to do that, that's one really nice feature about Discord that we really like. You do not have to do that to participate. So just something to know. But let's go join some channels. Why don't we go join some channels and try this out? So if you want to join other text channels, let's say you want to talk with somebody, there's the Grand Hall channel, which is a place where you can go and just say hi and leave notes and leave memes, GIFs, all kinds of things like that. So you can leave messages. Pardon me, and I just got a dink. Some of you probably heard that on the stream. That's okay. So that's where you can leave notes and messages and things like that. We'll probably get other people responding. It'll be very entertaining. But regardless, the other thing you can do is join a voice channel. Now, if you take a look at that left-hand side where it has DevOpsDays Texas and then all the channels, you'll notice that some of them are hashtags or octothorpes if you're pedantic. And then some of them are speakers. So, or pound, I should say, for those of us who didn't grow up with computers. But like me, it's okay. I feel old. All right, speakers. Anyway, so the ones that say speakers are voice channels, and that's where we're going to do open spaces in here. We're going to do a lot of different things, but let's go into a voice channel. And this might be where it gets a little awkward because we're on Zoom and on Discord at the same time, but
yeah. So let's try the Alamo. I'd like to remember the Alamo, right?
Always remember the Alamo. Always remember the Alamo. So you're going to get this little notice that, oh, hey, you're on your first voice channel. You'll see the little thing telling you how to control it, but we're going to talk more about it. So when you're over there in the channel, And I'm going to come and join you over in Alamo.
We're going to be using Mural to do our open spaces. So you're going to get a link, links.devopsdaystx.org/openspaces. You'll see this in our Discord. Once you actually go there, you're going to be taken to our mural board. You'll notice that it asks for your name, but this is optional. You can choose to be completely anonymous on this board, and you do not need to sign in or have a mural account. So just click enter as a visitor, whether you put in a name or not. So this is what you actually end up on. You might get information about accepting cookies and a little tutorial. I've already been to this page on this browser, so it's not actually going to let me do that. But you can see I have a couple of different things going on here. If I want to move the board, I can click the little hand in the right-hand corner and move the board around. And I can also zoom in down here on the bottom. There are keyboard shortcuts for this, so if you are using a keyboard, you'll be able to do so. When you want to add an idea to open spaces, you're going to double click in one of these two boxes to create a sticky note. Adding an idea for open spaces. Now that's really tiny and it's really hard to see, so I'm going to zoom in so you can see. If I want to add another idea, I just double click and here's another idea. Now, you are not going to be able to set these all up on the board just yet, so we're going to ask you to work here. Once all of this has been done, your moderators, who you'll see with little stars down here on the bottom, will be moving everything down and merging some topics together to set everything up for voting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording here and go set up the vote. Okay, so now your moderators have created all of the stickies in this little space at the end, so the space right here. We're going to leave those be. And when you get to voting, everything is going to lock down so that you only can do voting. So we're going to zoom back in on that little board. And I'm going to turn on the voting session. You get 3 votes. And now the voting session has started. It'll give you directions on how to add a vote, remove a vote, and information about your vote. So we are going to begin voting. You see there are 3 votes left and 3 people are voting. So I'm going to add a vote here, and I'm going to add another 2 votes on this one. But let's say I don't like this vote on the first one. I changed my mind. I'm going to press Shift and click again and click over here. You get information about how many votes you have left up here in the top and who else is voting. And I'm going to go vote on another screen with different information. And what you'll actually be able to see now that I voted somewhere else, you can see who else still has votes left. But obviously, you can't tell what else has been voted for. You may also see a timer that tells you how much time you have left to vote. So the timer will run, and we can actually run it out. So you'll hear end timer, and you'll see time's up, wrap up what you're working on. And then the vote itself will likely end. And then everyone gets to see what the results of the votes were. So in this case, we've had 2 votes for these top 2. Each one of those got 2 votes, and there was only 1 unique voter, and then 1 vote with 1 unique voter on the bottom one. We will be using this to schedule all of our open spaces, and we will do this on both days. The whole system will get updated as you go. If you want to take off that voting session and stop looking at it, you can actually just close out. And if you want to see the votes again, show the results page or show the votes. Just like that. So that's how we use Mural for open spaces. We can't wait to do this with you.
Hello, and welcome to the first ever DevOps Days Texas. My name is Paul Czarkowski, and I'm a developer advocate at VMware. But more importantly, I'm the official spokesperson of the Texas DevOps community. You might ask, who appointed me as that? Well, nobody. But now that I've said it, good luck putting that toothpaste back in the tube. Of course, it's not just me you have to thank for this incredible event. We should also give some thanks to the amazing sponsors that have made this event possible, with a special shout out to State Farm for helping us be accessible by sponsoring our captioning, and also for helping me save 15% on my car insurance. I'd also like to thank our organizers who came together from all over the Republic of Texas, from Austin, from Dallas, and even exotic, faraway locations like Houston. We've all had a very challenging 12 months. In fact, we've all had a very challenging last couple of weeks. Many of us have lost people we love to the COVID pandemic, and it is important for us to rally together as a community and provide each other support. And even more important, that we provide support to those who are less fortunate than we are. And that's why, on behalf of our attendees and sponsors, we're going to be donating over $10,000 of US money dollars to Texas-based food banks all across the state. Before we get started, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, if you're not on our Discord, you're going to miss out on all of the fun and interactive parts of the conference. So please join us on Discord. There are instructions floating around. There's probably some instructions here or there or wherever. So find that, discord.gg/DevOpsDaysTX. For those that are already in Discord or those who are going to join Discord, when you joined, you clicked on a little thingy to accept the code of conduct. Please do remember that we are here to uplift and be excellent to each other. And if you feel that someone has not been excellent to you or to others, please reach out to an organizer or a volunteer. With all that being said, let's introduce a few of our organizers and then kick off with our keynote speaker, Taylor Barnett.
Hi there, I'm Laura Santamaria, LogDNA's developer advocate and one of the organizers for DevOps Days Texas. I come to DevOps Days Texas through DevOps Days Austin, where I'm a volunteer, and I'm also one of the co-organizers for Austin DevOps and Cloud Austin, two meetups here in the Austin area, and I used to be part of Women Who Code Austin. If you have any questions, I can't wait to see you on Discord, so feel free to reach out, and I will see you soon. Enjoy the show. Bye.
Howdy there, DevOps Days Texas. My name is Richard Boyd, and besides being an organizer for this virtual conference, I'm also an organizer for DevOps Days Austin and Serverless Days Austin. I'm also an organizer for the Austin AWS Users Meetup and the Cloud Austin Meetup. I'm really excited for you to join us today, and I can't wait to talk to you on Discord and in Openspaces.
Greetings from Houston, Texas. My name is Dan Collins, and I am proud to be an organizer for DevOps Days Texas 2021. I come to DevOps Days by way of Austin. I attended the 2016 DevOps Days in Austin and was so taken with the experience that I came back to Houston and decided that Houston needed a little bit of that action. Now we have a monthly Houston DevOps meetup and a DevOps Days Houston that started in 2019, of which I am the founder and a member of a large group of organizers that are passionate about the developer community in Houston. Like all good DevOps participants, we have a YouTube channel. We use that channel and that content to develop our Houston developer community. The cloud moves fast, and we are dedicated in Houston to providing solutions to the world's problems. So on behalf of the Houston developer community, welcome to DevOps Days Texas 2021.
Hi, my name's Paul Czarkowski. I'm a developer advocate at VMware. I've been a member of the Austin DevOps community for quite some time. And in fact, when I first found the Austin DevOps community, I was in a pretty bad place career-wise. And I would say that with the help of the community, without the help of the community, I would not have the career I have today. So I'm very thankful for the community I found and joined that helped me elevate my career and myself. And in turn, I like to try and do that wherever I can for others. Thank you so much for joining us here for the DevOps Days Texas event. And we should chat sometime.
Howdy. My name is Svetlana Kryukova, and I'm an engineering manager with Two Sigma Solutions in Houston. And I'm also a co-organizer of this very first virtual DevOps Days Texas 2021. I come to DevOps Days Texas via DevOps Days Houston, and I also contribute to running of the Houston DevOps Meetup. I was very honored to be part of the team that brought you the very first Houston-based DevOps Days event in 2019. And I'm proud to be a member of the team that is bringing you this event today. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me on Discord. Welcome to DevOps Days Texas 2021, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Greetings and welcome. My name is John Paul Harold, and I'm an organizer with DevOps Days Texas. I come to the group through DevOps Days Dallas and just want to say thank you for being here. It's been a crazy year, but we still have community and we still have the need to build great software. So with that in mind, I look forward to the next 2 days. We've got stack lineup. If you have any questions, reach out to me or any of the other organizers on Discord. Take advantage of open spaces and enjoy your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Sean Mouton. I come to the DevOps Days Texas organizing team by way of DevOps Days Austin, where I've been an organizer, speaker, or volunteer nearly every year that it's been in town. And that means that I have been active in the Austin DevOps community for over a decade. I work as an ops engineer at a company called ID.me, and you may know me from a project called Tire Fire, where we make silly jokes on the internet to feel better about our jobs. More recently, I've been working on a project called Call In for Papers, which will be a community founded around the idea of spreading knowledge about speaking at tech conferences in order to increase the diversity of voices that we hear at events like this and improve access to speaking opportunities for everyone. I look forward to working with everyone over the next couple of days to make this conference the best it can be. And thanks everyone so much for showing up.
Hi there, I'm Laura Santamaria, LogDNA's developer advocate and one of the organizers for DevOps Days Texas. I come to DevOps Days Texas through DevOps Days Austin, where I'm a volunteer, and I'm also one of the co-organizers for Austin DevOps and Cloud Austin, 2 meetups here in the Austin area, and I used to be part of Women Who Code Austin. If you have any questions, I can't wait to see you on Discord, so feel free to reach out, and I will see you soon. Enjoy the show. Bye.
Howdy there, DevOps Days Texas. My name is Richard Boyd, and besides being an organizer for this virtual conference, I'm also an organizer for DevOps Days Austin and Serverless Days Austin. I'm also an organizer for the...
First up, for DevOps Days Texas 2021, I am delighted to introduce you to Taylor Barnett, a senior community engineer at Transposit. Taylor is passionate about building great technical user experiences with an emphasis on empathy within product and documentation, and spends a considerable amount of time thinking about API integrations. After leaving software engineering roles at a couple of companies, Taylor led developer relations at Stoplight and worked with the developer community, SDKs, and documentation at Keen. She has spoken at conferences such as O'Reilly's OSCON, GlueCon, API Strategy and Practice, and DevXCon. She is currently the program chair of the API Specifications Conference. In her free time, she's either climbing rocks with friends, trying to find the funkiest sour beers, or hanging out with her corgi, Yoda, in Austin, Texas. Again, I am delighted that Taylor could be here for our first keynote on Glue Work Makes the Dream Work. Taylor, take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm Taylor Barnett, and I'm here in Austin, Texas. I'm super excited to be with you giving this talk at DevOps Days Texas. You know, before I start, I just want to say I know it's been a hard week or hard weeks for many of us, and it's okay to not be okay. Things will get better. If you're watching this live, I feel very privileged to have you here with me. If you're watching this later, also super excited that you're watching this. It's totally okay if you need to like peace out for a bit. And so let's get into the talk. So I have this hypothesis that people dislike glue work because of bad past experiences. Maybe it was because of something to do with operating and developing some kind of system or integrating some kind of tool. Maybe it was reoccurring incidents that always came back to that one thing that was integrated. Or maybe it's even that you didn't see personal growth while doing this kind of work. And the reality is, the road to improving our experience of glue work has not necessarily been great. It's been largely focused on application development, and the other technical sides of things like platform and operational experience sometimes has gotten the back burner, or even the people aspect of it, you know, has lagged. And the reality is, a small team or even a large team in a large organization can't just, you know, make this better on their own. It's a bigger cultural change in how we develop and how we operate and how we organize our teams and what we incentivize and what our responsibilities are. At the same time, tooling is interlaced with some of these human problems. And, you know, a bad API can actually make our work a lot harder. And, you know, also make the parts that involve people even harder. But first, what is glue? So when I talk about this idea of glue work, what am I talking about? You know, often we joke that we're piecing together software with glue and popsicle sticks, but sometimes those glues are pretty damn effective. You know, my definition of to glue is to integrate different parts of a system together that would otherwise be incompatible. You know, this can be different things to different people. Tanya Riley gave a talk about glue work and where she came up with this term and said, you know, it was the less glamorous and often less promotable work that often is needed to make a team successful. It's without it, you know, projects would fail, communication would break, and it would just be really hard to get certain things done. You know, glue can be a lot of different activities. You know, it can be that human work that Tanya talks about in her talk, that you should definitely go look up. It's the work that makes a team run and be successful. It can also be design. How do we build systems that contain many different parts, and how do we piece those together? And then what I want to talk about today is the code that we write to integrate with other systems. You know, it's APIs, it's integrations. That's what I want to focus on for this talk. We have this patchwork of tools and services. You know, this has come out of many years of change in the industry. And while sometimes it can feel like a mess now, like if you've ever looked at the cloud native landscape, it has got so many different things in it, and it can, you know, make you have nightmares sometimes. But this is the reality of where we are today. And the thing is, glue is complex. People aren't always rewarded for doing it well. You know, often it is just seen as piecing things together. But really, in reality, it takes a lot of communication and documentation and evaluating different designs and how to implement them, and vendors. And it's a lot more complicated than just piecing things together. And we're often left to solve this on our own. There are few developer and operator experiences out there today that enables us to do this glue work with many different runtimes, tooling, and vendors, and actually have a great experience. It's so fragmented across how many tools we're using. And then the other thing is, glue code isn't always seen as project code. So we also, it feels like this thing that's on the side. Even think about when you're using AWS services together. There's a lot of pain points just when you're using all AWS services, and that's under one vendor. So we're often left to solve this for ourselves in our code bases. And it's something we think a lot about at Transposit. We integrate with like over 200 APIs on our platform, and how do we actually have those talk to each other nicely is a big problem. And so you may ask yourselves, well, how did we get here? How are we in this position where we're in this patchwork of tools and services? And so first, there was AWS. So you're in the early 2000s, Amazon was trying to figure out, how to onboard these third-party merchants that they were going to be using their e-commerce platform, and how to bring them on to their platform quickly and in a repeatable way. And at the same time, they were doing a lot of internal development on the Amazon.com site. And they started seeing a pattern of these problems. There was a need for internally scalable and reliable infrastructure services. And they were starting to hear these from their external partners too. But also at the same time, after 10 years of Amazon.com, they had started building up this infrastructure competency. They were actually, not so bad at it. And so they decided to build that as a separate service. But how would these services talk to their external partners? And what they came to realize was APIs was the answer. And not only did that help them, be able to build these services for external partners, but also help them decouple different layers. For example, the data was tightly coupled with a presentation layer, and that was causing problems. And so it opened up possibilities of what they could do when they decoupled this. And at the time, it was a pretty new idea. Everything was most of the time tightly coupled. There wasn't this idea of using these external services in the industry, and it was pretty revolutionary for the time. Like any industry that has grown and evolved, a supply chain has formed around it. Think physical goods like cars, for example. Automotive companies like Ford and Toyota and others don't produce every single part themselves. They buy metal from a metal company, tires from a tire company, who then also buys rubber from a rubber company. And there's hundreds and hundreds of these suppliers in a chain. And it helps the industry be more effective and productive. And what has come in software is that we've now started to develop our own supply chain. It allows, the industry to segment and allows companies to focus on what their core competencies are. Infrastructure companies is now just one of our suppliers. And these software supply chains are heavily made up of this APIs and these components, just like a car part. We take chunks of code, we piece them together and make finished applications. And with this, we've solved a lot of old problems. Think about the problems that AWS was solving. Those are old problems now. But with that, we've discovered this whole new set of new problems. And this is the next big leap. This is where we're going. But first, before I go any further, I just want to introduce myself, why this idea of glue work and APIs and integrations is like really interesting to me. So APIs really were something like fundamental to me early on when I started developing. It got me to change a programming language at one point because I didn't want to deal with installing all the stuff to run an SDK in Java. And I was like, oh, this like Python thing looks interesting. And these instructions are a lot easier to get a Flask server up and running. And so it definitely was something that was very early on. These like, oh, this is a better experience. And how can that better experience happen? Through APIs. As a software engineer, APIs were powering many of the features I was building. When I got more into developer experience, I saw the struggles people were having while using APIs. So then I decided to go work at an API design tooling company. And then from there, I was introduced to Open API specification, formerly known as Swagger, which I participate in still today. And that brought me to Transposit. And, at Transposit, we have the saying that, you've got the building blocks and we've got the glue. We're building something that, brings your entire stack together and codifies processes, everything from incident response to service requests. And a lot of that is taking, how can we do integrations better? And that's kind of what makes the dream work happen. So where do we go from here? Where are we headed? Charity Marriagers, one of the co-founders of Honeycomb, has this quote that unless you're an infrastructure company, infrastructure is not your mission. Sure, it would be helpful to build up that, internal expertise. It may be useful, but every second you spend on infrastructure or other code is, something you could have been using to build out a whole new feature. It can often build on itself. And next thing you know, your time has been totally spent on solving this one infrastructure problem that is solved by, potentially just using another service. And this idea is not changing. We're not going to suddenly say, oh, we should all be building all of these building blocks ourselves. And so with this being the future, we need to learn how to outsource well. Charity has described vendor engineering as, and I love this, effectively outsourcing components of your infrastructure and weaving them together into a seamless whole. This requires certain types of architectural skills and domain expertise that are both rare and often undervalued. Hi, everyone. I'm Taylor Barnett, and I'm here in Austin, Texas. I'm super excited to be with you giving this talk at DevOps Days Texas. Before I start, I just want to say, I know it's been a hard week or hard weeks for many of us, and it's okay to not be okay. Things will get better. If you're watching this live, I feel very privileged to have you here with me. If you're watching this later, also super excited that you're watching this. It's totally okay if you need to peace out for
First,
streaming feature we had did not work at the time, but we couldn't do much about that. But we were still able to have users send in data, and we had very little disruptions, And part of that was because we were decoupled enough that it could affect one part or one feature, but did not affect the whole API. And so when these services break, we could break. And this is where glue work becomes much more complicated and, to me, much more interesting. How do we build systems that handle these failures? Yeah, that API that we may have bought might have been cheaper, but is it bringing our business to a grinding halt? How do we make sure that that does not happen? And so the reality is failure will happen. Learn to handle it gracefully. We need to be able to cope with failures and performance availability. Things will go down, but how do we grow from that? How do we mature from when they do happen, or prevent it from even happening in the first place? And this, to me, is where the interesting problems live. How do we make these systems more reliable? It's not just about integrating an API, which sometimes is what it feels like when it's very tedious and annoying. but it's like problems like connections and error code messages, and how do we communicate that to users? It's not about just implementing an API. A lot goes into it when it's done well. So I just want to go through a couple of these. For example, if some services or endpoints are offline, don't disable everything, have some kind of front end circuit breakers in a way. Non-critical services should fail silently, and then we should disable others intelligently. And most important, don't lead users down a broken path, because that's just frustrating in the end. And make sure to set expectations. Maybe that means, maybe a tooltip pops up and is like, hey, this is unavailable right now. Check our status page for more info. I also think about authentication. There's 6+ different common authentication types. How are they all being handled safely, with security in mind, but also what is the actual experience of having to interact with these different types of authentication types? I think of every time that I see an API is using OAuth, I usually make a slight moan noise, but then I realize, I actually potentially just using another service. And this idea is not changing. We're not going to suddenly see, oh, we should all be building all of these building blocks ourselves. And so with this being the future, we need to learn how to outsource well. Charity has described vendor engineering as, and I love this, effectively outsourcing components of your infrastructure and weaving them together into a seamless whole. This requires certain types of architectural skills and domain expertise that are both rare and often undervalued, especially considering how pervasive the need for this is, as we've seen the change in how we build software. How do you pick a vendor, but how do you also push for that adoption internally? Often when we're looking at a vendor, we have a few things that we're considering, but if we broke it down to the most simple is how compatible is it with our current stack and the tooling that we're using and the languages and the runtimes and, where we host it on and all different stuff like that. What are the use cases we need it to provide for us? And then also just getting team buy-in. And often too limited solutions get tossed really early on. And I think we need to sometimes open our minds just a little bit and figuring out what is, still an all right solution, even if it isn't perfect. And not every problem is like some special snowflake problem. There's often other things that could be changed within them to make it more compatible with something. And so one of the things we need to figure out is how to ask good questions to gauge compatibility and fit. What friction can we deal with? And what is just a total deal breaker for the situation? How do we calculate and qualify the cost to develop and operate? If it's unreliable, that is a cost to consider. That is going to put more of a burden on our team. And at the same time, we need to remove as much as labor as possible, because again, that is taking away time that we could be better spending on other things. We need to consider the true cost of ownership and advocate internally. Also that might mean managing up to executive and finance teams. I know the number of times that teams have tried to get a contract signed with a vendor, but there was pushback around pricing. Management is not going to see the incidents that never happened because you picked one more reliable vendor over another. So you need to find ways to communicate that. And the ones that resonate with them and their concerns. And we need to learn how to reward team members for doing this work well. Is this work explicitly in a career ladder? Is it invisible? Because many times glue work is invisible. Also, maybe it isn't seen as interesting or cool because it's not building something from scratch. And so it doesn't get the same credit. How do we make sure to still reward, the time that was saved by using some of this glue? Managers can elevate this glue work to help people see that bigger impact of their work, and that piecing together services takes strategy and design. I think to this one thing I often do when I'm implementing an API, I write a document with the areas that I have friction with, that I struggle with, why I made certain design choices. Sometimes I link out to different documentation that the API has on their site. And many times when I'm writing this document, it isn't something that I even think I'll go back to the next week or the week after. Many times I come back to that document 12 months later and find it useful. Or a team member who might be working in that area of the code base is like, hey, I know you worked on this thing. Like, can you share any information? And I pass along the doc and they're like, oh, wow, we don't even need to meet anymore because this explains everything that is needed. Are you rewarding people for that kind of work? But the reality is, even if you do the vendor engineering piece well, things will break. There will be incidents, there will be outages, especially when we think of a lot of these just-in-time models like payments and authenticating and communication APIs. That everything is happening in much more real time. And we will get 503 errors because a service is now unavailable. What do you do in these situations? I think often about the S3 outage in 2017. It was the big one that brought down even the AWS status page, as well as many different websites. And I decided to go look at the Keynote API status page from that day because I remember that incident even now, many years later. And the awesome thing that status page reminded me about was our website partially broke because we were storing some things in S3, but the API itself was okay. Yeah, the S3 streaming feature we had did not work at the time, but we couldn't do much about that. But we were still able to have users send in data, and we had very little disruptions, And part of that was because we were decoupled enough that it could affect one part or one feature, but did not affect the whole API. And so when these services break, we could break. And this is where glue work becomes much more complicated and, to me, much more interesting. How do we build systems that handle these failures? Yeah, that API that we may have bought might have been cheaper, but is it bringing our business to a grinding halt? Like, how do we make sure that that does not happen? And so the reality is failure will happen. Learn to handle it gracefully. We need to be able to cope with failures and performance availability. Things will go down, but how do we grow from that? How do we mature from when they do happen or prevent it from even happening in the first place? And this, to me, is where the interesting problems live. How do we make these systems more reliable? It's not just about integrating an API, which sometimes is what it feels like when it's very tedious and annoying. But it's like problems like connections and error code messages, and how do we communicate that to users? It's not about just implementing an API. A lot goes into it when it's done well. So I just want to go through a couple of these. For example, if some services or endpoints are offline, don't disable everything. Have some kind of front-end circuit breakers in a way. Non-critical services should fail silently, and then we should disable others intelligently. And most important, don't lead users down a broken path, because that's just frustrating in the end. And make sure to set expectations. Maybe that means, maybe a tooltip pops up and is like, hey, this is unavailable right now. Check our status page for more info. I also think about authentication. There's 6+ different common authentication types. How are they all being handled safely, with security in mind, but also what is the actual experience of having to interact with these different types of authentication types? I think of every time that I see an API is using OAuth, I usually make a slight moan noise, but then I realize I actually do like OAuth fundamentally. I just don't like implementing OAuth. And then there's connections. What if someone has a slower data connection, for example? How do things load? How do things fail? Do you present, data to them progressively? Or do they maybe, loads in a bad way and they accidentally click the wrong thing? and have a really bad experience with your application or website or whatever it is. And then there's rate limiting. API retry issues are common. Many times, especially if there's some kind of outage, you might accidentally go over rate limits because it's retrying. What is the strategy that you're using there? It takes a lot of thought to figure out how to do this gracefully. That also both benefits the user, but also you as a, API consumer. You might go over your organization's API limits with that API if you're not careful about how are you doing it across users. And then what do you tell the user if something goes wrong? And the last one here is decoupling. With the glue work, it's really easy to glue things together very tightly, because we're in a hurry. But it's important that we're decoupling services from their vendors, because what happens if that vendor is like really letting us down and we decide to change vendors? How hard is that to do? It's important that that glue code isn't, super tightly glued to your code base, and that you could flip, it over to a different vendor with not a lot of work. And the last thing I want to touch on is find ways to abstract the glue code. We need to make glue work and glue code more reusable. Yes, sometimes it might be very specific to a situation, but often there's a lot of ways to make it more interchangeable. And we don't want to spend a lot of time on this because it's borrowed time. I think of things like SDKs and libraries first. They were kind of the first thing of using the experience of using an API better. Abstracting away certain pieces, giving it better interfaces. It has a lot of possibilities, both on our internal teams and when we're using, external services from others. But also, you need to make sure that the quality of those SDKs are good and they weren't just like a checkbox for your API provider that you're using. I think of things like Terraform. It's codifying cloud APIs into declarative configuration files. They have 500 or more now providers that you can add to your configuration. A provider is making it easier to do different API interactions. It's abstracting away, but also making it build into other existing tooling that we have. I think about Waypoint. It's helping us build applications in a lot of different languages and frameworks. Waypoint deploys artifacts created by the build step to many different platforms, whether that be Kubernetes, EC2, even just a static site host. It has a lot of possibilities for breaking down these harder interactions and basically creating like glue infrastructure. And then lastly, a little bit different than the others is Netlify. So, developers that are using Netlify are able to choose where their version control is, and then they're able to link that with other third-party services before an automated build step kicks in, and then it outputs to its own CDN. When you think about it, that's a lot of different moving parts and a lot of different APIs talking to each other. And there's this great blog post about the developer experience gap from Stephen O'Grady at RedMonk, and he lists that the things that need to be is comprehensive, developer native, elegant, multi-runtime, and multi-vendor. Multi-runtime and multi-vendor are pretty obvious. We don't want to be stuck to one, just like how we should make sure that we're not stuck to one API in our code. You think about elegant, not something you always necessarily think about in developer or operator experiences, but there's still an opportunity to design tooling and services with this in mind. And then there's developer native. Many of us are heads down in our code editors and Git, and we really don't want to have to leave that much. So how do we integrate with that and other tools that we already use? And then it's comprehensive. there's a lot of opportunities, even within existing vendors, to have more tooling that helps bring together that vendor. You know, we talked about how hard it is even to work between different AWS services earlier. You know, one thing I think that gives me a little hope is like looking at things like GitHub Actions. You know, it's got a base of CI/CD, but it's expanding on that. And this is the future of Glue. With better developer and operator experiences. Hopefully, you know, we're moving, not only that we're now everything is a component, but that it's a better experience while using these components together. And this gives us focus. You know, the better the experience, the more we can focus on our core competencies. Even more than, you know, just turning software more into components. It builds on itself and it gives us back time. You know, and we get to reach for the dream. You know, what is the dream? You know, to me, it's not only allowing us to build more, but allowing more people to build. With better experiences, it opens those opportunities. And it also gives us much more of a representation who lives on this planet. We're getting to solve much more interesting business challenges through engineering than ever before. And I'm really excited about that future. So just to recap, the 3 things I hope you take from this talk, other than glue work and glue code is not going anywhere, is learn how to outsource well. Failure will happen. Learn how to handle it gracefully. And find ways to abstract glue code to make it more efficient and have a better experience for your team. Thank you so much for listening. You can find me on Twitter. That's my email. I will see you on Discord for Q&A. Hopefully we can have some really awesome conversations. If you want to make that better glue future, you know, I'm happy to talk about that. There's a lot of interesting things that can be worked on right now. And then I'll also be in the Transposit channel. We're going to be giving away umbrellas that you can sign up for, and we'll ship them to you. And I'll see you there, and have a great conference, y'all.
Hey folks, my name is Kevin Odell. I'm a technology director at State Farm Insurance, and I work out of our Richardson office, just north of Dallas. I'm extremely excited to be a captioning sponsor of DevOps Days Texas. We're avid participants of DevOps Days DFW. So seeing the combined virtual event, we definitely wanted to give back to the community that has given us so much. We've ourselves went through a pretty big transformation a few years back, where we really moved from project to product and really brought in those DevOps practices and principles along with that. So much so that we've coined DevOps as a top 7 technical skill that our folks can have, which is a pretty big deal if you look at the grander scheme of how we do our continuous learning and education. So very proud of that. We really push DevOps inside our organization and everything we do. It's the latest, greatest way to work, and we want to make sure that we're building those resilient systems, able to respond to our customers as fast as we possibly can. So State Farm, we are headquarters in Bloomington, Illinois, which is kind of in the central Illinois location. We also have 3 hubs. We have one in Phoenix, one here in Dallas, and then also one in Atlanta. We're hiring at every site. We need smart people to come in and help us build some quality, resilience, easily respondable systems for our customers. So if anybody's interested in joining our team, definitely go to statefarm.com/careers and see what opportunities we may have. Or if you want, reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm always willing to talk, help folks out if it makes sense. So again, please enjoy the event. DevOps Days always seem to have some of the best speakers you could possibly have out there from a DevOps perspective. So we're extremely excited and enjoy the time. Thanks.
Bridgecrew's mission is to enable security where code happens. And we do this through frictionless infrastructure as code scanning, automated remediation, and runtime scanning. But most importantly, we do all of this right within the developer's existing workflows. Let's take a look at that. We'll start with TerraGoat, our intentionally vulnerable set of Terraform manifests for infrastructure as code security training. By cloning that locally, we can see we have a couple of Azure app services. We can add a third and make a commit. We'll commit that to a new branch, and we'll push that. We'll then make a pull request against our main branch. And once that's done, we can see that pull request in GitHub. As you can see, Bridgecrew's already scanned this PR and found issues with our infrastructure as code security posture, which is highlighted. Clicking details will take us to a single page where we can see all the issues and suggested remediations. To remediate, we can simply click on one of the issues, add it to our list of remediations, and click remediate. Going back to GitHub, this will automatically add a new commit into our PR to solve that particular security issue. Clicking on the individual pull request comments also takes us to guidance, so individual developers on the team can see context as to why that change needs to occur. While we're in the platform, let's look at existing issues within our main branch. As you can see, App Service 1 and 2 suffer from the same issue. Here we can click into them to see the same remediation suggestions, and even though they're already in our main branch, we can click remediate. This will generate, you've guessed it, a new pull request against that branch to fix the infrastructure as code issues already highlighted. We can also see from the types of violations in the list that Bridgecrew's also noticed one of these infrastructure as code issues has made it all the way to production and is highlighting a runtime violation from Azure for the same issue.
Ryan Severin's one of the founders of StackHawk here. We are excited to be sponsoring the conference. I'll give a quick intro to StackHawk, and we're around. We would love to chat with you and tell you more about what we do or answer any questions that you have. So here at StackHawk, we make it simple for developers to find, triage, and fix application security bugs. Let me tell you a little bit about how it works. So first, scan your app. It starts with a YAML configuration file, single Docker command to kick off the scan, and you just point it at a running version of your application. It runs an application security test and finds any potential security bugs within your application. From there, you can hop into the StackHawk web app to triage and fix your security bugs. So we have all of the information about the application security finding, help you dig in, and then you can take action on those things, either fixing it, sending it to create a Jira ticket, marking it as risk accepted. We have documentation on how to fix the bugs. And then we're big believers of automating your application security testing in the build pipeline. With every pull request, every commit, you can run a check and make sure that you're not introducing a new security bug. Getting started is easy. Sign up at stackhawk.com, create your YAML config file, and then kick off a scan of your application. Once you've walked through that, like I said, we always are fans of automating your security testing. Our team is here to help if you have any questions as you're getting started. And I also wanted to make sure that everyone can sign up for our Nintendo Switch giveaway. We're giving away t-shirts as well. Nintendo Switch, like I said, come chat with us. Thanks so much.
Hi, I'm Tim Davis, DevOps Advocate with M0, coming to you from the middle of the Texas winter storm, where I'm lucky enough to have power at the moment. Hopefully by the time y'all see this in March, everything's thawed out, nobody has any lasting damages, and everybody's a lot better off. At M0, we are an infrastructure as code automation platform. I want to be clear that we are not a CI/CD pipeline tool. While we do continuous deployment to a certain respect, we are a purpose-built platform for infrastructure as code automation. So we're centralizing your infrastructure as code runs to give you more visibility, to give you more control. You can add in role-based access control, and with our custom flows, you can actually hook in almost endless extensibility in and out of our platform to other tools, doing security checks, doing some form of budget check, really any kind of thing that you would want to do during a deployment. You want to run Ansible after your code is deployed, you can absolutely do that as well. So feel free to come and talk to us in our sponsor channel inside of Discord. Check us out on Twitter at ENVZERO. We have a YouTube channel that's also ENVZERO. We're going to be giving away some cool stuff during the conference. There is some awesome speakers out there, some that I call friends. So there's lots of stuff that's going to be going on, lots of cool things to see. I have a lightning talk called Speeding Up Development with Infrastructure as Code and Dynamic Environments. So feel free to check that out. And hopefully everybody has a great show. Thanks to the organizers of DevOps Days Texas for allowing us to sponsor. Have fun.
And now, it's time for a dramatic reading of Chef.io. Chef provides secure and scalable infrastructure management automation. Chef Infrastructure Management enables DevOps teams to model and deploy secure and scalable infrastructure automation across any cloud, VM, and/or physical infrastructure. Chef continues to lead in the DevOps space by helping IT teams adopt modern-day best practices, including test-driven development. Configuration change testing becomes parallel to application change testing. AIOps support. IT operations can confidently scale with data consolidations and third-party integrations. Self-service. Agile delivery teams can provision and deploy infrastructure on demand. And that concludes our dramatic readings from Chef.io.
So I interned at Two Sigma last summer, and I returned this fall primarily because of the people I met.
I feel like people here genuinely form a community around shared interests, usually a shared passion for science and tech.
Honestly speaking, finance wasn't on my list when I started job hunting. But when I came here, everyone was so smart and so friendly and so sincere. And I feel like my skill set can be truly valued here, and that's something really important to me.
There's so many cool, exciting projects to work on, and I know I'm going to be working with those people that are super knowledgeable, and that's like what drives me to move forward.
At other tech companies I've worked at, you can kind of feel like you're a very, very small part of a very, very large thing, and that you're kind of expendable that way. Whereas here, people are extremely invested in my success.
This is just the perfect place to be. So yeah, I'm pretty happy I made that decision.
The time, the 21st century, the place, a world that's connected to the cloud.
The problem, being inundated with terabytes of data everywhere. Your mission? Regain control of your business DNA, your data, no matter where it lives. From the heart of Texas and the producers of the mega hit SoftNest and the hit sensation Fusion, starring these platform favorites, comes Burst, the industry-leading data ops provider in the cloud and at the edge. Burst, making data affordable by eliminating double billing for cloud data, simplifying data migration with built-in lift and shift, rapid data transfer over the worst networks in the world and beyond, even frozen ones. Kubernetes ready for container scalability. Here's what people have been saying. Visit burst.com for more details.
Next up in our program, we're welcoming a Texan up to the virtual podium, Dan Zentgraf. Dan is a director of solutions architecture at Liquidbase. Dan is a technology professional focused on bringing DevOps practices to enterprises. He has over 20 years of experience in the IT space and has served in a variety of capacities, including product management, agile DevOps consulting and coaching, and solutions engineering. An active member of the Austin technology community, Dan ran the first regular DevOps meetup for the Agile Austin community and has been an organizer for DevOps Days Austin for most of its 9 years. Again, we are very pleased to welcome Dan to the virtual podium for Don't Be the Chump Guard, How Good Change Management is at the Heart of DevSecOps. Dan, take it away.
Hi there, and welcome to this session for DevOps Days Texas 2021. My name is Dan Zentgraf. I'm Director of Solutions Architecture with a company called Liquidbase. I am located in Austin, Texas, and have been involved with the Austin DevOps community since back before we had a buzzword for this stuff that we do. And I want to say thank you to the organizers of this event and for the privilege of speaking at it. I've been involved with DevOps Days for a long time and really miss the interaction with the community. And I'm super thankful that the team has pulled together this event and enabled us to gather across the state, even if it is virtually. And I really look forward to seeing everybody in person again really soon. This talk is about some very classic DevOps basics, how we use modern automated approaches to securely manage the changes to and configuration of our important systems. I spent the last 2.5 years working with the database community, which has not been a strong participant in DevOps to this point. And you realize very quickly through that work that this stuff isn't necessarily widely known. So I want to go over that and say, sort of look at what the pitfalls are associated with classic approaches to change configuration management security, the types of assumptions that we make that leave us blind. Classic solutions that are based in bureaucracy really aren't up to the task anymore. And ultimately, what some good things to be looking at are as you try to modernize and bring things together. Now, first, we're going to look at this notion and why I called this chump guards. Now, we've all seen the movie. Our heroes or anti-heroes are trying to break into some kind of secure facility, a museum, a military base, whatever, and either steal or sabotage some kind of very important thing. In the process of doing so, they use all sorts of clever stealth and deception techniques to get past the guards in the security system. The heroes do their thing, and the theft and damage isn't detected until it's far too late. The perpetrators are long gone, and in fact, the guards often don't even find out about it until the all-knowing officer or museum curator shows up and says, "Hey, where's the thing? What happened to the thing? How could you guys let this happen? How did you not notice that the painting was swapped with a forgery?" This trope is extremely well documented, and it's kind of funny doing the research for this deck that there's so much literature and analysis that's been done about it. For example, you've heard of the Iron Triangle for project management. There's good, fast, and cheap. You can pick any two. Well, it turns out there's something similar for guards. It's some kind of papier-mâché square where the guards are deadly, competent, loyal, or abundant, and you can pick any two of those traits for your minions. There's also a fascinating number of terms for the minion-type characters in these movies. Now, let's spare a thought for the guards, right? I mean, like, realistically, if you think about the guards in a museum, right, they've got no way of knowing that a painting was replaced with a forgery. They're not art experts. They don't often get told when new exhibits are getting set up. So, how are they really supposed to know that if a new pedestal underneath some new exhibit shows up one night and it contains one of the thieves who's really skinny and sneaks out in the middle of the night to let his comrades in so they can steal the painting? It was just another pedestal, looked like all the others. And of course, when that pedestal was delivered and the guards down in the shipping room, they had no idea that the delivery wasn't supposed to come in. It's not like the art world is known for its project management and communication skills in the first place. So weird stuff shows up at the museum all the time. What else are they supposed to do? And if you think about it, this all deals with the fact that these guards are people participating in a really big system, a big infrastructure and organization. And this shows up all the time. In Diamonds Are Forever, James Bond shows up and he actually sneaks into a lab full of rocket scientists where they're building a evil space laser satellite. And he impersonates some guy from G Section whose job is to check radiation badges. So James Bond's gone in there and he's made complete chumps out of rocket science. And they don't even figure it out until the real Klaus Hergesheimer shows up and tries to check their radiation badges a second time. And then they realize that they've been duped, and mayhem and a chase involving a lunar rover ensues. Now, when you stop and think about it, most of these movie tropes involving dupes, guards, or rocket scientists rely on those people assuming things about the big infrastructure and the processes that they have to work within to get their jobs done. And that leads to the second piece, which is assumption, and how assumption is the mother of all foul-ups. This is the network TV version of DevOps Days, so we have foul-ups here. And taking it a step farther, if you think about the struggles of the guards and the rocket scientists, technology professionals themselves are pretty much one assumption away from looking like trope-grade chumps, right? I'm sure somebody checked that. Well, that setting doesn't matter. Somebody must have added that. And so on. These things that get said all the time. And pretty soon you're chasing James Bond in a lunar rover. So it's important to think about these assumptions. And really, when you break the assumptions down in these situations, there are really three classic and fundamentally dangerous assumptions about change and configuration management that serve as categories for the things going on here. The first is a general assumption that everybody knows what the thing they're working with, the system, looks like when it's in good shape. Second assumption is that everybody would identify something that's not supposed to be there. And then the third assumption is that everybody knows and understands what's going on, the changes that are happening and why they're happening. If we drill into these real quick just for some examples, knowing what the thing looks like when it's good and things are going right isn't as easy as it sounds, right? I mean, is that how it's supposed to look? Has it always been that color? Does that camera move usually, or is it a still frame camera? I mean, ultimately it looks okay to me. And the fact of the matter is that you really just can't assume that people will always notice that something has been altered, something's been modified in some way. Closely related to this is noticing that something's been added that shouldn't be there. I made the joke about the pedestal with a skinny thief in it, but it really could be anything, a new trash can, right? A new file, a new table in a database that wasn't there before and no one knows where it came from. It looks like it belongs, so people will tend to ignore it. When we get one of those, has that always been here? People are not going to necessarily respond promptly anyway to something just turning up as long as it looks like it fits in. And that's born out of the third assumption. The assumption is that everyone knows and understands what's going on all the time, even though the system is immeasurably complex and they can't know what's going on all the time. Right? This was exploited in the prisoner transfer in Star Wars. 2 troopers and a Wookiee show up in the elevator, wander into the guard room of the prison block, and while their troopers are figuring out, hey, wait, I wasn't told about this, the two troopers and Wookiee get close enough to kill all the guards and start figuring out where the princess is that they're trying to rescue. In a big, complicated system, assuming that people know what's going on at all times is just unrealistic. And as a result, they will tend to assume that they simply weren't informed, not that there's an actual problem. Classically, the way to deal with very large organizations that were assumption heavy was to add oversight in the form of bureaucracy. With enough checklists and stuff, all things are possible. This, of course, includes computers, and we have to remember that at the heart of good bureaucratic change management is the principle that everyone involved pinky swears that they did everything the ticket said exactly the way the ticket said, and nothing unusual happened. With, of course, the core assumption there being that someone would recognize when something unusual happened when they did what the ticket said. Now, it's not that this was a bad thing. When it was instituted back in the 80s, a little over 30 years ago, this was actually an advancement. Up until this point, computers were a pretty new thing. It was a little bit ad hoc. There were people who were better at it, people who were not as good at it, and a lot of kind of cowboy stuff going on. So bringing structured oversight, checklists, and interlock points where inspections could be carried out was actually a significant improvement in that time. But it worked to a certain extent because computers were still pretty rare and they were mainframey. Everything was in one place and the data centers were highly staffed. There was a lot of manpower to actually throw at the problem, and it was a net helpful thing. Of course, that was 30 years ago. Now, systems are vastly more complicated. You've got teams all over the world. Nothing's in a single data center. The configuration items that you're managing are in cloud instances. They're ephemeral themselves. They're just services in a cloud provider. And with this level of complexity, no individual can actually know the full details of the system and make good decisions about it. It requires a lot more effort to understand the impact and risk of each of the changes. And frankly, the complexity itself means that there are more changes to manage. Think about it. If you have a system that on average takes 3 changes per component, well, back when there was one component and it was big and blue and said IBM on the side, that was one thing. When your system today has 300 components, each of which still requires on average 3 configuration changes on a regular basis, that's more than 2 orders of magnitude difference. It's a lot of extra work, and you don't have the manpower to do it. In fact, it's even worse than that because not only do you not have the manpower to deal with that many configuration items, the amount of time you have to deal with it is actually much shorter. Today, there's a much higher expectation of speed. We don't have the need for speed anymore. We simply have the expectation of speed. It's the 21st century, and we are more interested in high-frequency releases, shorter time to resolve problems, and so on. So you create the classic situation where the experts have more and more work heaped on them, and to survive, they have to assume more things are true, that things are okay more often. And as a result, the organization sort of unconsciously is taking on all of the associated risks, mistakes, and security holes that go with an increased reliance on assumption, right? Think about a scenario where you're trying to create a new change. Well, in order to do that, you have to do certain things, like assuming that all the test environments truly represent production when you're defining the changes, even though there's not enough time to check that that's actually true or to refresh the test environments. And you also then have to assume that there have been no informal changes to any of those environments. Nothing's happened out of band. So even though there are a lot of people with access to those systems, and you know that the team routinely fixes things to get tests passing, you have to define the change on the assumption that those environments actually are still solid. And then once you do have the change defined, you have to assume perfect manual handoffs and execution of all the steps by everyone involved, even though there are a whole bunch of handoffs and each one is a chance for error. We've all played the game of telephone, so you know that by the 3rd or 4th person down the line, your instructions may not be as well communicated, even though it's in a ticket, because the ticket itself can be misinterpreted. So the situation we end up with in shops that rely on these bureaucratic processes is one where at a time when security is more important than ever, the technology professionals involved are being forced to make more, not fewer assumptions about what's going on, and therefore the chance of being a chump who lets in a security problem is actually increasing. And that leads us to our final topic, which is the modern approach, automated change and configuration management. As I said at the beginning of the talk, we're going to focus on the basics, and this section is going to talk about 3 basic principles that you need to keep in mind as you build out your automated change and configuration management processes. The 3 principles are indirection, visibility and transparency, and safety. So digging into each of these, we'll start with indirection. And indirection is simply a structure where all system changes must be explicitly added to a batch of changes, and then that batch is applied to the system by another tool. Thus, the people involved have indirect access to the system to make the changes they need, to see the things they need to see, and it effectively eliminates the need for people to log into the system directly and make changes to the configurations or settings of that critical system using elevated privileges. It allows people to see and do the things that they're trying to do without sacrificing the integrity of the system or the changes going into it, and ultimately serves to restrict the number of routes through which changes can be added, which becomes something that's a lot easier to secure. The other fun thing for those who do come from a bureaucratic world is that this gives you an automatic and structural means of enforcing a classic separation of duties kind of criteria. What it serves to do in most cases is to prevent unwanted things from getting into the system in the first place. It's a first step in security. This way, it's very difficult for anything to get in there that's not supposed to be in there, and relying on people to just sort of happen to notice it and react to it in the appropriate way. The system itself performs that task automatically as part of the natural flow of changes. Indirection also brings a couple of other benefits. First, by having an intermediate tool processing those batches, that tool itself serves as a universal logger. All of the changes can be easily logged for record-keeping purposes, audit, whatever your business requires, in one place, because it is the central change processor. Indirection also means that you can eliminate a common source of what's called configuration drift. And this is the idea that because manual changes are made to systems, their configurations will cease to be what you expect them to be because somebody's been in there, monkeyed with it, and the configuration is no longer quite what. And we think about that as easy to fix with an ephemeral system. We just make a new one, respin a container. Well, let me tell you, based on my last 2.5 years working with the database world, it's just not that easy for certain types of things, particularly databases. A lot of these things end up being very long-lived, and you have to have really good controls around them to stop that drift from happening, because you cannot refresh it as quickly as you would like in a lot of cases. The second principle we want to talk about is visibility, sometimes called transparency. And this is about making detailed information about the state of the system, as well as any of the pending changes to the system, available to everybody on the team who needs that information. The goal is to enable situational awareness for all the teams so that people can make good decisions. If you think about it, this is the rest of indirection. Indirection is focused on how the changes get sequenced and defined and applied to the system. This tells you what the system is doing, where the system is currently, what changes actually are in the system already. And it's by reconciling the inbound changes with the changes that are already in the system that gives you the information you need about what's going on, what's the status of everything. And the information that you're using actually comes from technology. That batch of pending changes in the intermediate tool, the current configuration information about the system as it sits in that environment right now, and gives you technologically driven facts, not relying on people's memory or opinion or other fallible human constructs. This is a pretty important topic by itself. You're allowing real information rather than human memory to define your actions, and therefore those actions are easier to automate and make available to everybody on the team. You can inspect things more easily because the information's already in a digital form. As it turns out, computers are pretty good at analyzing information and organizing it and reporting on it. And of course, it provides the overall history for the evolution of the system and solves the rest of the traceability requirements that are covered in the discussion of the state of the system itself. The final principle for automating change configuration management is that of safety. And this is using the automation you have to evaluate the changes inbound to the system to make sure that they're legitimate to the system, they have a good history, and they come from known sources, and also that they don't bring any problems to the system. Completely legitimate change can create mayhem in the system, inadvertently open a security hole, create a misbehavior in the system, break something, crash something. Things happen. And you have a perfectly good process where the changes can be looked at while they're in flight before they get into the system. And this is a super important principle as you're building this out, because what you want to do is you want to help people trust the change delivery process through very natural structural points in the process itself, so that it's a natural experience. Things just flow while simultaneously improving the security and quality of the changes as they go into the system. By making it natural, it improves the productivity of people. It empowers people actually with more self-service checks of their changes, gives them shorter feedback loops that we want to see in our processes. And it helps remove time-pressured manual inspection, which is the other side of the change creation process. Once it's created, it's got to be inspected, and you don't want those inspectors to be time-pressured and to drive any risky assumptive behavior in that inspection process. The thing to remember about the safety principle is that it is an evergreen effort. That consistent inspection of changes and all the things going on there happening automatically provides a golden leverage point for you to continuously improve standards as new things are found about your architecture, things that make it performant, things that might turn into security holes. You have a clear and obvious place to improve the process, add those additional checks, and make things better for everybody. And if you do it right and focus on the trust and making people believe in it, you're going to create a situation where it actually enhances your ability to have better visibility and better indirection. Because when people trust the safety of the system, the reliability of the system, it is going to reduce their natural tendency to end-run processes, maybe bypass indirection so they can make those out-of-band changes because it's simply easier or better than the path that you've designated for them. They all kind of get interwoven and interrelated as you get better at them. So that's a quick overview of some core principles of automated change and configuration management and how they deal with and improve the overall security of your DevOps initiatives. Thank you for watching this presentation. I hope it is helpful to you. Hope you enjoyed it. If you'd like to get in touch with me, here is some contact information to help you do so. And if you want to learn about this database thing I've mentioned and how we help out with that, come check out liquidbase.org and see what the tool's about and what we're doing with it. Thank you all very much. Hope to see you live and in person really soon. Stay safe and have a good one.
For our next speaker, I can't wait to introduce you to Tracy Holmes. Tracy is a developer advocate at HashiCorp. A Jackie of all trades and mistress of being herself, Tracy has experienced both sides of HashiCorp's Terraform, as a software engineer and as a developer advocate. When she isn't speaking or leveling up her programming skills to make the Terraform ecosystem even better, she likes baking, volunteering, hanging out with her pup, and reading mysteries. She's a strong believer that open source is like gardening. Pay attention to your conditions and water only when needed. Tracy and I know each other from Women Who Code Austin, and I am so excited she's here at DevOps Days Texas 2021. Tracy, take it away.
Hi, my name is Tracy Holmes. This is Apprenticeship, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. First off, I want to thank the DevOps Days Texas organizers for giving me a little bit of extra time on this talk. I knew I wanted to talk about my experiences and how I feel apprenticeships could be better, but I didn't know exactly how I wanted to speak on it. And so I needed to fill out a couple of things with a coworker and my manager on how best to approach it. I'm not really big on slides, so you won't have your typical slide deck for this talk. What I am going to use is my Notion app, which is how I usually plan out my talks anyway. And we'll go through the bullets. And at the end, I will give you the link to the public page where you all can find these notes. I'll say that again at the end. I'll show you the link. I will also let you know that I'll probably clean up some things. I have some trigger words and notes in here for me for the talk, and I'll take out the extraneous stuff that I don't think anybody would actually want. So again, I'm Tracy Holmes. I am Tracy B. Holmes across the board. The reason I wanted to do this is because this was my very first actual software engineering position. And I felt kind of stupid a lot of days. And so what I did was make sure that the apprentices that came after me hopefully didn't have to go through some of the stuff that I did. So let me give you a little bit of background. My own personal background. So I call myself ancient in the tech world. I've actually been dealing with technology for almost 20 years, but engineering as a position or a field for me is still relatively new. I usually dabble in, I guess you could say systems administration is my background. Windows, server, admin, Unix, you name it, I've probably played with it and I've tried to break it. But when I went back to Austin, I decided that I wanted to get into software engineering after I started hanging out with Women Who Code Austin chapter. I miss everybody. I really do. Some of you may know me from the Ruby meetup that I used to co-host. So when I got back to Austin, things had changed. A lot of the focus was around engineering. It was becoming more of a tech hub. I found out about Python, which I didn't know about. Tried to learn Python for the wrong reasons, and so still haven't really learned it. I'm just now getting to where I'm going back to playing with it so I can learn to do new things with it. And between Women Who Code Austin and a boot camp that I started with, I realized I like it. My brain likes puzzles and it likes trying to determine puzzles. So that's what I did. I also found out about a group called Blacks in Technology. And so I joined Blacks in Technology. I was kind of active on their Slack. It's that feeling you get when you're trying to learn new things and learn new people. So you kind of sit back and lurk to see what you can get. And there was this post by somebody named Tamika Reed that said, hey, we need volunteers for OSCON to run a room. Well, I'm broke, so that's a good way for me to be able to see a conference. Take that as a note. And so I ran the open source room because I was really interested in open source. I became a part of Women in Linux right after that. I don't know if any of you have ever met Tamika Reed, but she can fuss, but it's always good fussing. And so she knew my background. She knew my sysadmin background, contractor for the government, data center, that kind of thing. And so she'd seen this she'd seen this tweet that she thought would appeal to me. I'd seen the tweet, but I didn't apply. And most of you probably already know why. I didn't feel like I had enough experience. Tamika, for about 3 days, pushed me to, girl, you need to go on and contact that person that posted. And so I did, and I got an interview. And I went through, this was end of 2017. So I went through the round of interviews. It was right before Christmas break. So I didn't find out until after the holiday break that I didn't actually get the job. I had a good amount of experience, and my experience was relevant, but I didn't have enough engineering experience. And so I had like I said, I had a really good rapport with the person who interviewed me, Kate. And that was that. I had moved back home for personal reasons. And I got a call one day, well, not a call, I got a ping one day that said, hey, I thought about you and how our interview went. We have a position that I think you would be a good fit for. This is what you need to do. Let's get set up some time to meet. So that's what I did. And it was the apprenticeship. So the apprenticeship for that particular company was brand new. I think the first apprentice and I are separated by 2 weeks simply because they needed to get permission. The company needed to get permission for to hire in Mississippi, which is where I'm currently located. And so I started. Had a blast interviewing. Had a blast with 2 of the engineers from the team. It was still a small team. It's a very important team for the company, but it was a small team. And found out I got the position. So July of 2018, I started my job as an apprentice. And I'm going to say this, and I'll follow up on the back end, but for this particular company, an apprenticeship is not the same as an internship. An apprenticeship is like more of a junior, slightly less junior, but junior role. You're supposed to learn and then, of course, move into a higher level so that you can start doing things for the company as a full-fledged engineer. They did have interns at the time, but the interns, if I'm not mistaken, were more like contractors. They didn't have full-time benefits. None of the benefits or perks applied to the interns. And so that's where this differed with an apprenticeship. I kept hearing 6 months get thrown around. And so I thought I think they ideally wanted the apprenticeship to go for 6 months. But because of things that we're about to talk about, mine actually was extended for a year. So the company was remote first, which meant I didn't meet any of my coworkers on the extended team until, let's say it's in July, October, when we had a conference. We'll talk about that also. The things I was expected to learn when I got there were the specific tool that I was working on, the specific plugin for that tool, and I also needed to learn Go. While I was learning how to code, I fell in love with Ruby. So my background was Ruby, but I'd never worked professionally as an engineer, but Ruby was the first thing on my brain. I didn't really have a plan to learn these things. If you've been around Go for a few years, you will probably know that there aren't really a lot of written tutorials or there are reference books, but there's not a lot of literature. And there weren't a lot of project-focused tutorials at the time. A lot of things were videos. I don't do very well with videos. So not really having a plan, I tried to learn the 3 things simultaneously. That did not go well at all. So my particular team is split into the different plugins. And it was still, I think when I joined the company, I was around number 250, number 260. In retrospect, we're about 3 times bigger than that now in the past 2.5 years. The person that I was working with was the only person on this particular team. Our GitHub repo at the time had roughly 1,500 issues. And not only did he have that to worry about, he had a new apprentice to worry about. And I need you all in the audience or whomever is looking at this video right now to think about what it's like to have somebody hired that's supposed to help you that honestly doesn't know what the hell they're doing. It's a very stressful environment. The person that I met during my onboarding was technically on another plugin team. They were my mentor, but there were a couple of, they had their own issues and plugin to worry about. But in addition, when I needed help, I was told at times that they were too busy to help me. And so I never approached them. And I don't even think that they know that this ever happened. And the other thing that happened in the midst of all this was my boss went on parental leave. So here I am attempting to learn Go, my tool, the plugin, having never met anybody on my team in person, being a junior person on the team. And if you're new, you don't know how people work. You don't know how people set up their schedule. You don't know how they're best approached. And so you kind of just sit back because you don't want to bug anyone. And I know that I'm not the only one feeling this way because I've heard it said from others. I didn't ask because I didn't want to bother them. The people that I didn't want to bother, on the other hand, are going, why isn't she contacting me? So it's a hard place to be in. And consequently, I did meet them at a conference because this was during the before times. And I felt a little bit better about asking them questions and interacting with them then. So the first 6 months in, though, I realized I don't really think I know the things that I should know. And I was freaking out because, again, I thought 6 months had been thrown around. So that was like the literal cut and dry time for my apprenticeship to end. So January hit and I thought I was going to have a job. And I ended up talking to the director. So they said, no, we realize this hasn't been a really good experience. We're going to reset your 6 months. Now, what I was able to do in those 6 months is I found out that my particular plugin was going to have an EM. So we were going to get an engineering manager, which is great. And what I was able to do was interview the person that would be my boss. The reasoning for this is because I needed to have someone that would dedicate a certain amount of time to me to make sure that I was learning the things that I needed to learn. So I appreciate them letting me interview. I feel good because this person is still at the company and I can go, I hired that person. I gave them the thumbs up. Well, I did like this person and I still do. We talk every week, but our communication styles were very different. And so things didn't go as well as I wanted them to at first. They're a senior person again. Okay, what I didn't say earlier was this company had not had any juniors before. So a lot of the people, or the majority of the people working at the company, especially in the engineering department, are all senior level engineers, or more senior than me. So our communication styles were different. Someone that had taken me under their wing all of a sudden didn't have access to me. So I believe they felt alienated because they thought they were making progress. But of course, my manager is going, well, I'm her manager. This is what I'm supposed to do. So there was that. And so I talked to some friends that I'd made at work, and I'll talk about the importance of having a crew at your job also. And I need to tell my manager that some of the things he's doing, not intentionally, it just didn't hit him how I learned, but I needed to know how to approach him and to communicate, hey, these are the things that you're doing. This is how I feel when you're doing these things. And ultimately I get frustrated or upset or distracted and I can't do the things that you want me to do. So we're not making any progress. And so they helped me phrase it and help me talk through it so I could be comfortable doing it. Because you're ultimately saying, boss, you're not doing your job. Hey, I hired you to help me. What are you doing? And when I talked to him, and it was a tense conversation, not even a conversation. He just sat there and listened, and he took notes, and he waited until I got everything through, everything out. This is what you did. Here's a specific instance of how you responded to something I did. Here's this, that, and the other. He took notes. He listened. He waited until I was through. He gave me some feedback, and he ended the call with, I'm going to do my best to address this so we can make this better. It took about 2 months. The next meeting, we rearranged some things. I had started using Notion at that point. And so I was able to structure out my own training plan for once. and he was copied on it. And we went through and we checked deliverables or things that I needed to learn. I had stuff on exorcism. I had little things that he came up with, because before that he was trying to teach me Go using our code base, and our code base is slightly convoluted when it comes to Go. So it was not a great experience in learning Go. So we changed all of that. But most importantly, he knew some of the history of the things that I'd gone through in the prior 6 months. And so he focused on how I best learned, how I best received feedback. And he made sure to get me to the point where I could level up to an official software engineer, basically a junior at the company. And so I did. So that's where that went. Now, that being said, we finally hired more people to assist on the team. So we had a full-on crew, but I wasn't feeling AWS. So I moved to another plugin. And that was better, but things on that team worked entirely different than the team I was leaving. So that was a whole new ramp up and a whole new set of personalities and a whole new set of styles of giving feedback. And so I go, hey, my brain doesn't like Go right now. Like, just not a good experience. I know Ruby. Do we have anybody in the company that has Ruby? They didn't have openings. So I ended up going to the team that I'm telling you about right now. That ultimately didn't work out the way that I wanted it to. I tried again when they had openings on that particular team, the more Ruby focused team. But I was a little bit too late and they had hired someone else. However, I'd done a talk for the company, and a talk for the Linux Foundation and an internal talk for the company. And I realized, hey, with my background, I love seeing the light bulb come on. I love being able to share something and to teach someone something, or to share a way of doing things to where a person goes, oh, that's great. Let me try. Or just seeing the light. I'm a light bulb person. I like seeing the light bulb come on. And so I talked to our dev advocacy manager and said, hey, next time you have an opening, reach out. I kind of want to try doing this because I honestly like speaking. I didn't realize I would like it as much as I do, but I do. And our dev advocacy team is one where don't stop being technical just because you have we're not just about conferences and blogs and blog posts and demos. We do demos, but we're also very technical. One of my coworkers has incubated multiple things on our team that ultimately have gotten pulled into the engineering organization. And my team as a whole is very technical. All of them have backgrounds in the things that we're talking about now, and it's still open source. So I'm happy. So that's where I am now, is the dev advocacy team. And that's how I got there. So listening to all of that, you're probably going, well, Tracy, yeah, that's talking about you, but where do I get some stuff to help me out if I decide to do something like this? So let's go over that. So if you're a company and you're happening to listen to me talking today about my experience, this is how I think you should approach things if you decide you want to offer apprenticeships. And this is some of the feedback that I gave to those managers or mentors in my company that were ultimately going to have apprentices of themselves, because I didn't want the people after me to have to go through the things that I went through. So companies, if you decide you want to build something like an apprenticeship program, make sure you have a solid plan. Like, good intentions are the way to, just go finish that statement. But good intentions aren't plans. Have some structure. Plan for a concrete deliverable that's well scoped, and a structure put in place for your apprentice to achieve that goal. And some ways that you can do that are checkpoints. My old manager and I had weekly checkpoints. When I started doing more stuff, we went to bi-weekly checkpoints. And even after I switched teams, I think we still had a monthly. The same goes for my original manager from that team. When I switched to dev advocacy, because I technically was still dealing with open source and our tool, I had monthly meetings with him. Blog posts. Even if you don't publish the blog post, having your apprentice write the blog post so they can talk about their experience. And this, of course, all of this is going to vary based on how long your apprenticeship program is. If it's 6 months, if it's a year, if it's 3 months, whatever. But put something in place. So if there's a 6-month apprenticeship, have that apprentice write a blog post every month that's talking about things that they learned how to do, a small part of a deliverable or a piece of a deliverable that they're building up to just a full-on project. It gets things off of their brain, and it gives them a way to see what they've done. Have a review process. Code reviews, to be absolutely honest, and I'll probably talk about it in the apprentice section that you all can see down here. I hated code reviews. I just have a review process on the things that they do. So those weekly meetings can help with that also. Also, what my manager and I did was we had our weekly 101s, but those 101s were specifically for touching base on how I was doing mentally, within the company, if I had anything I needed to get off my chest. But we also had weekly sessions for our pairing sessions. And those were great because I got to see how he did things. He loves Go. And it helped me get a way to formulate how I speak my language, which I'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, deliverables and mini projects and building this something that makes a difference will help. They want to know that what they're implementing or what they're building, someone else will use that. That knowing someone will use something you've built is one of the greatest feelings in the world. Company, you also need to know, how is this different from an internship? Interns are typically an investment for a short period of time with the ability to become a long-term investment. But apprentices are brought on as long-term investments that you're committing to growing their career for your organization. So what's the difference? Make sure you know what the difference is and you treat it the way that you plan that to be, basically. Good onboarding is crucial. If you do not have documentation for onboarding or that plan that I just mentioned in the previous bullet, don't hire an apprentice yet. Get that documentation out there. Try not to do things on the fly. That's not a good experience for anyone involved. They need to know who they can talk to about what the hierarchy is for your team, your group, your organization, what privileges they're supposed to have to what things, their access, who to go to for on this other team. Don't touch this manager because that manager does this, but ultimately they're not the one responsible for it. You need to talk to this person instead. Tribal knowledge, that needs to go into documentation. Senior engineers or just engineers in general have a bad habit. And I can honestly say this, I did this as a sysadmin, where we know things because we've had to go through those things multiple times. That janky server in the data center always goes down around this time of day because of this. That person is not going to know that. The team I ultimately moved to before Dev Advocacy team, the plugin we worked on and the SDK was, and I'm going to use janky again, janky. But sometimes I had no visibility into certain bugs and I would get stuck on an issue thinking it was something I wasn't doing. And then when I finally brought it up, they're like, oh yeah, you're fine. That's a bug. It's been doing this. Put those things in documentation or try to have something where weekly you go, okay, we went through this week. This will probably be a recurring issue. Let's make sure we note that somewhere so someone doesn't come in behind us going, what the? Also, do not limit your apprenticeship program to only for your college grads or universities or people from top schools. Like, I get why you would want to do that. And I think I see this more in those summer type of internships, but think about it like this. Not everybody went to college. Some people picked up a trade. Some people had to work to support families. You also have those community college students or VOTEC students that are working 2 jobs and going to school, and they're invested in it because they know they have to do these things to make life better. They're taking care of parents. They're caretakers of disabled children or senior parents or grandparents or whatever it is. Also, ageism really is a thing. Don't ignore, like I said, I've got the experience I have, and I came into this on the old tech side. These are people that you know will stay because they're invested in making sure that life is better. So go to those community colleges. Find those people that you know have that hustle and also have that drive. And it's not just because they ended up graduating from Harvard. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Just across the board, don't focus in one section of education is what I'm saying. Not every engineer on your teams in your company have the ability to teach, nor do they have the ability to mentor. Some plain just don't want to do it, even if they are. Do not volunteer someone to do this particular job, because that's unfair to all the people involved. Make sure the managers for those teams that you've decided you want to have an apprenticeship opening for are identifying people that are suited and dedicated to growing an apprentice, and ideally remembers what it was like being a junior developer and having to learn. Your apprentice suffers if they don't trust or know the person that they're paired with. Be transparent about pay. If you tell your apprentice that, hey, all the apprentices are going to come in on this level, we're paying you this much because blah, 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 but ultimately you'll jump up to da, 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 have a pay band. If your company doesn't have pay bands, then come up with something in writing for that particular apprentice that if you succeed at blah, 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 this will happen. Be transparent about leveling. Hey, this is a 6-month apprenticeship. Like in my case, it got bumped to a year because of the experiences I had. Once you get through with that and you've done what you were supposed to do, hey, this is what you'll level up to. If you hit these checkpoints, this is what you'll level up to. And also as a manager, make sure your team creates a safe space where it's okay to challenge the senior members of a team on ideas and or implementations. Someone told me about a video code review process that I actually need to go back and get some more information on that I thought was amazing, because everybody would review the PR they would review the code base or review the code for the particular PR together on screen. And there were some things the seniors didn't know, and there are some things that the juniors identified that no one else knew. And they were able to go and tackle things together. And hearing that person talk about that made me feel like that was really a safe space. And I was kind of jealous because, you know, like I said, code reviews scared the crap out of me. Apprentices, ask questions. It's hard as hell to ask a question to people that you've never met in real life for a job that you don't even know that you're suited for, that you're scared you won't make it because you're just happy you got a job. I'm a perfectionist by nature. This is what I was going to mention earlier, but I'm a perfectionist by nature, but I'm also used to just getting things. I picking things up and being able to do my job is just how I've always been. I was not successful with my PRs because I was mortified of the code review process. I didn't want anybody on my team to find out what I ultimately did or did not know, and I was scared of being judged on why I didn't know some things. And when I brought that up one day at a stand-up, or it was a group call or something, they went, "Do you trust us?" And I said, "Yeah, you know I trust you. Like, dude, we went and got Korean barbecue. What are you talking about? Then why don't you trust us to tell you what's right or wrong to help you grow?" So I started doing more submitting more PRs. And ultimately that's how I get better at learning. But they were right. That being said, that safe space is important for building that trust, especially in the after times. We're in the COVID times. There is no in-person. So find those things that you can do. As a dev advocate, and I'll go into my next bullet in a second, I mentioned that we all understand that we're not at work for friends, but I also got stuck playing WoW with one of my coworkers, and I kind of like it. So that's like our Friday thing. I'll get tea, or if I have some wine, I'll grab some wine, and she'll help me level on WoW. And I never thought I'd like that, but I also didn't realize how much I needed it. Even something like that, it just builds rapport. If you've never been in the tech sector before, or whatever sector that you're trying to get your apprenticeship in, make sure you network with people in that sector. I feel like it's even easier now in the pandemic times because a lot of things that were location based, like meetups, are now all on Zoom or all virtual. So you can attend, and so you get the benefit of networking with people outside of it. I don't know many people in my state that do what I do, but I still network with people in Texas, especially Austin, because I lived there for a long time. Or just, I got people in Florida, people in Atlanta, and then the people at my job that go from the US all the way to the Netherlands. So do those things. That being said, I'd never worked in a startup before, so I didn't think about things like equity or negotiating for pay relevant to my position and or sector. I just went on the past experiences I had over the number of years that I've been doing things. I didn't find out until months later. And actually, in some instances, I didn't find out stuff until this year about me being underpaid or that. And I'm not the only person that feels like this. I spoke with another coworker about my talk, and they were like, yo, something similar happened to me. And I promise you, somebody out there that's listening to this call, it's happened to you too. So it's not a unique thing. It's just, I don't think people talk about it as much as they should for whatever reason. Understand your strengths, how you work, and how you learn. So this can be difficult to do as an apprentice. Like, for example, I'm not great with videos. If you send me a 1 hour video, 4 hours later, I'll probably be just finishing it. That particular medium is very difficult for me. I'm very visual and hands-on. And a lot of times I use mnemonics or connections and comparisons to real life to learn things, like as examples. So having concrete deliverables or a concrete goal is very appealing to me. I'm also error driven. I learn best by finding and tracking down bugs and just smashing them. And I absolutely love the break fix aspect of learning, which is why I think I loved being a sysadmin so much. When I switched to a new team, I even shared a how to work with me doc, which everyone decided to complete one, because now you know, okay, this person doesn't like receiving this type of feedback. They do better if you give feedback this way. This person works these types of hours because they've noticed that, hey, they work better at night, that blah, 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 blah. You know, any of that goes into that how to work with me doc. Mentors are hard to find, but I also don't look for mentors. I find through networking those people that I mesh with, and that helps me know who I could probably approach as an unofficial mentor. Don't approach the first senior level person you meet at an event and ask them to be your mentor. Be patient. Find those people that appeal to you and that you understand. Meet with them a couple of times, like a lunch session or a virtual coffee. They may not have the bandwidth to even be your mentor, but just get a feel for things before you ask. And don't just assume that they will have the bandwidth. They may not, but they may feel bad about saying no. So that's a hard predicament to be in. Find your crew at your place of employment. There are people I gravitated towards in the months after starting that I absolutely call actual 3 o'clock in the morning, something happened, I need to get on the road friends. And they aren't yes people. They will tell me when I'm wrong. I can tell them when they're wrong. We bounce ideas off of each other. We talk about things we're going through. And they're there when I was feeling stupid and felt like a failure. And we all stand up for each other. You need these allies in your company. They will help you survive. And finally, don't beat yourself up for things you did wrong as an apprentice. Have retrospectives. So have self-retros on what you're learning and how much you've grown instead of what you've done wrong. The blogs could absolutely fall into that, even if they're just personal blogging. But a journal, or I do self-retros. I have a document and I'm basically like, what went great with this talk? What went horrible with this conference? What did I do wrong in that demo? Those sorts of things. Those are things that you can look back on, and they're also great in seeing how you've grown. And finally, have a kudos board. I don't do well with praise. I'm not a horn tooter, but you need some horn tooting when you want to get that promotion. But some days you're also having a bad day and you kind of need to see what somebody thought about you a week ago or a month ago, or someone said about you or said to you. So in Notion, I literally have a kudos board, and I'll do this before we get off so you can see it. It's right there. That's my kudos board. And I take screenshots of things someone has told me in Slack. I take screenshots from something someone has emailed me, or an offhand comment or something that they've said. I date it. I have a caption dated. And if I need to and you can't tell the context, I put that in the caption also, so I can go back and look at that and go, hey, I did that. Like, I really did something. So that's my good, the bad, and the ugly. I hope this helps. You can find me again at Tracy P. Holmes across the board, literally across the board, all over the interwebs. This particular Notion doc I am going to make public. I know that we'll be in Discourse answering questions, not Discord, sorry, answering questions. And so I'll post it in there also on the day of this talk. This particular header image is courtesy of Women of Color in Tech Chat. Thank you very much for letting me use that this photo. And this particular doc, I'm going to clean up a little bit, so you're not seeing some of my offhand comments and such. But yes, I will share this out. So I hope you all enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking with some of you. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Hot Takes, Myths, and Falsehoods, or Why Everyone is Wrong About DevOps Except for Me. My name is Matt Stratton. I'm a transformation specialist at Red Hat and a guide to you through this journey of a bunch of DevOps malarkey. So number one, don't believe everything that you read on the internet. Just because somebody writes it in a tweet or a blog post or says it on a podcast doesn't mean that it's true. Just because people say that, remember, putting words in random order is not thought leadership, except it sort of is. And I know I said don't believe everything you read on the internet, but believe me, I'm a charismatic grifter. So the first myth you'll hear a lot is that DevOps is more than just tools. People will tell you that DevOps is about collaboration and cross-functional teams and people working together and all sorts of crap like that. But the reality is, if it was more than just tools, why would we have so many of them? And nobody cares about your culture. Sorry, Netflix. But remember, there are a lot of tools on DevOps Twitter. Another myth is that there is no one true definition of DevOps. Nobody can define DevOps. It can mean lots of different things. And boy, is this a load of crap. Because if there is no one true definition of DevOps, why is this true? Well, there are over 8 million results when I search definition of DevOps. 8 million people can't be wrong. And what else would we argue about on Twitter? Finally, it's way too hard to explain nuance to senior management. You need a single definition. Oh, people will tell you that Kubernetes won't solve all your problems. You need to fix your culture. You can't just deploy Kubernetes and everything will be fine. And boy, is this a load of junk that's being sold to you by all these thought leaders because Kubernetes came from Google. Also, my friend deployed his blog on Kubernetes and now it only goes down twice a month. And YAML shows your commitment to precision. If you DevOps, you still need testing. You'll hear this a lot, mostly from QA people who want to keep their job. And people will talk about test-driven development and a whole lot of other words, claiming that DevOps does not remove the need for testing. I don't think this is true, because if you remove the human element, you remove the human error. And also, if your microservice only does one thing, it cannot have an error because the error would be an additional thing, right? So, you can't buy DevOps, supposedly. You'll hear this one a lot. DevOps, you can't just buy DevOps. You can't just purchase it and have it magically happen. DevOps isn't something that you can buy. And while DevOps may not be something you can buy, I sure can sell it to you. Seriously, I would love to sell you some DevOps. I mean, what'll it take to get you in a DevOps today? You'll also hear that DevOps does not work for everyone. That DevOps is not necessarily the right solution for every organization and every team and every use case. And the DevOps is not universal. And really, if this is true, why did all the sysadmins become DevOps engineers overnight? It also wouldn't be fair for me to not be able to sell everyone DevOps. And remember, every company is a DevOps company. I don't know, some vendor probably said that, oh, you can do DevOps on Windows, a common misconception, and that people are trying to get you to believe that DevOps will work in a Windows environment. And I am here to tell you that this is absolutely false, because a key component of DevOps is a smug sense of self-satisfaction. And something slash dot commander taco, I don't know, some other, they aren't all gold, people. But you'll hear this a lot. You can't give a talk about DevOps without having cat gifs and pictures of cute cats, because cats are much more aligned with DevOps than dogs. And this is the most egregious myth being perpetuated today, because look at this. Come on. I mean, remember that the most important thing about DevOps is not empathy. It's not automation. It's not culture. It's not Kubernetes. It's being adorable. So the other key thing of DevOps is DevOps hilarity. If you enjoyed this DevOps hilarity, I encourage you to check out my online game show, DevOps Party Games, which you can check out at DevOpsPartyGames.com. We do it once a month. It's really funny. Thanks.
Hi, my name is George Clement. I'm an application engineer in the Data Center Management Solutions team, and I'm here to talk to you today about memory failure prediction. Memory failure prediction is a capability that we're working on, or that we've produced and work with partners on surfacing to help customers work or understand their memory failures, get a handle on them, and figure out when and how to action them, or when to action them really, through a health score that we've developed. And I'm going to talk a lot about that in a little while, but obviously the first thing to do is kind of talk about memory failures overall, and then kind of dive into how the technology works and how how it's being surfaced to the operators. First thing, obviously, memory failure is pernicious. It's a challenge, right? It's always been around. It's a work in progress in respect of reducing it at an organization. The challenges of both, basically, it's everywhere, in the sense of it's a thing that happens on servers, and the industry practices are challenging in respect to basically being able to isolate it, and then the complexity of really how to do the further analysis on when to actually action it. And so what we've tried to do is make it, say, how could we make this more accessible and more useful as a metric to kind of gauge when's the issue actually an issue, and how to act, and when's the best time to action. And that's really comes down to, our work with what is a memory failure and how to really work within that space as an operator. And what we looked at was obviously the DIM errors. Obviously, the DIM errors surface through the operating system, SELs, or various other techniques, so that customers could kind of get a hold of them and use them in logging, or use them in their operational strategies, to kind of keep a tab on things. We understand, and we've really tried to dive into basically the deviations and the causes of errors. Obviously, there's the various different soft and hard issues that occur. And what we figured out, or what we came to, is really that there was ability to pattern match across the rows and columns of the banks to basically drive a better marking or metric for each DIM. And that health score for each DIM allows, from our perspective, allows operators to kind of get a feel for where were they yesterday and where they're going today. And how we're doing that is really through our practices and capabilities. We developed into a model, and then really worked with some partners and some customers to really kind of flush out and really provide through a user interface and various other consumable interfaces that hopefully will be available to you. So the first thing to do is kind of jump into that. Really, MFP is in essence really the memory failure modeling capability that Intel's been working on and working with partners on. Basically, we distilled that model that we developed by pattern matching across the various different rows and columns and the banks and so forth, so that we could understand the issues and when would be the best time to change a health score from one metric number or one numeric to another. And when we developed that model and became very confident with the model, then we built that, or distilled that, into a binary. and then distribute that to various different, we're working with various different BMC providers that basically can provide that through their BMC as an interface to help customers move, to understand when to move critical workload, proactively replace DIMMs, and then do further analysis and isolation as well. This capability or pattern matching functionality is one of the key things that we think basically will help customers kind of figure out when to really start to make a move. And that really comes down to what we've done previously and put out on the website. And that's really, right now we have 2 cases out there that we talk about, and that's really Tencent and Meituan. Tencent basically had a significant amount of improvement on their DIMM failure prediction, and then obviously been able to avoid various outages via using this MFP strategy. Another one, obviously, that we have up here is Meituan, and then they've basically done the same, has been able to reduce their downtimes, get visibility to their to the DIMM health, and so forth. And you can find those up there on our Intel website. Just do a search for those. And then obviously we have partners. AMI and Insight is our BIOS or BMC partners that are really working with us to surface this information. And we think it's very useful for characterization of analysis, uncorrectable error failure, and so forth. So we think it's really a useful capability that customers are going to find a lot of value out of. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is John Kimball. This is my presentation, 10 for 30, 10 things I've learned in 30 years of IT. My email address is jmkimball42@gmail.com. I'm on Twitter at jmkimball42. I'm also on LinkedIn. Presentation disclaimer: thoughts and opinions expressed during this presentation are mine and mine alone. They in no way reflect the thoughts and opinions of my employer, family members, or anyone else. This presentation is intended for educational purposes only and do not replace independent thought. These are opinions. Who the heck am I? I am a proud graduate of SUNY Oswego, that's in New York, class of '87. Been in IT for 32 years now, 10 years in Unix sysadmin, 20 years as a web admin, 2 years in integration. I've been in a large grocery chain since 2002. In the 90s, this is my history of IT, DOS, floppy, SneakerNet, Novell, all ruled. Windows 3 and Windows 95 came out and they were revelations. Emergence of the internet, browsers, Netscape, and I was around for the birth of Linux. 2000, the aughts, CDs emerge, and as a very popular media choice, USB sticks come out, Google, YouTube, Chrome, and Firefox premiere. But the best thing to happen, DevOps, midway through the decade, thank God. Linux slowly gains market share by the end of the decade. 2010 till now, enterprise companies start to adopt DevOps and Agile as culture-changing methodologies to gain competitive market advantage. The birth of analytics and big data during this decade. Hardware advances like the iPad, Ansible is released, and by the end of the decade, ML and AI start to take hold. So how is this presentation going to go? I'll be counting down the 10 most important things I've learned in my 30 years of IT, David Letterman style, from 10 to 1, from least to most important. Again, this is solely my opinion. Your mileage may vary. Automate or document, you must choose one. Try and automate everything, but if you can't, document your manual workflow. How do you document? 2 months of thoughts when documenting. If I were paging in the middle of the night, would this be valuable? Famous hit by a bus scene. If I was hit by a bus, would this value my teammates? You got 5 minutes. This is a customer role. When somebody comes up to you and says, got a sec? Give them 5 minutes. Don't do this with team members. They get more time. This is a teach them the fish moment. Always be learning, not closing. IT is a field that is ever changing and you have to keep up with what is going on because the way you work and technology you're going to use are likely going to change. My experience is that major shifts usually occur every 5 years. For example, R was hot 5 years ago, now it's Python. Define a consistent way in which work comes in. If you don't, it'll be chaos trying to organize and prioritize your tasks. It needs to be auditable, so email probably isn't going to cut it. I recommend the goal in the Phoenix project for defining ways in which work comes in a consistent manner. Email reading is an NVA activity. Limit your time performing this task. NVA means no value add. It's a Six Sigma reference. This was a tough lesson for me. I was heavily addicted to email. Instant messaging, MS Teams, Skype, Slack are really taking over anyways. Time block, time wars. I highly advise planning out your day into blocks with alarms. This is really easy and fun to do in Outlook. I find this keeps you on point. You don't spend too much time debugging a problem. Time is your most precious commodity. Don't waste it. Autonomy, autonomy, autonomy. Autonomy is the quality of being self-governed. My definition is don't say no to me frequently. For example, I want to go to DevOps Days Minnesota and deliver a report to the team. Can I go? Yes. That's a good way of handling it. My honest opinion, it's the key to job satisfaction. Please and thank you still go a long way. This is probably the most valuable lesson that's passed down from generation to generation. It uplifts people, makes them feel appreciated and respected. There's two ways of showing appreciation. Money, there's a cost. Saying thank you, that's free and easy. Don't breathe on production systems on Fridays, unless you love working weekends unpaid. Honestly, at least 90% of the time, it can usually wait until Monday. You know, Monday, that day when everybody's in the office and you can test quick and get feedback. Honorable mentions, work with smart people. 100% or 0%, make a choice. That's a customer rule. Engagements falling in between those values aren't satisfying. Talk less, smile more. Work at places with more soldiers and generals. No ticket, no work. Your lack of planning doesn't become my emergency. Number one, life isn't fair. It isn't. I mean, Carson Wentz makes more than Dak Prescott and Tom Brady. It's beyond your control. You're not going to get participation trophies at work. You're going to get passed over for that promotion. But every house of cards I've seen falls eventually with a wind of change. My tips and areas of focus: open source, software and tools, machine learning, analytics, cloud, DevOps, AI. Highly recommend following those fields. In conclusion, hopefully this will assist you as you navigate through your IT career. IT is in constant change, so heaven knows the shelf life of this talk. Your mileage may vary. Failure is inevitable, so learn from it, fail fast. Continuous learning equals continuous improvement. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to my talk for DevOps Days Texas 2021. My name is Elena and I'm currently working in Cognizant Vision as a DevOps engineer. I really hope you learned something new about Kubernetes plus DevOps practices in just 5 minutes. Today I'm going to show you 2 ways of deploying an application, one without DevOps tools and methodologies and the other one with them. Because building something locally is not enough, so how do we build it and push it to the cloud? Let's start with the first example. To create our deployment, we are using this command where we pass the image and the name of our deployment. In this case, we are using an image that is from Google Container Registry and it's a simple hello world. Here, we are using the kubectl edit command, which is not regularly used, but it shows the YAML of the deployment. For the next example, we are going to see manifests, which are like this YAML file but with less lines and more comprehensible. Next, the first command is used for fetching data about the pods, and with the command kubectl scale, I'm creating additional copies of the pod. If one pod dies, it will be recreated, and in the meantime, the other pods will keep your application running. Pods have a unique IP address, but those IPs are not exposed outside the cluster without a service. They allow your application to receive traffic, and they can be exposed in different ways. In our case, we are using a load balancer with an 8080 port. Now, with the kubectl edit command, I'm showing you the YAML file of the service that we've just created. We can see different things as the port and the service type, but later we are going to see this in the manifest. All that we need is setup. So let's do a core localhost 8080 and see that it's working. We can do the same thing in the web browser and see the actual hello world. But now, how can we do the same procedure but applying DevOps tools and methodologies? I'm going to create a web application in Netcore using Azure pipelines. The build pipeline will build and push a Docker image to Google Container Registry, and the release pipeline will deploy it to Google Kubernetes Engine. So let's start. The Docker file that we will use to build the image is this one. A Docker file is a text document that contains all the commands to assemble an image. Here we are building the web application in Netcore. Next, Kubernetes manifests are used to create, modify, or delete resources. Here we are creating the deployment in the first place and then the service. We are using the image built in the pipeline and we are using a load balancer service type. Finally, the Azure Pipelines YAML is used to create our build pipeline. Here, we are publishing the artifact to use the manifest in the release pipeline to deploy to GKE. And also, we are building and pushing the Docker image to Google Container Registry. Let's see how the image is created and pushed to the container registry. Here, we are creating the build pipeline using the existing pipeline from the repository. Then, we run the pipeline and wait for the job to finish. Finally, we can check the container registry and see that the image was pushed. Let's continue with the release pipeline. Here, we are going to create the release pipeline in order to deploy our application to GKE. The manifest that we are using is the deployment YAML file that we saw earlier. Also, we are using the deploy to Kubernetes task in our jobs. Let's see the process of the release creation following DevOps methodologies like the continuous deployment integration. Now we see the deploy to Kubernetes task, where we pass the service connection, the namespace, and the path of the manifest. Then we click on Create Release and wait for the job to complete. We can see that it was successful, so let's proceed to see this deployment in GKE. In GCP, we go to the Kubernetes engine part to check the cluster and its workload, where we can see that our deployment was successfully built, and also we can see the 3 replicas of our pod. Finally, we are going to check if the service works. It did! Now we have deployed an application with Kubernetes in Google Cloud using Azure Pipelines. Thank you for watching. Now it's your turn to deploy an application with Kubernetes following DevOps methodologies.
Hi, I'm Tim Davis, and today we're going to talk about speeding up development using infrastructure as code and dynamic environments. Now, unfortunately, this can't be a step-by-step piece because your mileage may vary. It depends on what tools that you want to pick and what your infrastructure looks like. To give you a little bit on my background, I come from the ops side of DevOps. I'm currently a DevOps advocate with an infrastructure as code automation startup. I've worked at VMware, Dell, SoftLayer, mostly on the hardware and systems side. So we're going to talk about a few things today. We're going to talk about kind of the old way and the new way, different infrastructure as code modeling, about dynamic environments, how to manage dynamic environments. There's really kind of a lot of what ifs that go into this kind of take. So some key terms here: static environments. These are kind of the old school environments that people know, where you just have a big stack. That's your development environment. That's kind of where everybody stays. It doesn't get moved around a lot. It doesn't change a lot. It definitely doesn't get burned down and rebuilt very often. Dynamic environments are exactly that. They're real short-lived environments that are set for each specific key use case. You may have a bunch of them. You may have a few of them. It all depends on kind of what you're doing at that given time for your development. So applications have gotten a lot more complex these days. I'm sure you've seen slides like this before. Real old school architectures of the 3-tier monolith applications that we're kind of used to. Static environments were fine with that because they really didn't change too much over time. Nowadays, with complex microservice architecture and public cloud type architectures, you're going to see a lot more complex applications where little pieces can be changed at each time. So it kind of makes updating a lot different in terms of development processes. These days, developers are deploying a lot more infrastructure. Instead of just going through and having an infrastructure team and opening up a ticket and creating that cloud infrastructure, developers are kind of taking it upon themselves to do that. That's really speeding up the development cycle. One of the ways they're doing this is with infrastructure as code. It's allowing them to speak the code languages that they already do and kind of codify the infrastructure that they need instead of actually going through and just doing click ops of, I need this, so I'm going to click here, here, and here. There's a lot of different infrastructure as code choices. If you're locked into one specific cloud, then you can absolutely do that, like ARM templates on Azure or with CloudFormation templates in AWS, but they don't really give you the ability to go back and forth between clouds very easily.
That's going to be where your cloud agnostic choices like your Terraform, your Pulumi, or your TerraGrunts come in. These allow you to work across multiple cloud stacks with the same constructs. That way, if you've got to multi-cloud in your architecture, you can absolutely do that easier. So how do you move to infrastructure as code? Do you want to start fresh and completely re-platform? You can absolutely do that. It all depends on how far along you are. Do you have application updates and things like that that you need to make? Or you can actually go a little bit different route, and you can take the application that you've already got and try to build it into infrastructure as code. For example, GCP has a script called Terraformer where you can actually go through and create Terraform files based off infrastructure that's already deployed. Some of the other major clouds also have this available to you. So how do you actually work with these dynamic environments? I mean, you can do it in a dedicated model where you're developing on your local machine, you create a PR, then you're doing end-to-end testing, or you can do a shared model where everybody's working off the same repository, maybe with different branches, and then everybody eventually merges to main. So why are we doing this dynamic environment? Why is this important? Less wasted resources because you are burning down these environments when you're done with it. No more coordinating who's on the development environment. If one person has to reboot, it's not going to bother somebody else. So how do we do that? You have to start by templatizing your infrastructure. Working with this infrastructure as code allows you to create that repeatable cookie cutter template that you can spin up over and over and over again and allow you to have a more dynamic workflow. From there, you kind of want to figure out what your strategy looks like. Do you want to do environments per PR environment? So every time you have a pull request with a feature or something, then it'll go ahead and have an environment. Do you want to do it per developer? Do you want to have time to lives? All of this really goes into that structure of what that looks like. And then, of course, you need to implement this deploy and destroy automation. This way, every time you want to spin it up, it'll spin up. Every time you want to spin it down, it'll spin it down. That way, you're not wasting a bunch of resources by spinning out a ton of these environments and leaving them. Now, you can use existing tools like CI/CD pipelining and things like that, but there is also a new string of infrastructure as code automation platforms that are purpose-built to handle infrastructure as code from deploy to destroy.
Hi, I'm Tommy Adams, and I am coming to you from Austin, Texas for this virtual Ignite talk. And I actually gave this talk last February, and I was fortunate enough at the time to travel down to Mexico to present it. And since then, the world has basically been turned upside down due to coronavirus. The content of this talk, however, has remained mostly the same, and if anything, I think that the subject of managing remote teams more effectively has become even more relevant after 2020. First, a little bit about myself. I've been with IBM for about 20 years now. Most of that time has been spent in the Power Hardware System Test organization. And in my current role as the chief strategist, I end up working with a lot of different local and remote teams trying to help get their projects off the ground. And a few years ago, I submitted an idea to IBM's premier internship program, Extreme Blue. And it was selected out of hundreds of submissions, but for the program based in North Carolina while I live and work in Texas. So I knew that face-to-face meetings with the team wasn't really going to be an option. And I work with teams all over the world every day, so remote projects are really nothing new. But this was an extremely agile project, which is 12 weeks of runtime from beginning to end, including onboarding for completely new interns, developing a full product MVP, and knowledge transfer. And so today I just wanted to share with you some of the key takeaways that I learned while running such a fast-paced remote project. And the first and probably the most important tip that I can give anyone leading a remote team where face-to-face meetings are simply not an option is to try to cheat. Try to have at least one face-to-face meeting with everyone on the team, preferably within the first week or so of the project. And it may not always be possible, but having the team meet in person for at least the initial planning really can have a huge impact on the success of the project. And in the time of COVID, it really might not be possible to have even that first face-to-face meeting. So if Zoom truly is your only option, then just remember to turn on your camera. Seeing your team, letting them see you, it keeps everyone engaged and increases not only the productivity, but can also boost team morale. And so now you've had your initial team meeting, you've set up your daily scrums, your sprint reviews. At this point, it can be really tempting to start filling up the team's calendar with status meetings, design sessions, user feedback sessions, but you need to be careful about avoiding establishing a meeting culture. I really can't count the number of days where I've had back-to-back meetings from 7 to 5 with barely enough time to eat lunch. And those days are really my busiest and least productive days. While meetings are often the default for kind of getting the team together to discuss the project or present status, they're not always the most effective. So any meetings that you do put on the team's calendar should really have a clear purpose and involve interactive discussion with everyone that's invited. If the meeting is just one person talking to everyone else in the room, then an email probably would have been just as effective. And one important thing to note is that just because your calendar isn't full of meetings, that doesn't mean the team isn't working together. Teams today really have an endless possibilities when it comes to collaboration tools. So pick the tools that work for your team and just be sure to use them. One really great idea that my intern team had for this project was actually to start a blog. The team wrote up their sprint reviews online in a very easy to read format, and then we were able to send that out to stakeholders and execs that were interested in the project. And one really great thing that I liked about the project blog was that it was a good way to keep others informed about the project's progress without actually requiring a status meeting or PowerPoint charts. The writing style was really informal, which helped keep the readers engaged as well as informed about the project. And I do want to stress that this should not be a technical document. The project blog should be easy to read and even easier to understand, so that even someone that's unfamiliar with the project or the technology can still get something out of it. So after a few weeks, the team was fully up and running. Around that time, I'd really tried to step back a bit as the lead and focus more on my role as a stakeholder. The team had started to run their own meetings. They were making a lot more decisions without having to check in with me quite as often. And to do this, we really embraced the agile philosophy of failing fast. And for the most part, and if an idea didn't pan out within a couple of days, the team pivoted and moved on quickly. There were really only a few times that I had to kind of bring them back down to earth after chasing a failed idea for too long. And by the final few sprints, my main job was simply to remove any obstacles and just let the team run free. The team really took advantage of that freedom, and they developed a really novel solution to the problem that they were given that's actually still in use today by our test and development organizations. So in the end, it really comes down to just one simple rule. Trust your team. Your team was selected for a reason to do this job, and trusting them to do it well really gives them a greater sense of ownership and responsibility, which then translates to a better final product. I'd like to thank everyone for listening, and I'd also like to thank the organizers for pulling together this event. If anyone has any questions about something I discussed, please feel free to contact me after the presentation. Thanks.
Hey everybody, my name is Jay Gordon. I am a cloud advocate at Microsoft Azure. I spend my time focused on helping others get into DevOps fundamentals. And so I was listening to a band by the name of Converge. They had this song called No Heroes, and it inspired a talk. And so I'm using a lot of comic book analogies here today, and there's a little bit of comic book violence that is involved in this talk. You're not into it, you're not into comic books, you don't really care. I'm not going to get hurt. And I take some liberties with plots. I try to make things pretty quick. And so our world has always been looked at as one that needs superheroes in some form or fashion for guidance, for vision, or for help when things are bleak. And they can be political leaders, athletes, activists, or even a person in the right place at the right time. And we place these people on pedestals and assume that they always have the answers. And so in 1939, DC Comics introduced the ultimate superhero, the man who came from space to have humanity safe from foes and its evildoers, and whatever comes Superman's way, he can beat. From Lex Luthor, General Zod, he's always been there when we need a hero. And Superman can fix just about every major disaster. If there's some form of disaster that needs recovery, he'll be there. He'll find the cause, he'll find a way to stop it, and he'll figure out a way to have life return to normal for those impacted by this week's enemy. But DC Comics began to find that the number of supervillains that Superman battled seemed to be too reliant on technology. They wanted something that was literally nothing but pure chaos and destruction. And they said it would be doomsday for Superman, and that doomsday was born a genetically engineered demon that was sent to kill him. And the Justice League, his buddies, his partners, his team simply didn't have the training, ability, or powers to defeat Doomsday. They were just easily defeated. And it required Superman to go into battle alone, and he takes responsibility to stop it unless it kills him. And it did kill him. In 93, DC Comics killed Superman. And after 54 years of being the greatest hope when light is the most dark, Superman's no more. He could not stop the chaos that was Doomsday alone. He was thought to be humanity's greatest line of defense. All the strength, cunning, and none of that power was not enough to defeat Doomsday. And so when we lose an individual that's seen as irreplaceable, we begin to recognize that all of our success kind of goes through them. Whether it's the last son of Krypton or someone on your ops team, we can fail the most when we rely on one person the most. Heroes make us feel safe at work. We spend our time putting people like this into hero positions because it feels good. We call them fancy terms for being overworked, like rock stars, 10x devs, ninjas, superheroes. We run to these people who are perceived to have superpowers, but at the time, they're just stuck with a lot of institutional knowledge. And all of this kind of reminded me of another fictional superhero I once read about. I read about this less flashy guy named Brett once, and he seemed to be the Kryptonian hero of Parts Unlimited. He's the central figure in fighting fires, ending disasters, and quelling the chaos that's thrown at him by his foe, the Phoenix Project. It's an initiative that shares the same name as this fictional story about how it can all go wrong. Brent acts as a superhero for Parts Unlimited, and he tries to hold Doomsday away until it finally comes in for the Phoenix Project, and the company realizes how important Brent is to everyday life. So hero culture puts single individual as a primary source of truth in disaster situations for many companies. It focuses less on the ability for the team and places on a single person that responsibility as the center of all good things or bad things. And this is going to stunt productivity and reduce collaboration because most of the information that's going to be these heroes in their head, it's just not well documented. It's not shared with others. And so think of things like bus factor, how many people the company can afford to have hit by a bus and still act normally. So yeah, let's not say bus factor for Superman, but maybe doomsday factor. How many doomsdays can we handle with just one person there to defeat it? If Brent or Superman go on vacation, get sick, or maybe just get new jobs or planets to protect, it's obvious they're going to have a glaring hole for the groups that rely on them. And so when you place responsibility in one person's hands, you risk lack of a shared experience in a team. That doomsday factor, bus factor, whatever you want to call it, and then just plain old burnout. And if collaboration can't happen, if one person holds all the keys, you can't collaborate. And so to change this culture, the big thing that you need to do is you got to admit it exists. You got to take inventory of who's doing what and then start documenting it. And then investigating some tooling that can help sharing that load. So find the weaknesses that you can change. So to start wrapping this up in a pretty red cape, teams help accomplish more. Teams with a shared goal can mitigate disasters better. They can also help reduce overwork on a single person, improve product systems that they are maintaining, and keep things alive. And the same thing, well, that kind of happened at Parts Unlimited when the team worked to stabilize and eventually create better methods of deploying software. They reached a greater level of success and were able to launch that Phoenix project. And so to quote Converge, the band I named this talk after, Hellhammer comes down onto their blade. Our world of widows needs to be saved. It's now or never, victim or victory, rebel or regret. Who you are and what you claim to be. No more heroes. No more, no more. Thanks for watching. My name is Jay Gordon.
Hi there. I'm excited to welcome our next speaker up to the virtual podium, and that's Brittany Woods. Brittany is a lead cloud automation engineer with H&R Block. Brittany is an automator of things based in central Missouri. During her career in technical roles spanning across both the financial and the automotive sector, Brittany has been a major advocate for utilizing DevOps and automation to enhance velocity, increase innovation, and drive business value. She enjoys work that spans not only DevOps and automation spaces, but also into systems architecture and cloud solutions and adoption as well. Additionally, Brittany enjoys teaching others, sharing knowledge through conference speaking, and leading teams. When she's not automating the things, Brittany enjoys casual binge watch on your favorite streaming service, lazy weekends, clarinet and bass guitar playing, and home improvement projects. Her pronouns are she, her. And again, I am delighted to introduce Brittany Woods, who's going to be talking about Unpaving the Road to Ruin, an exploration of DevOps journey potholes. Brittany, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this talk, Unpaving the Road to Ruin. In this talk, I intend to explore potholes that tend to pop up at various stages of a DevOps implementation. Oftentimes, these are going to pop up later in your implementation, so it's good to be aware of them. But before I do that, I want to tell a story. So in the before times, before COVID, I took the same route to community band rehearsals every week. There's one spot on the highway along that route that has a pothole that's continually increasing in size. So every week, it gets a little longer and a little wider. The city is full of potholes, sure, but this one seems to be incredibly persistent. Road crews, they come around every couple months and they fill it with what seems to be asphalt-colored Play-Doh, and every couple months, almost immediately, this pothole starts growing just the same as it was before they fill it. Still, I continued to take this route despite grumbling every single week that it was in the way and that it was growing, almost as if I just wanted to complain about it. But I look at DevOps to be a journey not all too different from my journey to band rehearsals every week. I equate that refusal to take a different route, no matter that I know that the world's most persistent pothole is there, to be that same stubborn resolve that I see many companies go through when they're embarking on their DevOps journey. Why do I keep going this route? Why do I continue putting myself through this? And I keep refusing to change that route, I think, because I'm comfortable with it. And I'm a creature of habit. But more importantly, I'm comfortable with it. It's the fastest. It gets me there without a bunch of traffic. It gets me there without a bunch of stoplights. But it's clearly not the best path to take. So with limited guidance on what DevOps truly looks like whenever it's being implemented, companies have forged their own favorite paths that they too believe would be the best path forward for them. A lot of times, it is the best path forward for them. There were just considerations that they missed. And though there's these warning signs, they continue to charge ahead, steadfast in that resolve to do the DevOps. This comes at a cost. And much like me, they're subjecting themselves to all of these potholes that are along the way. So today, I'd like to identify 2 of these potholes that I'm sure will come up. Maybe, I hope, that by hanging the sign that says caution, that others can avoid hitting these potholes, or at least heed the warning and know that they're coming. And understanding that there's a better, less painful path forward if you can identify the problem early is critical. And at the very least, might save a ton of money. And if you're driving, it might save a ton of money on tires. So who am I to talk about this? Right now, I'm a lead cloud automation engineer, but I'm passionate about DevOps. So quite simply, I really want to help make the work lives of engineers less painful. Development, operations, business, it doesn't matter. I just want it to be less painful. And I hope that by advocating around DevOps and sharing these observations I've made from experience with different companies at different phases of their DevOps journeys, that I can help others in some way not have to feel that pain that I've felt and experienced along my path. So back to these potholes. The first one I want to talk about and spend some time on is tool creep. And this is one that I'm actually really passionate about. So far and away, the most confusing aspect of a DevOps transformation are the tools. DevOps, in its extensive list of definitions, to me personally, means an enhanced collaboration between traditionally siloed development and operations teams, all working toward an ability to innovate faster. That's build faster, test faster, promote faster, literally all the things faster. But part of promoting these ideas, and to use a buzzword that we've all heard way too much, these transformations, has become the marketing of tools that are purpose-built for the thing that you're doing. They're easy to license, they're easy to consume, and for all intents and purposes, they're much cheaper on the surface to acquire and get implemented than a traditional, more monolithic solution. They're literally there to help enable your teams to move faster. Are they going to give you the DevOps? Spoiler alert, they're actually not going to. There's not a tool that's going to give you the DevOps. But along that same vein, these tools are associated with companies that have successfully transitioned their technology operating models to DevOps. That's why they're considered DevOps tools. And this list is literally endless. Case in point, the CNCF Cloud Native Landscape. It's an eye chart. It was nearly impossible to get visible on this slide, and Julian Dunn has made a puzzle based on this that's massive. Sure, these aren't DevOps tools per se, but DevOps tools don't even really exist. These are all of the tools that we find ourselves having to either try to implement or to be experts in, or envious of other companies that are actively using them. And because of these pressures to know the newest things and to implement the newest things and all of that, we're naturally driven to want these tools in our organization. And in many cases, they're a good fit and should be used. That's where the confusion comes in. But using these tools shouldn't be at the cost of your long term. That's your team's long term, your organization's long term. Even more, there are questions that you need to consider when evaluating whether you should use this new tool or not. And it can't just be that the tool is popular or that it's new and shiny and it promises all of these things. In 97 Things Every Cloud Engineer Should Know, I said it's incredibly easy to fall into the glamour of newly available tools, but we must constantly gauge whether implementing these tools makes sense. And I think that it's important and pertinent to most organizations, especially those implementing DevOps. It's important when you're evaluating a new tool to stop, to evaluate, and to think. That's it. And none of this is to say that modernizing isn't the answer, but changing tools every year is expensive. That's how fast technology changes. And oftentimes, it's not really going to buy you any kind of new innovative feature or functionality that your organization needs. The endless list of tools is just going to continue to grow, and some of those are going to emerge as a new, cool, hip thing. And some of those will make sense to implement. But don't discount your current capabilities and business continuity. Another point that I think needs to be considered when you're talking about tools and tool creep and the tools that you currently have in place in your organization is that too many times I see in the process of implementing DevOps and allowing teams to choose whatever technology they really deem best, those teams aren't talking to each other or collaborating with each other. And so by doing this, they're choosing a completely different way to do the exact same thing as another team. And DevOps is really intended to break down silos. It's intended to do the opposite of what is happening. But by teams not talking and by choosing their own tools to solve the same problems that other teams have already solved, new silos are forming. And I mentioned business continuity. This leads to exactly the opposite. So the situation becomes that you have individual teams that understands the tools and the solution they put in place to support their application, but another team with a similar application to support that does basically the same thing and had the same problem doesn't understand anything about the other team's application. And so you're not really breaking down any silo or barrier. And this is a pothole that I think is made larger and more prominent by a neighboring pothole, if you will, or one that you hit immediately as you're hitting the other one, which is an aversion to standards. Too many times as companies are implementing DevOps, they fall into this fallacy of standards as a hindrance to progress. But really, the opposite is occurring when you're attempting to transform your organization without putting any kind of standards or guardrails in place. You may be saying, but Brittany, won't too many standards hinder our ability to move fast? And you probably aren't saying that, and I'm just putting words in your mouth, but bear with me. So much like this tool creep, the aversion to standards is a silent killer. And we're coming from a time when we had pre-DevOps, a ton of red tape and progress hindering standards, if you will, and processes. Those times of old, there were processes for your processes, and there was zero room for any kind of innovation. And you had to sit and wait for 30 plus approvals before you could actually deploy anything. Not to mention, development teams weren't in charge of anything that was running their application. You had a team for each function. To request a new service, you had 10 teams and 10 tasks, and they all had to plan them, and it took forever. The turnaround times were insane. And this doesn't make for an environment conducive to today's technology landscape. It just doesn't. And so because of all of that, we've been left with these scars from that time in our technological lives. DevOps is supposed to be the opposite of these practices. Shouldn't you then, in turn, get rid of standards? And really, the answer is more complicated than you might think. In order for a business to run, you simply have to have standards in place or set expectations and give guidelines on practices to keep your teams humming along together toward a common goal. You can't fall for the belief that by each team starting their own race, that they're going to end up at the same finish line. They're not even running the same race. Their finish lines are on the opposite end of the city. And so put all of your racers in the same race and set them up for success for not only themselves, but for the organization as well. And so what are these standards that I'm talking about? There's considerations that have to be made here to avoid the tool creep that I've been talking about, to ensure that individual teams aren't forming silos and that the people in your organization are able to make an impact. They were brought in because they're the best at what they do, so they should be able to make an impact. And these considerations are around people, software, and communication and collaboration. So cultivating a healthy DevOps implementation truly needs to make consideration in these three areas, especially whenever you're formulating standards. So first, you need comprehensive understanding of the expectations as teams are enabled to choose their own destiny. You need to ensure not only that it's clear where their responsibilities lie for things like application support and outages and incident resolution and all of that, but you also need a clear understanding of the impacts to your org structure. It's going to look different than it does today. Are you going from a very, very siloed with a clear separation of operations teams and development teams organization to doing DevOps? And if you are, as many organizations do, you need to consider what the impact is going to have as you make that change. What expectations are there for your groups? And how does each group's role change in an effort to update the way you run the business? This is really the hard work that comes with DevOps and making those determinations that fit your organization and that are going to allow you to better support your business and your customers. And so we're all different in this way, and there's no single way to do it, which is the complexity of DevOps. But what you don't want to do is just leave these teams up in the air and let their roles shake out however they may in the name of not making any declarative decisions around your DevOps implementation. Again, this is an aversion to standards. You also aren't going to want to draw familiar lines between your development teams and operations, which causes ops to have to handle things like taking on call rotations solely or acting as this glorified operations center. Not only does that discount very important expertise, but it's a sure way to fend off any kind of talent retention in your operations space. You also need software standards. So this doesn't mean promoting the idea that there's only one set of tools that the company can use, regardless of whatever the situation may be. But there has to be some kind of evaluation in place to combat that tool creep. Again, I'm harping on the tool creep. So you have to have standards in place to ensure that teams are not solving the same problem two different ways with two different tools with two different licensing costs that buy their respective applications nothing. And like I said, we've already kind of talked about this, but just to reiterate, teams can, by and large, determine what's best to allow them to innovate faster. But as an organization, you might need to consider that even though it's new and cool or this team prefers it, you actually don't need to be using GitHub, GitLab, Azure DevOps, Bitbucket all at the same time. Maybe you don't need 4 different CI/CD solutions, all with the same features, working to deliver and release your applications. The big considerations to make here is how do you empower your teams to do all of the things while still ensuring that business continuity and this next point, communication and collaboration. So this is a big one and it's important. Communication and collaboration is a key player in doing not only the DevOps, but not falling into a pothole while you're doing it. So you need to do whatever you can to foster this environment of collaboration. And this is especially true for people leaders. The best thing you can do to empower and motivate your teams while combating this aversion to standards is promote and foster these relationships across your teams. Share knowledge, share solutions. Hell, set up a weekly solution show and tell if you have to. Anything you can, do whatever it takes to allow your teams to solution with each other. It harnesses the power of their knowledge. And this also, again, helps with tool creep because they're sharing these solutions and they can see the value in using them. So this also helps with organizational change management when it comes to the roles and the impact people can play in this new DevOps environment. It fosters collaboration. The worst thing you can do is discount the experience and knowledge of half of your people because they fall under this operations umbrella instead of the development umbrella, or inverse because they fall under a development umbrella and not operations. DevOps, in part, is taking both sets of expertise and fostering this growth and collaboration between the two areas. And along those same lines, DevOps practitioners are uniquely equipped to help with tool creep and aversion to standards and guide an organization down a healthy path. Let me say that again for those in the back. DevOps practitioners are uniquely positioned to drive organizational success. They are. Because we know our organizations on a technical level. Not only that, we understand not only what parameters to measure for success, but also what technical considerations must be made while modernizing. We understand the teams involved in the process. So we, these DevOps practitioners, can make concerted efforts to bridge those gaps between teams and enhance these solutions. Not only that, but we're positioned to choose the best technology to reach a solution and collaborate with other teams to ensure these solutions are implemented in clear, transparent, and collaborative ways to ensure that these new silos aren't formed. We're the people on the ground doing the work. And what other person in the organization can facilitate all of these roles and responsibilities? We're uniquely positioned to do that. We're the driving force. Be vigilant, be aware, but more importantly, be the change maker that allows this collaboration. So I know this is a weird spot to end, but those are really the two silos that I wanted to talk about today. And in consideration of time, I'm just going to stop with those two. But I want to thank you for sticking with me through this, and thank you for taking the time to attend DevOps Days Texas. Feel free to reach out to me on Discord. Any questions you may have, if you want to chat about more potential potholes, I'm very open to talking about that as well. I have a lot of opinions in that area. So I'm looking forward to virtually meeting all of you and chatting throughout this conference and even chatting after. Keep staying safe. I know we're all stuck in our houses, but hopefully there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm glad you've attended. Thanks.
And I believe we are live. So if you can hear me, leave me a note in the Grand Hall channel on Discord so that we know that I am actually live. Or maybe Paul will leave our video channel here. My name is Laura Santa Maria, and I am LogDNA. I'm also one of the organizers here at DevOpsDays Texas. We are so excited to have this Firestarter Chat live today. So we've got some different folks from all around Texas to help us talking about how to keep the fires going in Texas and maybe kindle some new ones wherever you are. So on that note, I'm told that, oh yay, it's working. So let's keep going. My first guest today, and I'm going to go through everybody, is actually Mike, known as Senior Pinky. If you want to learn more about all of those lovely emojis that typically come after Bonafide Senior Pinky on Twitter or anywhere else, you're going to head over to Mike Ross, ROS, tx.me. Many people know Mike on social media
Recording
as
in
Bonafide Senior
progress.
Pinky for a couple of reasons. Just ask him anything. Mike enjoys sharing his views as it relates to the culture of movement of DevOps and technologies that contribute to the continuous improvement with customers in the United States and throughout Latin America. He enjoys it so much. Whoop, I lost my train of thought. He enjoys it so much that he became one of the integral local organizers of DevOps Days Dallas, the DevOps Days Live Meetup.org. Since Mike's involvement in the DevOps space, he received exemplary recommendations in social media, such as the LinkedIn community groups, Facebook, and Twitter. Mike's passion in this field shines as he mentors others and enjoys tackling challenges. Mike's vast experience in helping enterprise customers for 22 plus years at Microsoft in various capacities serves as a base as he continues to evolve in his DevOps journey. So we're welcoming Mike up here to the Firestarter Chat. So
hola a todos. Howdy.
Yay. All right. So next up on our panel, I'm going to welcome a fellow Austinite, Boyd Hemphill. Boyd is a DevOps raconteur in the Silicon Hills of Austin, Texas. Boyd founded and organizes the Austin DevOps Meetup with me. He is part of the DevOps Days Austin organizers team. In his professional life, Boyd has been a developer, PL, SQL, and PHP, DBA, Oracle, and MySQL, and systems admin, as well as director and even a CTO. Today, he is the director of cloud infrastructure for Contrast Security. Please help me in welcoming Boyd up to our panel. And you should be able to see Boyd now. And last up to our panel, I am delighted to welcome Reggie Davis from Houston. Reggie is an SRE for, and I can't pronounce this company name, Schlumberger. I'm really bad at names, who has a passion for cloud native application development through the use of tools like Kubernetes and Golang, as well as improving the culture of technology by creating highly collaborative environments. He is the co-host of Coolest Nerds in the Room podcast and co-founder of the meetup group Tech for Culture. I am delighted to have Reggie, so let's give Reggie another warm welcome. Hey. And on that note, so just a couple quick housekeeping notes. We are going to be asking a bunch of questions and everybody's going to get a chance to answer them. If you have a burning question that you really hope I actually ask here on the chat, I'm going to try to watch Grand Hall. You're welcome to tag me with it. I will try to get to it. But if I don't, please do propose an open spaces for tomorrow, because voting is happening right now. Please propose voting an open spaces for tomorrow and we'll get a chance to do that. On that note, though, we are going to start off with our first question. And how did you get involved with your communities that you're part of? And I'm going to start off with Mike. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, well, the way I got started was going to a conference. It was a chef conference. And I got so involved with the DevOps movement that I decided to find a local meetup for DevOps, and that's how I got started. And from there, nice. Everything just took off. Then we started our first DevOps Days in 2016, and we've been doing it ever since.
Awesome. And let's hand off to Boyd.
Howdy, Laura. Similar to Mike, in 2012, I went to the first Chef Conf, and I heard this term, DevOps, and everyone was talking about this book, The Phoenix Project. So I flew home. I almost got kicked off the flight in mid-flight, yelling at the Phoenix Project in the first 50 pages. It's the sand, check the goddamn sand. And, so the stewardess was a little worried about me. And I came home and I looked for a DevOps meetup here in Austin. There wasn't one, so I started one. Not because I wanted to be like this great community guy, but because I wanted to know stuff. Turns out there's a lot of karma in starting a meetup.
Awesome. And last but not least, Reggie.
Absolutely. So I actually am a self-taught engineer, and whenever I first started about 4 or 5 years ago, I would just go to a lot of meetups in the Houston area. And I noticed that I was actually typically the only Black person at a lot of these places. So what I ended up doing was actually just creating my own community group, so I could have, so we could have a place for us people that are of the same cultures that we can kind of feel comfortable talking about technology, things like that. And that's really kind of how my journey got started. And from there, I just kind of continue to get involved in other communities along the way.
Awesome. So now we've got a little bit of a sense of where everybody's come from, and let's start talking about how folks can kind of get started somewhere. So what do you think are the keys to success for starting a new DevOps community, or really any community? And let's actually start out with Reggie, because you've started a few. I'd love to hear more.
Absolutely. I think the number one thing when you talk about getting started in the community is just, to me, like really understanding the purpose. Like what are you doing it for? You know what I'm saying? Is it for sharing information? Is it for just having like minds in the same room? Kind of having a real kind of strong idea of the purpose of the community is going to help really drive the community, help the community continue to grow. I think sometimes I fell into this trap of just trying to create a community just to create a community. And that typically doesn't go really well. It doesn't really grow. People aren't really invested in the growth of the community. It doesn't feel very genuine. So having a strong sense of purpose as to why you want to get involved in the community or even start a community is like a really good start.
Cool. Mike, you want to pick up from there?
Yeah, basically, I mean, the way I kind of got started was more going to different types of meetups, and I attended like Women Who Code, attend different types of meetups and try to diversify yourself between the different types. Try to learn a little bit about all kinds of different meetups that are out there, and that's kind of the way I've started. And then, like I said, in Dallas, there was never a DevOps day, so we started organizing the DevOps days. I asked people to join from the different communities, the different meetups, and try to bring those all together as one.
Awesome. Boyd, do you have more to add?
Well, I'd really like to echo what Reggie was saying, first of all. But the first advice I'd give you if you're thinking about starting a meetup is don't. The first thing that you should do is find out if there's already a meetup, because you don't want to duplicate the effort. And then what you can do is bring your energy to the existing meetup.
Yes.
We have seen that over the 9 years of the Austin DevOps meetup. We have successfully done that many, many times. And it always makes me sad when a new DevOps meetup pops up because somebody wants to have whatever it is, their own thing.
Right.
And they put all that energy and thought into it, and then it kind of dies away. I wish they'd come to us. We could start a special interest group or whatever it is that they want. And sometimes that has in fact happened. So my first bit of advice is don't. My second bit of advice is remember that you're taking on a job. And if you really want to foster a community, build that community in your image first, because then you're invested in it and you're the one that's putting energy into it. And then find the people that are in that community. In that first year, there were several people who never once spoke at the meetup or anything like that, who would come to me and say, it'd be better if we did this instead. And so I tried that instead. and we'd look for better. Some of those ideas were amazing and have sustained us across 9 years. Some of those ideas didn't work out, but because we tried them, people could invest themselves in the community because we were listening. So that would be my advice, in addition to what Reggie and Mike were already talking.
Yeah, to add on to what Boyd's saying, he has a lot of validity to that, because in Dallas, I mean, I see all the time that new meetups start coming up, either DevOps with something added to it, and they just keep popping up all over the place. And we try to consolidate them all into one, but it's hard because sometimes they'll just keep popping up, and you can't ever figure out how to bring them all together. But like Boyd was saying, my advice would also be not to start one. Actually, go out to the meetup.com page and just search on city, in your area, and try to figure out what meetups exist, and then try to join one of those that are more in line with what your interests are.
That makes sense. Reggie, did you have you noticed that?
Oh yeah. Houston? Nah, I'm 1,000% behind it. Look, as a person who started the first Black meetup group in Houston, the number of other Black technology groups that have popped up is really interesting to see, because it's it gets to a point to where it's is this really about community, or is this about you want to grow your brand? And you see a lot of that going on, where a lot of people aren't necessarily always really in it for the community. They're in it to build their brand. Because think about it, if you're a person and you're looking for an opportunity to maybe work at a Microsoft or work at an Elastic or wherever it is, the best thing you could do is grow your personal profile. So you end up with a lot of people who will go and create communities that are really looking to elevate themselves and not actually elevate the community. So I'm 1,000% behind that one.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So I guess really y'all find that the best way to look for a community first is through, if you're moving somewhere new, let's say, is really to go to meetup.com. Do you find like-minded people elsewhere? Have you used something else to kind of organize yourselves?
I'm not gonna lie. Meetup is usually would be my first place I would recommend anybody to go. Because to me, you can go to Meetup and you find a group and you can join it, see if you like it. If not, then you can also see if there's an opportunity for you to actually create something new that isn't there. So before I would even like they said, go and look for a group. I think that Meetup is really probably the best first place to go to.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you find the same way,
Yeah,
Mike,
Meetup.
Boyd,
I would go to
different?
meetups. I would go to meetups.com. I would go to DevOpsDays.org. Try to figure out different places. There's also different conferences out there, so try to figure out those conferences in your area or nearby cities, and figure out what communities are in a nearby city. So
Okay, so kind of lean on people around you, maybe, if there isn't one, kind of thing.
Yeah. I would even say volunteer. When I first started, I volunteered. There was a Node.js conference in Houston, and I didn't know. I just was well, let me just volunteer and let me see what it's about. I don't want to pay to get in.
Yeah.
My logic, I don't want to pay to get in, but I'm willing to help out if I can get in and get access to it. And that was really also another entryway into the community for me, because I met so many people there.
Yeah. Shameless plug as an organizer for a conference. Volunteers are the best thing. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Same thing with a meetup, having that volunteer thing. I don't know about anybody else, but to me, that is amazing. You're willing to volunteer. I will bend over backwards to make sure that you get a chance to come and participate. And if I can introduce you to 30,000 people, awesome. That'd be great. So maybe that's just me, but Boyd knows this, because Boyd did this to me. He introduced me to all kinds of people when I showed up to DevOps Days Austin. So, right, Boyd?
Yes. I'd like to add again to what Reggie and Mike are saying.
Yeah, please do.
And yourself, really, as well, Laura. So we're talking a lot about volunteering in the moment, right? There are so many ways to make a community go. Okay. So don't think to yourself, I'm going to go and start a community because of this Firestarter chat. Better yet, like I said, find the community and then ask yourself how you can impact that community. And in general, it's time, talent, and treasure. Okay. Most of these communities don't need treasure. They have sponsors or whatever. So we can kind of, eliminate that one.
Yeah.
What about time? You're just showing up at the community is what makes it a community. Attend.
Yeah.
Right. If you are able, speak, share,
definitely
commit. Communities our communities anyway, run on content. So provide content to your community. Now, I want to stop there because everyone will think to themselves, well, oh my God, I'm not as polished as Laura Santamaria. How could I ever speak to a crowd? Nor do I have those eyebrows that can just speak sentences. Whatever, right? So your meetups, your local meetups are the place to learn to speak. That is your soft landing for how to share. And in doing that, you gain the karma that Laura was talking about and Reggie was talking about with volunteering. You gain some notoriety and you've made your community better. So I really want to stress it's not just volunteering. It's not just speaking. It's just showing up. That's the first step. I can't stress that enough. Thanks you guys for pointing that out.
Yeah, and at the time that you're volunteering, don't just volunteer. It's great that we get volunteers that want to help out, but if you're going to volunteer, do an effort to help out and meet other people that way, because that's how you're going to network with other people, by volunteering.
Absolutely. So I'm watching the time, and there are some really interesting topics that I'd love to get to right now, which is, I think right now, I don't know about anyone else in other, outside of Texas, but I've noticed a lot of our communities are really struggling right now because of the pandemic. We're not meeting in person. And I guess I want to know, what have you started to notice as some potholes that have come up, and how do you keep your communities connected right now? Because obviously the fires can start to die when we're not seeing each other in person. So how are you getting around that, and how are you dealing with that? And I'm actually going to start with Mike.
Yeah, basically the way I'm doing it is by hosting meetups virtually, and when I do that, I kind of broadcast it all over the place. I'll go on LinkedIn, into different groups on LinkedIn, broadcast that I'm doing a meetup. Try to find speakers that with good content, but basically I broadcast it all over the place. Meetups on meetup.com, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and you'll see me all over the place broadcasting, that we're having a meetup on different topics. Try to find a topic that that the community is interested in. Ask them, go on Slack, broadcast it on Slack. Ask them, where is, what kind of topic you want to listen to? What do you want to hear, somebody talk on? And then try to find somebody that can talk on that topic and provide value to those people out there.
That makes sense. What about here in Austin, Boyd? I've seen some of it, but I'm just kind of curious. What else have you seen that maybe I haven't about?
Yeah, I was going to actually
here.
I was actually going to ask you to speak to this topic. You've done more work.
Okay.
I mean, quite frankly, I've had to step back this year because of other commitments that I have in my personal life, and you and Paul and JJ stepped up to make that happen. I will point this out, though, sadly enough, that I think our community here in Austin is a place that people wanted to go physically and wanted to interact physically. We would have usually somewhere between 60 and 100 people show up on a given night. And when the talks were done, we'd go over to the local pub, and there'd probably be 40 of us that take over half the damn place to hang out, have conversations, network, and so forth. And unfortunately now we're only seeing somewhere between 20 and 40 people show up on any given night. I haven't cracked that code, to be quite honest with you. And I see it in other communities that I run outside of technology. So That said, Laura, you and JJ and Paul have moved heaven and earth on a technology basis, so you guys should talk about that.
I definitely can. I do want to. I guess I can go next. Okay. Because Reggie, I also want to hear how it's going in Houston, because I have a feeling you've been doing some different things. But what I'll say is that, so my experience comes from back when I worked at Rackspace. We hosted a hybrid conference. We were trying to make it so that everyone around the world could get there without necessarily having to get everybody in the same town. And to me, the biggest thing is making it so clear that everyone is welcome. Making it really clear that I will move heaven and earth to make it so that you can attend, because that is so important that the community is there. So it might be a lot more personal reaching out. It might be a lot more like forcing, not forcing engagement, but like really pushing that engagement as much as you can. And frankly, as someone helping to run communities, it's exhausting. I will 100% admit how exhausting that is, but it's really critical to keep all of us going right now. And I mean, also exploring new things. We'll get a chance to play DevOps party games later today, not later this month. You can tell where my brain is. But we'll get a chance to try some new things as well. And I think having new formats, because we have that option, is a fantastic thing. But I also want to hear Reggie's, because I know you're doing a podcast. You've got your meetup going on. What's going on in Houston?
Oh man, if for anybody that doesn't know, Houston is pretty much wide open. But there's definitely still a lot of hesitancy for people to come out. So, you know, we definitely had to take a break for a little bit, obviously because of the pandemic. But if we've really been kind of focused on doing online office hours just to kind of create a space for people to come in and ask questions and talk. But then moving forward, we've actually been talking about just having smaller events. So like right now I'm at a coffee shop. So I go to a lot of coffee shops around town. Coffee shops are typically really cool places for developers to go and meet up and hang out and stuff like that. And they're actually pretty COVID friendly. So reducing the number of people that can attend to maybe making it just a smaller, more intimate event to where we can just sit down, maybe just as a small collective of people and work on something together or have smaller conversations. So they don't have to necessarily be the big bangs that they used to be, right? Where you have the 40, 60, 50, however many people show up to an event. Maybe just having smaller events where you have less than 10. But if you can do that, you know, and maybe just kind of make it a little bit more frequently or have different people host the event, I think it still gives you an opportunity to next.
I definitely think that's true. I think we're starting to lose Reggie a little bit. Maybe that's just me. Could be my internet. My internet's known to be knock over at like the worst possible time. So I would also say though, go ahead, go for it, Mike.
One thing I wanted to add on the thing of building the community is try to be creative. If you're having guest speakers come talk on a different topic, I invite speakers from all over the world. I've had speakers from Israel speaking on our meetups, and you know I adjust the time to be flexible with them. So we'll do like a lunch and learn instead of an evening event, and we'll do something in the afternoon. So you know, try to be a little bit flexible, a little bit creative in doing that in order to build your community.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's a really key piece, is that, you know, all of our schedules have changed.
Yes.
Right. It's not the same where you're going to spend 3 hours hanging out somewhere anymore. Like you got 20 minutes here, you have 40 minutes here, like fill in that space, try to see where you can go. And this is actually a great chance to go explore other communities too, that maybe have the time somewhere else. So you get a chance to see what else is out there. We've got time, I think, for maybe one or two more questions. And I'm going to ask one question, then I have one final one. Do you see any new opportunities for DevOps communities right now? Like something very different? And I'm going to actually start with Boyd, because I can tell Boyd's like, me, pick me. So Boyd, I'm going to hand this off to you. What's that new opportunity?
There's a person named Casey who just said the biggest town in my area is 40,000 people, which means 0 DevOps meetups, of course, right? Okay, so what's the opportunity? I think if we could lean into some sort of hybrid technology. When I was running the Docker meetup here in town, we were at Rackspace and we were broadcasting into the San Antonio Rackspace office. So we would have 60, 70 people in Austin, and we'd have another, I think the largest night was another 20 to 25 in San Antonio. And it was pretty good. We were still working out how the remote folks could better ask questions and whatnot. And I honestly believe, as I think about just, the strides that you and Paul and JJ made with our meetup, in terms of technology, I honestly believe that being able to reach out into those remote areas and get them connected into whatever their largest, local center is a huge opportunity to help folks like Casey out.
Absolutely. Mike, do you have any opportunities you see or anything you want to add to that?
No, not at the moment. There's so many meetups in Dallas that it's hard to try to get away from it, trying to create something new. But yeah, definite. If there's, the only thing that I could think of new would be, trying to get another conference going. If you have an idea for a new conference,
Yeah.
or
that makes sense.
Or the same type of conference that may not exist in your city that exists in other cities, so people don't have to travel.
Makes sense. Reggie, do you see any like new opportunities that you think you need to call out?
Man, I really love what Boyd said about really getting the kind of the cities on outside of the center of the city involved. I think that probably is the biggest opportunity too, just because now that you can do things, you can target towards those people as well. You know what I'm saying? Like it went from being, it's an hour drive to now all I got to do is log in to a Zoom call or something like that. So I think that's a really great opportunity. Right now, it's kind of hard. It's really hard to say. But I think Boyd made an excellent point.
Yeah, I will say that was kind of the idea behind this DevOps Days Texas, was that there's so many communities here in Texas that DevOps Days hasn't appeared at yet. Well, guess what? You have a whole organizers group here that is more than happy to help you get started there. Because it's all virtual. Why not? It doesn't stop you. Obviously, I don't know if anybody realizes this, but the people who are showing up on our Discord are from all around the world. So why not get started? Why not give it a shot? Like, you have a whole support network here. And I think that's really one of the big things that I know I'm hoping everybody takes away from this panel, is that you don't have to go it alone. You have all of these people you can just reach out to who are going to be so excited to say, you want to start a community in Amarillo. You want to go to start a community in El Paso. I don't know, like, or even that small town that you were talking about, Casey. Like, it's important to know that we're here. There's a whole bunch of people who know what this is like and can be your mentors and help you get started. And I'm sure we can also help you connect you to speakers who wouldn't mind giving their talk virtually. Why not?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping y'all take out of this. Maybe that's just me. But so we've got enough time. I know we've got a little bit of a buffer, but I do want to make sure I do get this last question out, and then I'm going to try to look at Discord. My internet's being silly right now, so I did have to close it, but I'm going to double check it in just a moment. What is that final thing, that one thing that you'd like for folks to take away about igniting a DevOps fire where they are? I'm going to give you all a moment to think about it. Boyd clearly is like, I'm ready. Let's do this. So Boyd, why don't you start? Because I can just tell you're ready.
I studied ahead of time. Because Laura told me you better read the questions or she was going to come over to my house and hurt me.
No, I didn't. Wait a minute.
Oh, now you deny it. Sure.
Oh, okay.
She'll take her dog, sick you.
So, so Maddie was asking about, hey, you don't need, or actually really mentioned, hey, you don't really need to have after work meetups. You can do this during the day. I would argue that you're actually abrogating DevOps there, because we really want DevOps is the thing we want to happen in our workplace, and we want that building in our workplace. And so if you're taking time away from my team to be part of a larger group of people at that point, then I'm a little worried that that's going to inhibit the formation of DevOps within the team that I'm trying to build. Now, I'm speaking as a manager here. I do need to acknowledge there's another side of that, which is that is something we can also rally around as a team. And so I'm trying to think of like the best way to form time. The best way to spend that time. And ideally, my folks are interested in wherever they are in the world, going to the DevOps thing near them. But to Casey's point earlier, we don't necessarily have a DevOps thing near us in a lot of it. So, but I do think that's a double-edged sword, and it needs to be thought through pretty carefully. And with that,
but a lot of things like what Maddie is saying is true, and that's why I try to come up with a lunch and learn, because a lot of times, that's what we used to do at a previous company where I worked at. Is if you don't have time for trying to go to a training, maybe do a lunch and learn, and while you're eating lunch, you're learning something new that on a different topic. It doesn't have to happen every month, but put a little bit of flexibility into it, and that time, if everybody's doing it virtually, they'll take a break and eat some lunch and listen to some technical topic on something, Kubernetes or anything else.
Yeah, makes sense. So Reggie, I'm going to ask you that last question, that final thought, because I know we're at time, but I really want to hear what you have to say.
A little goes a long way. A little goes a long way. I think you can increment or a 30-minute block and get a lot out of it. I think that's kind of like the beauty of everything going online, is that we don't have to commit as much time to things that we used to. And so somebody can come in and do a 15-minute session or 20-minute session once a week, and that's all people may really need. And you're not eating up a whole lot of time either. So, even a little goes a long way. It doesn't have to be grandiose. I think some people may think it needs to be. It can be very simple, and it still can be very effective.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Like maybe a 15, 20-minute podcast, Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, this is the time that we had. I want everyone to keep talking in Grand Hall and also propose open spaces for tomorrow. I hope this really has started some fires in our DevOps community, just not dumpster fires. And on that note, I want to say thank you to all of my panelists, Reggie out in Houston, Mike up in Dallas, and my co-host Boyd in Austin. My name is Laura Santa Maria, and I will see you on Discord. Thank you so much. Waiting for Paul to tell me the stream's over. I can't tell if the stream's over, so little back. Yeah, awkward.
I see it recording.
I see it's still recording.
Yeah,
well, you get a little bit like the. Oh, we're good. Okay, cool. This is like the back hall chat.
Recording stopped.
There we go. No,
thanks, y'all. Thank you so much. I hope you had a great time. I really appreciate you coming on with me.
That was really good. That was really good. That was good. That was inspiring.
Good. I'm happy. Well, all right. If you have any questions about Discord, y'all know where to find me. And just thank you so much for coming.
Your next presenter for DevOps Days Texas 2021 is Jim Armstrong of SNIC, or Sneak. Apparently, you can also call it Sneak. The important part is that it stands for So Now You Know. Jim specializes in containers and infrastructure as code. Jim started a career doing traditional IT security at McAfee in the days when servers were physical and you still had to screw in network plugs to the back of your computer. As virtual machines took over the world, he joined VMware and helped make servers, network, and storage software defined. Then this cool little tool called Docker started popping up everywhere, and he realized containers were going to change the world again, and he was lucky enough to join Docker and be part of that revolution. These days, he's taking what he's learned at Docker, VMware, and McAfee and helping companies securely build applications using open source containers and infrastructure as code at SNIC, or Sneak. So DevOps Days Texas 2021 welcomes Jim presenting So Many Vulnerabilities. Why are containers such a mess and what to do about it?
Hey everybody, my name is Jim Armstrong. Really glad you decided to tune in to my presentation today. Just by way of background, as we mentioned in the intro, I work for a company called Sneak. Sneak's a developer tool and security company. Now, this is not a presentation about Sneak or about our products today. It is a presentation about containers and container vulnerabilities, a topic that I know everybody absolutely loves. And so I'm really excited to share this presentation with you. There are things I've learned along the way in my own career, talking with customers, talking with users of containers. Before Sneak, I worked for Docker for a couple of years. And before that, I worked for VMware and McAfee. So I have a mix of system administration, security, and container background. And so today is really about sharing what I've learned along the way. It's not about tools or products. It's about people and process and the things that I've seen successful users do. So I'll go ahead and get started here. What I do want to cover, right, from two angles. I want to cover what we can do about container vulnerabilities. Number one, from just an individual consumer. I'm an application developer. I use containers. What can I do as part of my standard practice to make my containers safer, to get containers with fewer vulnerabilities? And then I also want to spend a little time on what we can do as an organization, right? Going beyond that one person or one small team and thinking about how an organization can set up a good process for containers. How can we handle these things across the board so that we don't have, tons of teams going off in all these different directions? We want to give the developers and application teams the freedom to create great applications and to move fast and to experiment and do all these things. But from a security perspective, we do want to have some control and have some influence on what happens as well. And so I think there's a good intersection there. So we'll talk about that as well. I'll sprinkle in some things that I've heard that are interesting ideas, some of which I think are great, some of which I think are interesting, and some of which I think are only for very, very particular use cases, or maybe no practical use cases. So we'll talk about a few of those things as we go through this presentation as well. Now, key principles that I try to keep in mind when it comes to containers in general, really, but especially container security. The process needs to be repeatable. It needs to be something that applies to anything. Again, it's not about a particular tool. There's loads of container tools out there. I'm very biased towards one, of course, but today isn't about that. Today's not about those tools. It's about the process. The process has to work across any type of container, any type of application. Also needs to be efficient. The reason most of us like containers, the reason most of us use containers is because they make our job easier, because they're easy to build, they're easy to share, they're fast. And we don't want to lose that efficiency because we've started layering in too much onerous security and system administration work. And so we want to stay away from that as much as possible. Speaking of which, the other key principle here is that most of us do not want to be Linux system administrators. Nothing against Linux system administrators. Their job is critically important. And when we get to the team part of this, we'll talk about how that fits in. But as an individual consumer in particular, as a developer, there's only so much time in a day. Most of it's probably you want to spend on actually creating fun code stuff and not learning Linux system administration skills. at the same time, you probably also don't want to spend your day reading CVE reports. And so those are two things that we want to try to avoid a little bit. So these are practices that we can use that fit all these principles to the degree that that's practical. So we'll start with the individual use case as a consumer of containers. Now, when I think of containers, when I think about handling vulnerabilities, there are 4 areas that I think about in terms of the process. The first being your code and your code dependencies. That's probably the most critical because that is the thing you're writing. It's the reason why you have a container. There can be vulnerabilities in your code or in the code dependencies, and it's very important that you take care of those things. That is not what this session is about today, so we're not going to spend any time on that. We will spend time on the base image. We'll spend almost all the time on the base image because I think that's, number one, it's the area where you're going to get the most bang from your buck in terms of vulnerability fighting. And number 2, it's the hardest place to fight vulnerabilities. There can be things that you add to a container. Those things can add vulnerabilities, of course, and we'll talk a little bit about fighting those. But since you control those, it's a little bit easier. And of course, there's the configuration. Is the container running as root or not? Is it what ports are open? Is your Kubernetes cluster set up? And is it safe? Is your deployment written correctly? Loads of things in configuration that are really important security concerns that, again, we don't have time to cover today in this session, right? When it does come to containers, though, when it comes to the base image, and when it comes to the layers that you add, your own instructions for the container, right? Going through this list of vulnerabilities and figuring out where the vulnerabilities occur is not the most important step. It's where the investigation begins because it's going to change how you think about fixing those vulnerabilities, right? If it comes from the base image, then you inherited that. There's only so much you can and probably should do to fix those things. You can install, newer versions of certain packages, and sometimes you can remove packages from a container, those kinds of things. But generally speaking, if you get a list of 700, you're probably not going to go firefight 700 individual vulnerabilities. On the other hand, if you introduced something to a container, there's some tool or package or thing that you added that has vulnerabilities in it, you have direct control over that. And I think that is directly your responsibility to figure out if there's a better version, if there's a newer version, if something's been fixed, or if the tool itself is just bad and you should use something else in its place. So let's dive into it a little bit here, right on the base images. Unfortunately, picking the base image that you want to use isn't always as simple as it seems. If you go out to the hub, you've all seen this before. At this point, I think you can pull down any image with a generic name, Ruby, Python, Mongo, whatever, right? Generally speaking, they are general purpose images. They're meant to handle almost anything you throw at it. And because of that, everything that you might need is crammed into that container as well. It makes the container really big. And then from a security standpoint, it means you've got a lot of places where vulnerabilities can hide out. And generally, that's when you start to see these long lists of vulnerability reports. On the flip side, you have things labeled slim, and there's other kind of phrases you'll use, but slim's a common one. And those are exactly what they say. They're smaller versions of the image. Generally speaking, they removed a lot of sort of the development packages and tooling, which has the effect of making the container much smaller and removing a large number of vulnerabilities, but it doesn't always make the containers super friendly either. So there's a bit of a trade-off when it comes to that. And unfortunately, if you go out to Docker Hub and if you look at Ruby, it doesn't really matter. Pick anyone, Ruby or Python or whatever. If you go out and start looking, you'll find that it's not super simple to really just, there's nothing that screams, this is the image to use and start from. There's 700 tags under Ruby on Docker Hub. That's just a Docker Hub official Ruby. There's loads of other things called Ruby on Docker Hub, of course. So picking the right one to start from is not necessarily super simple. My advice, right? Don't use the generic one. That's my advice. The generic one is good for kicking the tires, for just seeing if something works, for playing around with it, for learning. The reason why I think they're not good, because of size. From a security standpoint, you're going to find far more vulnerabilities in those than you'll find in some of the slimmer images. Also, from a usability standpoint, if you're a developer, right, it's pretty important that the framework versions in your container match the framework versions that you're developing against. Well, those generic names give you no indication of what's actually in the container, and they could change with no warning. Python today, I think, is Python 3.8. In a year, that might be Python 3.11 or something, right? And you won't really know. There's not really anything that says they have to tell you that that's changed. On the flip side, the slim images are also not always the best place to start. I think they're a good place to end. And I'm going to get to that in a second. But from a starting standpoint, they're not always the best. The reason for that, it's really nice that the vulnerabilities go away. They're smaller, and so you reduce a lot of the packages that introduce vulnerabilities. Therefore, you get lower numbers. That's good. We want that. However, because things have been removed, you generally speaking are going to have to manage a lot of these dependencies yourself. And that puts us into system administration territory, which is something we said we wanted to avoid as much as we possibly could. Now, it's not always, incredibly difficult. Here, again, two Docker files. The one on the left is Ruby 2.7, a fatter image, right? This one's not the generic one. It's tied to a specific version, but it's still a fairly fat image. And my application works just great in there. On the right, I went to the Slim Buster version of that Ruby image. So everything is the same except it's a slimmer image. Buster tells me what version of the OS is under there, so I like that too. But you see here, I had to go through, and as I tried to build this through a process of trial and error, I had to figure out which development libraries and packages I needed in order for all my gems to build successfully and for my application to actually work. So now that puts me in the realm of being responsible for all of these things. If they change, if there's updates to them, if there's vulnerabilities in them, and there are, in this case, vulnerabilities in them, then I'm responsible for all of those things as well. So what I really want is all the ease of use of this and not having to worry about, all these little packages and things here. I just want my application to compile and run, dang it, right? But I also want to get rid of vulnerabilities and get this, the far fewer vulnerabilities that we get with Slim Buster. And so I want the best of both worlds. And the way to do that is through multi-stage builds. So you hopefully have heard of multi-stage builds in Docker. This is what a Docker file looks like in a multi-stage build. So you can see there's 2 from lines here. That means there's 2 stages in this one. You could have more than 2. Generally speaking, so I've got this image up here. I build a bunch of stuff in it. In this second stage, then I have this, as you see down here, this copy command. So I'm taking all the stuff I built in the first one, I'm bringing it down. What I'm leaving behind is all the junk, right? All of this stuff that's up here that I had to add into this to actually build those things, I don't need it. I don't need it to actually run it. I just needed it to build those gems. And so I get rid of all those things in this final stage. So the multi-stage builds gives me the best of both worlds. I don't have to manage all these little packages because they're up in this fat image, but I also get to use that my final image is actually based on this slim image. So I get far fewer vulnerabilities. So learn multi-stage builds, use multi-stage builds, love multi-stage builds. They'll definitely help, both from a security standpoint. I think it's better sort of container documentation too. So to kind of wrap up this part, just some general recommendations and a recap, right? At some level, a bit of system administration is impossible to get away from. You're going to have to install things in a container. You're probably going to uninstall some things from a container, fix things, update things. Pick some OS distribution that makes sense for your organization, for your team, even for you as an individual, and then pen to versions, right? We talked about the usability aspects of that. When it comes to getting rid of vulnerabilities in your container, right? Multi-stage builds are the way to go. I think they combine, again, that desire to do less administration, less fiddling with the container, less fiddling, especially with the base image of the container, but they still allow you to use those really slim images at the end. We talked about slim, by the way. There's some really cool sort of projects out there that get even slimmer than slim. So slim, generally speaking, when you look at something from Docker, means they've removed everything except for the essential, what are the most essential packages? And essential is kind of a loaded word in the Linux world, I think. But nonetheless, the things that are considered essential are the only things that are left in those slim images. There are things like distroless. Distroless is really interesting. It's not actually distroless. There is a distro underneath the covers, but there is no shell. There is no package manager. And a lot of the packages that, even the ones that are considered essential, are gone, like the shell, as a good example. And so, that's great from a vulnerability perspective. it does have implications for usability, right? How do you install things when there's no shell or no package manager in particular? And so there's some things to learn. There's a curve that comes with that. But from a general security perspective, I think it's a really interesting thing to think about. Generally, what I would say is let somebody else be your system administrator when it comes to containers. Docker, Red Hat, VMware, AWS, Microsoft, somebody has images that you can use. And wherever you're sort of going to run them, whatever your use case is, there's probably one of those that makes sense, or if not more than one of them that makes sense. They publish updates all the time. If there's a vulnerability and it gets fixed, they publish a new version of the image. Generally speaking, when you pull these things down, we'll see this in the next section. When you pull down an image, even if it has vulnerabilities, chances are the reason that those vulnerabilities still exist there is because they're not fixable. And so what are you going to do in that case, right? There's very little you can do except get to slimmer and slimmer images just to try and get them removed completely. But let them be your system administrator. With that in mind, then you have to rebuild often, right? If you're pinned to a version like Python 3.8, that's great, but Python 3.8 still has vulnerabilities in it. And tomorrow they could be fixed. Or tomorrow a new high severity vulnerability could be discovered, right? And that gets fixed. And you want to get that fresh image that takes care of that for you. So if you're leaning on Docker, Red Hat, VMware, whoever, to be your system administrator, then you still need to rebuild often so that you get the actual goodness that they're providing underneath the covers. And then finally, if you're pinning those images to some version, you need to move your pins every once in a while, right? You don't want to be pulling down an image that's no longer supported, no longer being maintained. So keep those things up to date and moving along. Final thing, just philosophically, getting to zero is almost impossible. The one edge case is scratch containers, and that scratch containers are, they're great for certain use cases. Mainly only if your application compiles to a binary, you can just copy that binary in. And if that's the only thing that's in your container, then chances are you won't find any vulnerabilities. Those use cases they're very language dependent, right? C, C++, some of those sorts of things, Go, Rust, maybe those will compile to a single binary you can just copy in. But generally speaking, the Scratch is something that I think it's one of those things that sounds cool, but avoid it for most use cases. But other than that, getting to zero should not be your ultimate goal. Okay. So the next thing, then, we've talked about sort of the individual process, some good best practices to put in place there and think about and ways to sort of build and think through logically about what kind of base image you want to use and how you're going to get to a slim final result. How do you do this as a team, though? How do you do this when you have a bunch of teams and a bunch of people that manage things? And sometimes the teams want to do their own thing, and you're in a big organization. There's processes that I've seen that I think work really well if they're handled correctly, if they can be automated, and if you have the right sort of governance and everybody's on board with it, right? I think those things are really, really important. So again, kind of thinking through the layers of an image. We talked very simply in the individual use case about the base image and then all the other stuff I add to it. Well, if you have a big team, each one of those layers might have a team that's responsible for it. So the base image that a Docker or VMware, Red Hat, whoever you're getting your base images from, right? That might not actually be what you call internally a base image. What you call internally a base image might be something that somebody else builds. They may take those images, say the Ruby image, whatever image from Docker, and they build their own internal Ruby image. And that's what they want you to consume. And that's a very common thing that I see across a lot of organizations. The good thing there is usually there's a lot of security people involved. Those security people and Linux system administrator type people are very good at actually understanding all these things, right? Again, as a developer, I probably don't want to be a system administrator, but if I have a system administrator who can build a container for me, then I've offloaded that task. So that kind of fits my criteria. I'm not a system administrator anymore. So that's a good thing that people have done. The next thing you'll find, obviously you have whatever languages and frameworks and things that you you want to consider those sort of what I would call middleware, I guess, or common software. There may be monitoring tools and testing tools and other things that you use that fall into this category as well. In some places, generally speaking, larger organizations, there's a team who's just responsible for that. And what they might actually do, and probably one of the only times I would recommend it, is when they start with a base image, they start with just an OS. And then this team, there's a team that will harden that OS, create that, sort of solid foundation. This team will then add in whatever language stuff is needed depending on your language, right? So now you've got your internal Python image or your internal Java image or whatever the case may be. Even if you're in a smaller organization where that doesn't make sense, you might still have some people who handle those things. So you have a common, sort of middle ground that everybody's using, at least mostly the same tools. And then of course, there's still your application and your layers that come at the end. But this is a good way of sort of splitting up those responsibilities for a container. The goal here, I think, at least from a security perspective, there's probably lots of other goals. The goal here is to keep all these things in alignment though, right? If I'm managing that internal base image and I've got, these downstream consumers, I want to make sure that if I update what my base image, that everything else gets updated as well. There's some signal downstream that says you need to rebuild, you need to refresh and get all the latest goodness that I've included in this base image. And if you have that middleware step, then you need to rebuild that. And then of course your application images as well. And then those need to be redeployed so that you're safe in production. The idea, if you do this right, is that you really only have to fix vulnerabilities once, right? If I'm on the team that manages the base image, I fix it, and then nobody else downstream has to worry about it. They just need to rebuild, right? That's the real goal here, is that only one person or one team has to worry about those things. I fix it once, and everybody that consumes downstream from me gets to take advantage of it. Again, there's really sort of three generalized processes, generalized sort of people groups that we see working on this. We talked about the sort of the one team to rule them all. That's really that first thing, the first part of this presentation. You own everything in the container. It's all up to you to manage things correctly. The other one that's common is people just want to build that internal base image. So they take the Docker base image or Red Hat or wherever, they harden it a little bit and they say, okay, internally, this is the image you use and you can do whatever you want from there. Really sort of a two-step process. And then the third is, generally speaking, with larger organizations, larger teams, where there's somebody who hardens that base image. Usually it's probably an OS distribution, just a plain Jane sort of container. There's somebody that builds the common software on top of that. Then there's finally the application teams. And so that's great if you have all that expertise and people to actually handle those things. Of course, there are pros and cons, as there always are with everything. The downside, obviously, if you have one team, or if you're responsible for everything and you're not in coordination, is you can end up with all sorts of things out there running, right? And you lose that efficiency, you lose some of that scalability, you lose some of that repeatability because everybody's doing their own thing. And so even if you have that, and that's your process, which is fine, it's still good to think about how other people are using images and trying to find some commonality there. If you have that base image team, it's great. However, there's a little bit of governance required, right? And again, it's a trade-off. If we're too strict about the governance, if we force people to do something and it's too onerous in particular or slows them down too much, then they won't do it. They'll do something else. They'll figure out a way to get around it. And so we don't want that. But this doesn't have to be onerous, right? We're talking about base images. We're just making a better base image. We're giving them less things to worry about, right? That's the real goal here, is figuring out how we can make their life easier by helping them manage these things. And the same thing goes with this, further on down the line, the more teams and more layers you add, you get more specialization, you get more expertise, but that additional coordination, at some point it starts to just get there's too many layers and too many steps and too many things to worry about. And you lose the efficiency and you lose the scale. So what does this look like in practice? It's fairly simple, right? So you have somebody that builds a base image. They do whatever they do. They add stuff, they remove stuff, they put things in there to harden that image and configure it to run correctly. And from there, you still want to scan, right? It's still important to know what's in that image. even if you're doing this on your own and you just trust Docker and you say, okay, I grabbed this official image from Docker and now, still got 100 vulnerabilities in it, but I'm going to assume that Docker didn't fix them because they can't be fixed, right? There's some reason why they haven't been fixed yet. So I'm just going to cut there and go. But that's your baseline. If tomorrow, in this instance, there's 178 vulnerabilities in this particular image when it was scanned. If tomorrow there's 179, then something new has popped up, right? And then I need to be alerted. I need to know about those things. But the other thing that baseline does is for the next team in the line, right? There's 178 things that they don't have to worry about. Hopefully, with this process, you've got some tool that will help you ignore things and help you build this automated process for ignoring things. So if there's 178 vulnerabilities in this base image, I don't want to alert the application team downstream to 178 vulnerabilities. Hopefully I can hide those things from them because it's my responsibility as the base image maintainer to deal with those. It's not the downstream consumers. That's what this process is really trying to get to, is freeing people from worrying about those things and putting them in, the responsibility of a particular owner. So in this case, we have 178 vulnerabilities. Let's assume we have some process for ignoring those things and everybody else doesn't have to worry about them. Still, as a base image owner, right, I need to rebuild often. I need to, go out and get the new image from Docker or wherever fairly quickly. But again, the idea is that I'm going to say these are, these vulnerabilities we're going to choose to ignore on down the line. When it comes to the middleware team, then they don't have to worry about those 178. They add whatever they add to the container as part of the middleware. They do their scans. And now, right, the only things that they have to worry about are vulnerabilities that they added. So in this case, we found 180 vulnerabilities in our middleware image. In reality, remember, we had 178 in the base. So there's only two new vulnerabilities that have been introduced by the middleware team. And so those are the things that they have to go and figure out. Can I take care of those? Can I wipe those things out? Or, are those things that I'm going to say we're going to ignore? I'm going to audit, create an audit trail for those things. And then the next team in the line can ignore those vulnerabilities. Again, lots of ways you can do these things. Sometimes the container tools offer them. Sometimes you have vulnerability management tools that will offer you the audit trail and the ability to set up some of this, these things for ignoring vulnerabilities. You need something, right? You don't want to just ignore things because, somebody down the hall told you could ignore it. You need a reason, you need documentation behind it, and you need a process. Again, things need to be automated, it needs to be efficient. And then finally, you have the application. So again, your application, your code dependencies, all those things need to be free from vulnerabilities before you get them into the container. But you're only responsible for those things that you add on top of the container. And in this case, we did pretty good. We didn't add any vulnerabilities. The other things that are there, not our responsibility, right? We'll let somebody else handle those things. So I hope that gives you a good, at least a good idea of the way that this works for others. Again, most of it has nothing to do with the tools you use. You want tools that support that process. And I think that's good, right? You want to come up with the ideas, the way that you want to work with this. And then hopefully, your tools will match that. If they don't, then maybe you need different tools. But nonetheless, I think that's the best way to approach it. Think about how you're using base images. That's the biggest bang for your buck when it comes to reducing vulnerabilities. In most cases, unless you're installing an obscene number of things yourself in containers. But for most people, it's the base image that's going to make the biggest difference in vulnerabilities. Think about how you use them. Think about multi-stage and other ways that you can, both make your life simpler from a management standpoint and from a vulnerability standpoint. Think about who fixes vulnerabilities, who's going to be responsible for that when you do get the report. And who's going to go through it and make sure that the right things get fixed, that people are prioritizing the right vulnerabilities. Like I said, you're still going to end up with some. Which ones are you going to worry about? Think about, how you make base image management easier overall, right? As teams get bigger, as organizations get bigger, as container usage spreads, you don't want to get to the wild, wild west with containers because too many things can be left unchecked. And be dangerous. And so you do want to have some process here. You do want to have a bit of governance. Again, the real goal here is to actually make people's lives easier. It's not just to set up process to make people do extra work, right? So that you can fill out an audit report that says you have fewer vulnerabilities. The goal is to make people's life easier when it comes to these things, give them less to actually have to worry about, and make it faster for them and easier for them to use containers. And then again, it's all got to be automated. All of these steps, whether you use one tool or you cobble together, 16 different tools to do it, doesn't really make a difference. It needs to be automated at the end of the day. So that's where I'm going to end. I appreciate you listening to me today. I hope the DevOps Days is going really well for all of you. For those of you in the Dallas area, I hope to get to see you someday soon. Feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. That app that was here at the end, I was talking about the team process. There's actually a demo version of it. So if you want to kick the tires and play around with the demo app and sort of think about how something like that might apply to your own internal processes or how you would build processes around an app like that, there's a link here to that repository. You can play around with it and go. A very simple app, as you saw there. So really easy to understand and pick up and play around with. But again, any questions, I hope you will reach out. And thanks again. Have a great rest of DevOps Days. Hey, everybody. My name is Jim Armstrong. Really glad you decided.
Next up to our virtual podium, I am pleased to welcome Boyd Hemphill. Director for Cloud Infrastructure for Contrast Security. Welcome to the era of self-protecting software. Boyd Hemphill is a DevOps raconteur in the Silicon Hills of Austin, Texas. Boyd founded and organizes the Austin DevOps Meetup. He is part of the DevOpsDays Austin organizers team. In his professional life, Boyd has been a developer with PLSQL and PHP, a DBA with Oracle and MySQL, and a system admin, as well as a director and even a CTO. Today, he is the director of cloud infrastructure for Contrast Security. Boyd and I know each other for co-organizing Austin DevOps, and I am delighted to welcome him to the virtual stage for his talk, Continuous Improvement from Day One, an FNG's onboarding journey. Boyd, take it away.
Howdy, everyone. My name is Boyd Hemphill. I'm here to talk to you a bit about how we onboard engineers at Contrast Security, specifically on our cloud engineering team. I'm going to talk a little bit about the rules of the talk and observe the rituals. It's going to be a little stranger in terms of its construction than you might be used to. Let's get going. I'm an old man. I yell at the cloud engineers. I'm hiring, so if you want to get yelled at, hey, that's good marketing, right? And I think I yell because I was probably a sysop DBA. I was a PHP developer, and that's why I developed YAML today, because PHP. I've been a DevOps because everyone knows that's the job title, and I was recently a CTO, and it was fun, but not my ball of wax. Today, I'm the director of cloud engineering, like I said, at Contrast Security, where we're doing a pretty good job onboarding engineers by all accounts. So here we go. This talk works on two levels, and that's what's going to be strange about it. It's going to be the mechanics of a program, which is what most people are going to want to think about. And then it's going to be talking about the actual construction of a continuous improvement loop. We get told every year at DevOps Days, continuous improvement, all the things. Nobody ever really talks about the details of how that comes about and what kind of thinking is necessary to build such a loop. So I want to try and expose a bit of that this time. Maybe I should say no talk I've ever gone to, or I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying attention. Anyway, we have a number of team norms. One of them is transparency. I can't stress that enough, right? Screw up, just raise your hand and say, I screwed up, let's get going, right? It's not only okay on our team not to know something, it is necessary on our team not to know things. There's just too much to know in terms of what we do and the breadth and depth of what we're trying to accomplish. Therefore, it is not a failure or an embarrassment to ask a question. Rather, it isn't a failure to not ask the question. And we write everything down. But it's carved in soap, not in stone. All right, that metaphor works on two levels. One, it's easy to change. And two, it's subject to bit rot. Just go carve something in your soap tonight in your shower and then look at it in a week, and you'll realize that it probably needs to be looked at again. We have a weekly team meeting that's run in the lean coffee format. That effectively means that it's the team's meeting. They put the stuff on the agenda throughout the week. They vote on what they want to talk about, and then they vote repeatedly on whether or not we want to continue talking about something. The idea being that, kind of like Openspaces later today, we're going to talk about the things that the people want to talk about. We're going to talk about them for as long as they need to get talked about. And we're going to make decisions, and we're going to, write them down. Go figure. A little more, I have some team rules. Don't come talking to me about tools. Come talk to me about problems. Right? You don't have a chef problem, you have a configuration management problem. And when we can elevate our thinking that way, we can actually get to what we're trying to solve. And, hey, maybe chef is the right thing, but we tend to use tools as shorthands to describe things. And that's great when you're trying to make a quick point. It's not great when you're trying to derive a solution. Okay. Remember, I say to my team this constantly: all credit to you, all blame to me. When mistakes are made, they just point at me and say, talk to Boyd, right? I authorize all of their work. Not each and every time, just you go do what you do. If you screw up, let me know. The only thing I'd like to know is that it happened before somebody comes and tells me about it. No big deal if that doesn't happen. And two, if you're going to screw up, just make sure the next time you do it in a new and novel way, all right? Learn something from the mistakes. That's all I ask. So, talk rules. I get a lot of questions. I'll get to those in chat, in Discord. I'll hang around after the talk if there's still more interest, whatever y'all want. And remember that I'm not right. I just hope I'm on the way to right. Finally, the slides are not in presentation mode on purpose. What this does is anyone coming back to look at this later because they wanted to extract something from it has an index along that left-hand side to help their memory along so they don't have to watch the entire video to get where they want it to be. Defining the problem. So here we go. This is the actual beginning of the meat of the talk. All right, so high-level ideas at this point, not the actual mechanics. What drives us is that in order to perform the work the business needs from us, we must maintain control of unplanned work and constantly seek to remove it when possible. All right, and this is basically straight out of the Phoenix Project by Gene Kim. All right. The models that we use to reason about this philosophy basically go like this when applied to the FNG. If an FNG should know something in our organization, it should be written down. FNGs are also good at knowing what they don't know. We hire people that have knowledge and expertise in the tooling that we use, but they don't have our context. And so they're ideally placed within the team to improve the next FNG experience. But in reality, what they do is improve the entire team from their first day, and I'll demonstrate that a little bit later. And this is the basis of the actual continuous improvement loop. I'll show you how we're building towards the end of the talk. All right, the need. We are going from 5 people to 12 people in a few months. Contrast is a rapidly growing company. Okay, so we know we're probably going to do it again this year. All right, investing in this, it took me about 60 hours to put it all together. It has been an investment that has paid over time and time again already. Interrupts from FNGs are still interrupts. Remember that philosophy? So we want to lower the need for the FNG to interrupt the team and thus make every remaining interrupt from that FNG valuable. It's also a way for us to keep our documents fresh and relevant and to improve their usefulness outside the team. For example, developer gets a page at night. They look at a run book. If that run book was written by somebody new and without context, it's much more likely to be relevant to a developer who doesn't do our job day in and day out. And that's a win for the organization as a whole, not just our team. All right. So this FNG business, some people are like, oh my God, how can you call them FNGs? Well, first of all, everyone kind of gets a chuckle out of it, right? So it's just kind of part of our, joie de vivre that it's okay to be, the fucking new guy or the fucking new gal. But ultimately, the choice of this particular term was very, very literal and very, very important. Okay, go and read the Wikipedia article. It may not be safe for work. There's some pretty rough language in there. But ultimately, what was happening is soldiers show up. They're green from the States. They're going to Vietnam, and bad things are going to happen, and they happen really, really often. And so that's where this concept of FNG came from. For us in our industry, it's often not do or die, but we know that when somebody finally gets root after they're done onboarding, it's probably going to be a bad day or two for a few of us who are on call the week or the next week when they make their first production change. But we don't hire stupid people. So the FNG knows that too. And it is a crucial form of empathy to acknowledge this, because if they're safe, the learning happens faster. Hey man, we know you're going to screw up. It's okay. Go ahead. Go try some things. Let's get it out of the way. We're ready. We support you. You have at it. All right. So we recognize the stress involved there, and we want to make it as safe as possible, or at least, we can't tell people how to feel, but we want to build an environment where they can feel safe. The business outcome. It's common wisdom that it takes months for a new hire to become ready. How many months would the business ask? And how ready will they be? These are the people that sign our paychecks. So, hey, they should get to ask, right? So here's what we commit to. In designing this program, we commit to being a senior hire being ready in 2 months, about 8 weeks. We commit to a junior hire being ready in 3 months, about 12 weeks. In practice, it's usually between 6 and 8 weeks so far. What can the FNG do? Another thing, so we know when they're going to be ready, but what does ready mean? What are the capabilities? Ready means that they're ready to share the on-call burden. They're ready to independently find answers to questions. They know when to ask for help, and they can put changes into production. They have the actual privileges in the environments to do that. So what we've done is we've created predictability for the business. In general, industry standard, it's about 10 weeks to hire an engineer per position. We tend to fall right in that norm. It takes about 8 weeks to train them. So we know it's going to take more than a quarter from the time the business says, go hire some people to go faster, to when we're actually going faster. The fact that we can communicate, that's about 18 weeks, means the business can plan a little bit better. And they appreciate that. And that means we get more notice when the business wants to accelerate because they understand what our constraints are. And thus, if they want an impact next quarter, they needed to tell us, not now, but the quarter before. So welcome aboard, FNG. What are the actual mechanics of this? So this is where we're going to crack open what's actually going on in the context of that larger picture I just painted. And then again, we'll get to how this all looks like continuous improvement at the end. I'm going to mention continuous improvement a number of times. So, it's a dead horse that'll get beaten. Or no, actually, it's a live horse you should be running. Okay, components overview. Our system is really nothing more than a welcome email, a buddy system, an epic of tasks to complete, mission to improve everything that the FNG touches, and the documentation on operating the onboarding program. Think about that for a minute. There's your first meta. We wrote down all the instructions for operating this thing so that if I'm hit by a bus, they can still continue to onboard the exact same way. All right. What's the welcome email look like? Remember the Phoenix project? Standardize your work. So rather than writing an individual email 7 times, I just created an email template, which may seem a little impersonal, but actually it got improved. This is the message that everyone gets. I literally screen capped this right out of our Confluence page, all right? And anyone on the team, including the new guy, the new gal, can improve it. And when we hired a new guy in New Zealand for the first time, as we were originally going global, he made this much more time zone friendly. And that was fantastic. Now, it took a little bit for him to do that, but he did. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. But I just want you to remember, the act of writing it down, the act of standardizing it, meant that it could be improved by anybody, not just me. A buddy system. Cloud engineering buddy, on our team, is nothing more than somebody who will have a few virtual lunches with them, help them get their week 1 tasks done, check in with them a few times, and then offer to rubber duck. I'll mention rubber ducking a few times. Basically, it's just, you take your new person and you talk to them as if you were trying to explain something to a rubber duck their first few times. If you really want to get fancy, you put them in front of the keyboard, you talk to them like a rubber duck, and they do the talking. It's better learning. But, it's all about what you're comfortable with. We also assign an application engineer buddy because we support applications. And so we want to know how things work, right? So that person will also have a couple of virtual lunches with the buddy. They'll answer questions about how the application works. There is even a ticket that says, hey, get a demo from that person of how Contrast works. And then they also check in with them once or twice a day for the first couple of weeks until that demo happens. So it's all fairly easy on the buddy, but think about what we're doing here. As part of being successful on our team, we need to have successful relationships with the application developers and the SDETs and so forth and so on. So having an application buddy is super important to launching our newest hire into a successful posture within the organization. So that's why those two things exist. But I do really want to talk carefully a bit about what a buddy system is not. It is not a reason to direct message all of your questions to a single person. Remember, on our team, it's okay not to know stuff. So any single person is not going to know everything. So it's already an anti-pattern. The FNGs are expected and encouraged constantly to ask all their questions in our team channel. So occasionally when somebody says to me, hey, how is this done? Because they think they need to ask the manager, I say, ask that in under-opera. Invariably, my answer informs other people who hadn't thought about it, who haven't thought about it in a long time, or just flat out forgot, right? So what happened there? It means that everyone got to see that and the entire team got to improve. Now, I'm going to pause here and I'm going to talk a little bit about organizational maturity when it comes to information. There are basically 3 levels. Individual, one person knows a thing. That's your proverbial bus problem. They get hit by a bus, whatever it is that they know is lost and then has to be rebuilt from the ground up. Never a good thing. You can go to tribal, which is what you can see here. The tribe of cloud engineers, because we work in our channel rather than in DMs, now knows those basic things collectively. And so we run a lot less risk. However, that knowledge is still chaotic because it's all sort of like verbal, right? It's not written down, which gets us to the third level. Writing it down institutionalizes it. And so here we are back to the whole we write things down. Why? Because then it becomes part of our normal practice. It can be standardized and it can be improved upon. Again, you see the whole team improving here. Finally, let me be really explicit. PMs kill your improvement loops. Try to foster a community of shared knowledge, because shared knowledge is better than knowledge silos. Encourage knowledge sharing by asking your own questions in the channel. As a leader, whether you're a technical leader or a manager like I am, be vulnerable. Even if you know the answer, just ask the question so that you're modeling the very behavior you want, because that benefits not only the new person in getting them comfortable with that, it reinforces with your team that same expectation. We all suffer from imposter syndrome. Asking a question is way harder than trying to fake it in a lot of cases. But we need to ask the question if we're going to improve. And so we must make it okay. Now, mechanically, the eureka is so obvious that it's almost embarrassing to point it out. Our first iteration of onboarding was this giant checklist, and we were super proud of it because we had been really, really thorough in developing it. We had 2 engineers come on 2 Novembers ago-ish, and they said, hey, this is actually one of the better onboardings I've ever had. But in a retro, they said it wasn't good enough. And the epiphany for us was tracking the work in checklists, you got distracted. And so I had the brainwave, I'm going to turn all those checklist things into tickets. So I did. It took me about 60 hours. The side effects were immensely impactful. I mean, the idea is obvious. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's really nothing magical about it. But the side effects are where the real power is. The tickets are tracked on our Kanban board. So when somebody drags across their first ticket, which says, buy yourself lunch on Uncle Contrast, we can see that they're going to buy themselves lunch on Uncle Contrast. And they're going to bring that to the stand-up. And they're going to say, today I am buying myself lunch on Uncle Contrast. At which time I can say, great, DM me when you submit your expense report. Look at the good use of a DM there. Nobody needs to know the other person's expense stuff. I'm the only one that can approve it. DM me when you've submitted your expense report, because I want to compare that with, did I get the email? And if not, I want to make sure they're set up right. So I'll hit up our finance team and say, hey, this person's probably not assigned to the right manager, which can happen a couple of times, a couple times a year. All right. So, but the real power here is the F&G's work is the same real work that anybody else on the team. Right there on the same board. It moves the same way. It's discussed in exactly the same way during stand-up every single day. And we can check in with that new person every single day. And they can ask questions and stand up every single day. Hey, I'm going to do this today. What should I do? I'll talk about that just a little bit more later here. All right. So what does this epic actually look like? Well, there you go. You can take a screen cap if you want. Honest to God, I'd probably get you more detail if you really want it. I'd question your sanity. But ultimately, the things to pay attention to here are these are broken up by week. Not in some fancy, we automate and track it. Just, hey, man, these are the things, this is about what you should get done in week 1. And this is about what you should get done in week 2, and so forth and so on. It's a mixture of the broad. Hey, approve all these PRs this week. Now think about going back to that's on the Kanban board. That gets tracked. We know that so-and-so should be improving those tickets. And so when I submit a PR, if I don't see them reviewing it, I can say, hey, don't forget, I need your approval on this before I can move forward. And by the way, do you want to watch me launch it when I'm done? All right. And then the very specific, buying yourself a lunch, et cetera, et cetera. The tickets themselves are effectively formatted in the way that we expect people to write tickets. This is indoctrination. They see 50 of these things, they're going to pick up the habit themselves. We don't have to say blah, blah, blah. And when we say, hey, that ticket's not formatted properly, they just go, oh, yeah. And they already know because they've seen 50 examples of what things should look like. We know that we've hired good people when they get behind in this because they start going down bunny holes, right? So, beyond just the format of the ticket, we say, hey, you should go read about this thing and do that thing. And they go, and, it's week 2 and they're still doing week 1 tasks. What happened? Well, I read this and I read this and I read this because I was just super interested about it. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's a good thing. They were interested. Thus, they learned better. But each task is not as prescriptive. We really want people to use their honeymoon period to Honeyman. Go explore. Go find your way around. What interests you? That tells us an awful lot about who we hired as well and what their interests are and where their strengths may lie. So we have this JIRA label that's just FNG. Imagine that. And when we see tasks that are easy, things that we know a new person could do and gives them an entree into touching the code and what have you, we label those and we try not to do them when we know we have new people coming in. So we've got a stack of 30 or 40 things laying around that we know it's safe for them to pick. And we just say, pick the things that interest you. And some people very quickly will say, those are kind of easy. And we just tell them, go look at the rest of the backlog, choose your own adventure, right? So we get things done during that FNG period that we may not have normally gotten done, which is great for the team. And they get to choose their own adventure and learn their way through our systems in a way that's interesting to them, which means they're learning better. Because they find their way to the info, it's far more valuable to them. Having been a teacher for 10 years, I'm really confident in making that statement. All right. We give them the mission of improving all that they touch. So the FNGs are ideally suited to improving the documentation because they have little assumed context and they have the time to do the changes in the documentation, and they're motivated to contribute in a meaningful way. And they know this is meaningful because they're living it right in the moment. Okay, so if they have to ask a question, they should improve that documentation. What's really great is if you go back up to that giant epic, you'll see Jenny Clerkin as one of the authors of a ticket, amongst all of my name, right? What she realized was really interesting, and I'll get to that here in the meta in a little bit. So, improve all that they touch. So again, can't stress this enough. The FNG learns fast that pointing out places to improve results in positive outcomes. Instead of us being defensive, we're like, oh, wait a minute, that's not written down good enough for you? Well, what do you want to write down? That's factually correct. You should make that improvement. You go right ahead. Okay, again, that conversation is happening right there in the Slack channel. Everyone can see it. Everyone is learning. The team is constantly finding things that we overlooked or prioritized incorrectly. Okay, FNG points this out. Oh man, that's really important. We should fix that. All right. So it's just another meaningful contribution that they're making during their onboarding time. And again, from day one, it gives them a real mission to accomplish while they're also accomplishing the mission of onboarding. So I promise you that I would crack this open, if you will, take it up a level really, and describe what the continuous improvement loop looks like, what we were thinking when we built this. And I want to say, yeah, I wrote all this stuff, but I didn't, I'm just the author. The ideas came from everyone on the team. So keep that in mind. The important points, that welcome email, that was improved by our first New Zealand hire, who taught us a whole lot about time zones, like I was saying. But he needed a lot of coaxing because I was the author and the only one when he came aboard. So he needed to be told many times, it's okay to edit something I wrote. He kept leaving comments. I'm like, just fix it. So he did. Now his name is on it. And I never had to really encourage anybody else, the other two people who have changed it, because now it's just the norm, right? So we had to break a little bit of friction down at first. But it can only happen, ultimately, if that template exists first. So I gave up a little bit of the personal and went for, let me institutionalize this so that people get the same experience, and then that experience can be improved by the entire team. Most tickets tell the FNG to go read a Confluence page, take an action. They often ask questions in our team channel, and the answer is often, oh, you'll need a key to do something like this, blah, blah, blah. There's an immediate follow-up by another member or the same member or something like that. Hey, don't forget to update the documentation with that so that that doesn't get asked again. The next FNG won't have to ask it, and the existing team members won't be bothered again, including that FNG. The members of the team who didn't know the answer are also seeing that answer and are feeling a little bit better because they know that answer is now written down if they don't have time to act on it in the moment. Again, that's that benefit of institutionalizing the knowledge instead of just stopping at the tribal maturity. Operating the onboarding, well, again, all the instructions are written right there. Any FNG can go and say, well, you should have done this instead of that. Great. Sometimes that comes up in the team meeting so we can have a discussion. Sometimes it's just dead obvious that they're right. And I'll tell them, somebody else will tell them, you should fix that. So the instructions for making the onboarding work are right there. And what you see there is a picture of the bottom of the actual page. They're continue to improve the tasks in the epics. Again, the story of Jenny adding something will come up here in just a minute. And The process of onboarding improves with each new person. And again, the team really is improving the entire time. See, I can't stress this enough. Writing things down pays. All right, so I'm going to go to the bottom point here real quick. The slide is structured in a way that should show the number of levels we're thinking on for something like this. All right. She added an entirely new ticket to the onboarding program. She's in Belfast, and she pointed out a blindingly obvious hole in our program, which was we are migrating to Terraform from CloudFormation, but we had failed to update the onboarding to include this. So she suggested a truly wicked task that would not only allow for the technical accomplishment early. I mean, let's face it, you hire an engineer, they want to do engineering stuff, right? And that's far better than I would have come up with, because I think like manager land. And her name is on that list of tickets. So just like the guy from New Zealand who improved the onboarding email template, she's cracked it so that anyone else feels like they can add a ticket or even take a ticket away, which has already happened. That's really, really important, because now we have outstanding workstation configuration instructions. We have a clever way to test that setup as well. And this is something we didn't have normalized previously. So we'd actually had 2 new people come in who didn't twig to that. She twigged to it, and now we have that for all those people who are going to follow her. And the 2 people who were before her went back and did it themselves and benefited from it, which is to say the whole team benefited. So I can't stress this enough as well. A bad idea executed is good. Now, use your own judgment, but one of our new people once suggested that we allow them to start early on a project. It was a good suggestion, and we had all thought about this over and over and over again. Should we actually give each new person their own project to work? But it was a failure. It broke the notion that they have a lot of free time to learn and explore and kind of choose their own adventure through the FNG labeled stuff that's easy. And then as they kind of graduate themselves to the more complicated stuff in the general backlog. And what happened was that person took far too long to get aboard. But what did we learn as a team? Well, again, we'd all thought about it. We all wanted to try it. But by trying it and seeing it fail and understanding why it failed, we don't actually have to have that come up in our team meeting over and over and over again. We don't have to waste time saying, we should try that, we should try that. We did. We know why it failed. And probably a year from now, somebody will have a brainwave and say, maybe we should try it this way instead. And maybe we'll try it again. But the failure was data that says it was a bad idea that no longer needs to be discussed, and nobody needs to put emotional energy into it. And thus the team need not waste time on it. So that's effectively what a continuous improvement looks like. It's a way to enable the people who are doing the work on a daily basis to recognize that something needs to be better, and to give them mechanisms by which to make that improvement, not by themselves in a vacuum, and not because one individual told them, but because the tribe said, here's where the institutional knowledge is. Yes, that's a really great improvement. You should do that. That's what a team looks like. So wrapping this up, real quick, standardize your email welcome. Create a simple buddy system. I think our buddy system is maybe one Confluence page long. It's, think one typed page. That's all there is to it. Remember that all the work an FNG must do to be operationally effective should be in tickets, not in a list, because then you can track the work and that FNG is an equal member of the team from their first day. And a way to label the backlog that this is easy and safe to do for a new person. All right. Message the following multiple times a day. Please ask the FNG questions in the team channel, again, so that you gain that tribal knowledge, and improve the thing that caused you, the FNG, to ask the question. Okay, improve all that you touch. How can we eliminate this upcoming question again? It's also a great thing to ask. So ensure that the FNG has access to the ticketing system and documentation system on their first day. You'll notice I'm not saying the code repos. They should, but do you see why it's more important that they have access to documentation and ticketing on their first day? And make sure the team sees it as their collective job in helping the FNG to improve those reference materials while getting aboard, because that is of a benefit to the entire team. And with that, I'm going to move to take questions because it's time for somebody else to take over. So You'll find me in Discord. I'll be around. If you want to spawn an open space, I'll try to attend. Just, hit me up and make sure that I know that it's happening. This is the blog post on Contrast if you'd like to read it. And I can't stress enough, read the Unicorn Project, because this is much more about developer happiness than anything else. Thanks for your time.
Hi, everybody. This is Paul, and hopefully I have Sean with me.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Are you here?
Do I exist?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. I can.
Great.
So are we live now?
You can see us. We are. It's just on a delay. There we go. I can hear us too. Oh, and that hurts. All right. So, hi, everyone. My name is Paul, and this is Sean. And we're here to give you a reminder of how Openspaces works? Question mark? Is that what we're doing, Sean?
That is what we're doing. Yep. And really, I'm not going to give the biggest run through. I'm just going to go through the rules or laws of open spaces at DevOps Days conferences as Dan Frosty gave them to us. So open spaces is a ad hoc format used for making sure that the conference addresses the needs of the attendees. Attendees can propose topics. We've already done all that. And whenever it starts as the right time is one of the rules. We're fudging that a little bit. We just posted a schedule that we're not sticking to. So the second one is when it's over, it's over. If the discussion doesn't meet the schedule that we posted, that's fine. Hop out. take a break, go to the bathroom or something. Use the law of mobility to take you to the thing that matters most to you as part of the conference. Whoever shows up as the right people.
Definitely the right people.
Yeah, Paul, we are the right people for this haphazard introduction for certain.
This is the most open spaces of open space introductions I've ever been involved in.
We are truly bringing our best selves, Paul. This is as good as it gets with us. And that's it. That's my whole introduction to this haphazard open spaces. And let's see how it goes.
Cool. So we just jump in random Slack channels and yell at each other for an hour and then come back? Is that kind of the way it works?
Exactly, except Discord.
Oh my God. Yeah, Discord. That's the word, not Slack.
All right.
I have no excuse.
Everybody there.
Okay, bye. Oh, you're on.
Yay. Am I really?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh shit. Okay. Hi. Hey everybody. My name is JJ Ashgar, and I'm a developer advocate for the IBM Cloud. I'm doing the closing ceremony today, and I just wanted to take a couple moments to hopefully give us a nice little wrap up for the day. So first of all, thank you for being part of our first DevOps Days Texas. This was something that I truly feel that was an amazing success. And I have a handful of people I'd like to thank. And hopefully, if you're still around watching this, you have either found a way to follow some of these people or engage with them, because they really are amazing people, and you should absolutely spend your time with them. First of all, I'd like to thank Matt Stratton and his team from DevOps Days Chicago. If they had not pioneered this process, we would have never been able to come up with this on our own. Stratton and the team in DevOps Days Chicago really did create an amazing template that we just basically copy pasted and turned into our own. So please, if you have a chance, send a thank you tweet or reach out, because it was amazing. The next set of people I'd like to thank are our amazing organizer team. If you did not know, this idea for DevOps Days Texas started with Rich and I. We spitballed back and forth trying to think of a way to get Stratton's idea off the ground here in Texas. We asked some people, and we never could have imagined the team that came together, and we've been able to get to this point. Please, if you have an opportunity, thank the organizers. They're all in the color red or in the organizers part of Discord. They've gone above and beyond anything we could have ever imagined. Thirdly, I'd like to thank the sponsors, because without the sponsors, we would have never been able to we'd never have the budget to make this happen. First of all, White Coat Captions. Yes, White Coat Captions. I think I got that right. For doing our live captioning for our talks, to be able to make sure that we have a way for people who have challenges to be able to see the talks and the great speakers that we've had. Also, I'd like to thank Ashton for doing the drawings. Every single drawing she's had, she's posted into the Grand Hall, and she's continuing that with tomorrow. I'd like to say that hopefully you've learned something today. That's the whole beauty of DevOps Days. I would not be in my career where I am in my career today if it wasn't for the DevOps Days organization and the DevOps community. I know I've learned something today, or I've actually found some new things I need to research, i.e. I need to learn some things about WireGuard. So that's great. There's a huge possibility you've even made a new friend, and I hope you did, because don't forget, we still have another day tomorrow. I'd like to also mention that if you didn't know, we've actually bought this Discord server for the rest of the year. So it is not going anywhere. So I hope that you can be here tomorrow, but if you can't, don't fret. The server will still be running till at least February of next year, and hopefully we'll be doing DevOps Days Texas 2022, yes. So it'll be more or less permanent. If you do have a community that you would like to have a room that you can meet in, we can absolutely create you a community room under that community section, so you can join and have a nice little section for you to do a meetup or run a small little group or asynchronous communication. I'd like to take just a quick moment to take a look at the Great Hall to see if anyone's made any statements or questions. Please, if you have anything, I would love to answer anything about that. Otherwise, we are really close to getting to DevOps Days party games. So we are going to have some DevOps come together at DevOpsDaysPartyGames.com. We're running by Matt Stratton, where there is audience participation, and you get to see basically Jackbox games and with a DevOps twist. So let me take a quick moment to look at Discord, and if not, I have one last thing to say. Awesome. Well, I just wanted to take that moment to say, again, thank you to everybody, and I really do hope to see you tomorrow. If anything, reach out to me if I can ever help, or reach out to any of the navigators, the organizers. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks.
I'm just going to awkwardly leave you on the screen for 5 minutes.
I expect nothing less, Paul.
You can at least sing the song or entertain people somehow.
Oh, this is amazing. You really have. It's awesome.
I wasn't joking. Would I joke about something this important, JJ?
Yes, you would. You would absolutely joke about that.
That's true. I would. All right. Well, we have DevOps Party Game starting in about 4 minutes. Hey, look, I'll give you a face. Oh, no, that looks terrible. I'm going away again. So 5 minutes, DevOps Party Games. Join it. I'll switch across to the screen. In theory, we're going to be co-streaming it if I set it up right. But we also have links to the stream on the next scene if you want to just go straight there and cut off from YouTube. So head on over to DevOpsPartyGames.com or to twitch.tv/Matt Stratton. Say goodbye, JJ.
Bye.
But we put some some DevOps prompts and themes into them, and we bring 8 fantastic players every time. We do, in addition to doing them for fun things like conferences like this, we actually run one DevOps Party Games show a month. It's usually the last Tuesday. If you go to DevOpsPartyGames.com, you'll see what's going on. And we also run one usually the second Tuesday of the month that's more in a Europe-friendly time zone. So we are international. But let's enough about me.
Going big.
We are going big.
Yes.
Let's introduce a
We're gonna
couple
move
of
on.
our players here. In fact, actually, to be honest, why don't we introduce all of our players, not just a couple of them?
That would be like a change. Be a good thing.
So, So joining us first is a recurring player here at DevOps Party Games and a DevOps Days Texas organizer, and that would be Laura.
Hey, y'all. We're so happy that DevOps Party Games could be here with us. My name is Laura Santa Maria. I'm LogDNA's developer advocate and one of the co-organizers and co-hosts of DevOps Days Texas. And crazy, weird fact about me, I guess everybody always asks about these. Those are disc golf discs and disc dog discs. So ask me sometime later.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Joining us also is Jay Gordon. Jay, tell us about yourself. To say hello.
What's poppin'? My name's Jay Gordon. I live in Brooklyn, New York. I work over at Azure and I do some stuff. But today I'm going to do some silly stuff with y'all. Make sure you check out Kat and Austin and I tomorrow. We're doing some silly stuff then. But thanks a lot for being a viewer of this insane nonsense.
Another recurring and returning player is Austin.
Hello, it's Austin.
Yay!
Yay! Hold on. Hello, it's Austin.
You are unmuted.
Yes, I am unmuted. Thank you. I'm the one that caused there to be a rule that if you haven't heard someone talk for more than 30 seconds, you should probably remind them to unmute their microphone.
30 minutes.
It took 30 minutes that one time, yeah. You can find me on Twitter at Austin L. Parker, where I talk about a lot of stuff. And I will see all y'all tomorrow for the FistPod Fireside-Chat, where we will we'll do some good bits. It'll be real funny. I promise.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, we deeply apologize, and please keep in mind that anything we say as members of FistPod are our opinions and do not reflect the opinions of our employers.
Good quote there. All right, so joining us again, another been here before, actually the last DevOps Party Games, Tracy.
Hi. Let's see. First off, where did you say you work again, Austin? So I can write that down in case I need to talk to HR.
Ask me after the stream.
I am Tracy. I was here last week. I still work at HashiCorp. Unless somebody saw my talk today, then that might not be for too much longer. I'm a developer advocate, and today I do not have the best tan, and I'm very happy about that.
Another first-time player and another DevOps Days Texas organizer is Sean.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'm hip and cool, is what Matt told me to say. You can find me at @SDMouton on Twitter, and I'm really disappointed in myself for joining in this nonsense.
Oh, come on, Sean. This is part of the fun.
You'll forgive yourself later.
Just tell yourself it'll be over in about an hour.
I've done that before.
All right.
That's what I do
Also,
every time.
All right. Also coming to us from Austin, Texas is Taylor.
Hey, everyone. Happy to be joining again. I'm a senior community engineer at Transposit, and hopefully I do well. I would like to repeat my last DevOps Party Game success, but not the last DevOps Party Game success or failure.
Another player that I'm really excited to welcome to the game, also coming to us from the great state of Texas relatively recently, if I understand correctly, would be Nigel.
Hey, what's up, y'all? My name's Nigel. I'm a developer advocate. I am also in Austin, Texas, just having a good old blast as we've been doing in Texas for the last few weeks. or forever. I don't know. Time doesn't exist. I don't exist. You don't exist. I'm just sitting in my room talking to my computer right now. So yeah, welcome to the Truman Show.
Right. Hopefully we're all here. And rounding out, if I look at this correctly, rounding out our guests today is Kat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kat Cosgrove, alleged thought leader and developer advocate at JFrog. I'm also Tracy's biggest fan. I would really like to meet you one day. You're so sweet. You're so cool. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm really excited to play games to entertain DevOps Days Texas today. I'm not from Texas, but I am from the South. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, not far from Mississippi, and I live in Seattle now, but I miss it pretty desperately. I would really, really like to go home.
So we've made a few references to thought leadership, and normally at DevOps Party Games, we have something we call the Thought Leaderboard. You can blame Czarkowski for that joke, and that's. But I do feel obligated by virtue of the bylaws of DevOps Party Games to let everybody know that this is a non-ranked match. So scores in this game do not count towards your position on the Thought Leaderboard, such as that is. But our regularly scheduled games do. So players are going ahead and should be starting to join in on our first game, which is Quiplash. The way Quiplash works is all the players are going to get different prompts to provide an answer to, and then both they and you as the audience will get to vote on your favorites. So if you're in the Twitch stream, you might notice there's a little overlay. I think it looks a little bit like a cardboard box. Once the game starts, you'll be able to use that to vote on your favorite answers. So you don't actually even have to go to a different website for it, because that's super fun to not have to do that. So
one thing that sets this apart. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Okay, I know one of our players did just have to step away. I think it might be okay. So Taylor, go ahead and start us off for our first round of
while
Quiplash.
that's starting, all these prompts, which you'll notice is that they are DevOps and tech related.
Except for when they're not.
Except for when they're not, right. And then that's just, the nature of how we control things here. Keeping you guessing.
I will point out as well, based on the implication from Czarkowski's comment in the chat about, not hearing me behind the scenes freak out every 5 minutes, because usually one of the things I freak out about is forgetting to turn on the captioner. I did remember, so if you're watching this in Twitch and you'd like to see the live captions, you can press a little closed caption button and see them. These are machine captioned. They're not nearly as amazing as the live captions provided at DevOps Days Texas by White Coat Captioning, who are super great. But players, you should all be getting on your devices. You're going to get 2 prompts, so don't use up all of your time on the first one, because, that just seems like bad time management. But you do you. It's not for me to tell you how to play this game.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet. It's not. Not yet.
So while they're all doing that, audience, this is an opportunity for you to go ahead and click the join the audience button that you see that Matt referenced on Twitch. Or if you want to do this like the manual way, you go to jackbox.tv, enter in CIMH, and you can join the audience. And the reason that's an important thing is not only will the players be voting on each other's responses, but you as an audience member can also vote on what you think should win and provide likes to each of the entrants as well, and can influence the totals at the end of each round and the end of the game on who actually wins. So don't miss that opportunity.
If you are watching this right now on the YouTube stream for DevOps Days Texas, and you're wondering what we're talking about with this, like pressing the join the audience button, it's because you might want to join us here at twitch.tv/Matt Stratton. But if you want to just hang out in the YouTube, then yeah, go ahead to jackbox.tv, enter the room code CIMH, and you can join. Here we go with our first Quiplash. What do we got? I did not merge your pull request because PR's welcome doesn't mean that they're really
Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's the bless your heart of open source.
That's yeah.
So, audience,
we'll
don't
call
forget
playing
to
to the
pick your
crowd.
favorite.
You know, there's supposed to be at least 8 people in the audience. I know that. So,
they're
okay.
coming in.
Now,
It's a
now we're
number of
getting
votes.
into it.
There.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chaos
We do have
mode enabled.
33 that are watching.
Okay. Well,
Right.
the players all
Oh,
felt one.
Taylor- Taylor, you had a friend.
I did not have a good answer for this at all. Thank you for the person who pitied me.
Right.
All the Reddit would be good because it's the leading code, right?
The absolute worst reason to use
It depends on if
Kubernetes.
it's Hacktoberfest.
Oh, geez. Okay, here we go.
Okay, this is Sophie's choice right here.
So Texans, you know the right answer. Those of you from DevOpsDays Texas, you know the right answer to this one. So
Which
come on.
that
is there
means
a
it's
fall joke
not.
in here that we're not in on?
I think
don't
there's a
know.
lot of jokes in here that we're not in on.
Paul started everything today saying that he was the DevOps spokesman for all of Texas.
Okay,
Yeah, that's,
right.
he
How'd
said he
that
was
go?
the spokesperson for
Yeah.
all of Texas.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
Deep
I
in
don't
the
know.
It's all
heart of
tomorrow.
Kubernetes.
Jay, it's the theme. This is the DevOps Days Texas theme. On a regular DevOps party games, you probably would have won that whiplash, Jay.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
trying to
Lady-
be silly.
Pander to the audience. Pander to the
Wow.
audience.
Oh,
Wow.
come on.
Ouch.
Woo!
Also, we
Wow,
established
that's,
the answer to this already.
Topical. I'm sorry. It was
Wait, we
topical.
did?
I like the
What was
this
the
established
yeah.
part.
There's an established answer for this. It's cake night cookie fights.
I mean, that's an established answer, yes, but
I do like
topical
that a lot.
humor, Cat.
Yeah.
Topical humor. Yeah. Okay, I'll take it gracefully. But
Let's
I'll
see what-
remember it the next time I review one of your submissions off.
As you
Ouch.
should.
Still
Ouch.
at
Because
night.
then you would be
Very
the
nice,
could not
Tracy.
care
It would
Very
look.
nice.
It worked really well, though.
I'll
as
hear about
a-
it at work tomorrow.
The title of the upcoming Netflix special about DevOps is Dumpster Fire, Are You Not Enter-Contained?
That's amazing.
That's a good one.
Okay.
That's really good.
Man, these are
well,
so
I think we
good.
kind of have to.
Cancel. Also, I will say,
Grab
cancel me,
that one.
cowards. You only can kill a man.
Got some clever ass
Oh, man.
people in
Nigel,
there.
nice
Nigel.
job.
Pretty-
Nice
you're
job.
welcome.
You deserve
You're
to
welcome.
win this one.
Vicious.
Very nice.
Always the.
Laura, I thought yours was good too.
The outsider, huh?
I know, but still, I like Nigel's.
So should everybody put a container? It's, insert Ian Coldwater joke.
Cookies.
Oh,
Never.
man.
I mean, really, don't put cookies in a container. You got to eat them, otherwise they go stale.
I thought they go in a jar.
Yeah.
So
What
they
about
do
no,
go-
like the ones in the tin,
That would be
Right.
ones in the sewing
yeah.
kits.
The
Yeah.
I
sewing
was
kit
thinking
goes
about the
into
ones that were
the container.
tracking me.
What
Well,
about the
that's
ones in the
just like the
browser?
It's like
Yeah.
the
There's
convenient
yeah,
thing.
those Nigel,
They're
you
following
want
me
to.
everywhere.
I was
Yeah.
thinking about the ones in the tin.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tin is just like it's like how you sometimes you buy something and they give you like a free little bonus. That's what the cookies are.
Right.
The cookies are the bonus.
Cat's
Yeah.
just gonna
Yeah.
wipe the floor with all of us at this point.
Cat does
Well-
that in these games, by the
I
way.
know.
Do you want me
I
to
know.
throw?
I keep forgetting that part.
No, don't
Yeah,
throw.
flop.
Oh,
Take it
what
back.
is this? Soccer?
My useless check is a litter
because I use dryer sheets.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my
What is this?
God.
A Rockets game?
There you go.
Don't deploy on Fridays. It's going to cause a whole argument. People are going to get mad. So it
Just
should
So
be
by
the
the way,
joke of
that
this.
reminds me, if you are
Just do it.
listening or watching and you haven't actually got on to vote, you still can. Jackbox.tv, the code is CIMH.
Yep.
You should.
Or
because this
just
is
click on the
hilarious.
little button in
Hold
the
on, I
stream.
gotta-
We have a new
Yeah.
feature.
We got
I'm
about
not
You
remembering
can
my
vote right in
SEC.
the
What
stream.
is it? This?
Oh no.
Oh,
DevOps plumber.
You need to remind me what the
Gorilla
UT
Wrangler.
thing is.
That's
I actually
This?
I
Yeah.
really miss when you could just
Awesome.
like endorse somebody for
Oh.
whatever the fuck on LinkedIn. Like now
Oh,
you
yeah.
Did they take that away?
They
Well,
did
you have
it.
to.
Take it
It has
away.
to
You
be
have
a
to
real
go.
thing.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
can't
go
just put.
Because
They
I know
curated it a
Corey.
lot more
on
than
your
they used to.
profile before somebody can
Yeah.
vote for it.
Yeah, I know Corey
Yeah.
thinks he invented this shit, but Julian Dunn is the OG LinkedIn endorsement shit poster. And I believe he's endorsed me for salads, for WordStar.
Jay,
Yeah.
I
Salads
saw one
was my favorite
profile
one.
where like they got endorsed a
Salads
bunch
is
of
a
times
good
for
one.
LinkedIn.
you gotta stick together, Jay.
Yo,
A regrettable get commit message.
I completely
Sean was
Finally,
right.
it works.
This seems incredibly targeted.
Yeah.
yeah.
John, what did you
What
do?
bro?
Apparently, I was right.
Nigel, I really do like the endorsement for LinkedIn endorsements.
That one's my favorite.
That's a good one, like a recursive endorsement.
Yeah.
It seems like you were right in like a really threatening way. What happened?
Oh, the audience though. Audience was pretty split on that one.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I think that brings us to the end of the first round. I will say, compared to the last few episodes, the audience has upset almost every single Quiplash showdown.
Yep.
So audience seems to be aligned.
I did, as we call here in New York City, pretty ass.
Oh, the good news, Jay. The good news is in round 2, the points are
You have a
doubled. So
chance.
basically, what happened in the first round doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can be double ass, or you can actually get better.
I'll try to
Plenty
get
of
better.
options,
Constant or continuous improvement is the name of the game, isn't it?
It is to some.
The name of the game is Quiplash.
We hope so.
Oh, you didn't mean literally. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That was good though, Matt. That was a nice.
No, it really wasn't.
It
Just
didn't.
don't
Hit
encourage
very
me.
well. So while we're not encouraging Matt, if you are watching and you want to tweet out anything you see, definitely use the hashtag DevOpsPartyGames, but also add in DevOpsDays Texas. I'm assuming is the correct hashtag. There we go. We're here at Texas.
You can do the hashtag, or you can do @DevOpsDays Texas. Either one works. If you do the @DevOpsDays Texas, maybe it'll actually get hearted by the Twitter stream when I remember to go back to it. So we'll see.
Got it.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Liked. I'm sorry.
No.
Hearted
Or
or
liked. That's like a. You have to flip the coin.
You card it. I mean, it makes sense.
I'm the one who was using Octothorpe earlier when I was talking about
that's what
hashtags.
CZ
So
just
what we're
said.
saying?
Yeah.
That's a word. I'll defend you.
It is a word.
It's a good word.
It is the correct word, but I know everybody was like,
There should be
wow.
more Octothorpe content. Actually, that should be a drawful prompt is Octothorpe. The worst place to store your AWS credentials is in the Oracle Cloud.
You know what? Screw you.
Come on, audience, you can still vote.
There was like
I'll remember. Let's put it that way.
Someone's definitely not getting their $200 in free Azure credits when you sign up today.
Really, I would say those are the same thing.
/ Azure fund bites.
What? Oh, no. Jeez. Wow.
I'm so sorry.
Cat is a menace.
It's a good thing. It is a good thing for Pete Cheslock that this is not a ranked game because Cat would just be.
Cat would be just to the top.
There would be no
The
chance
most
for Pete
useless Jira card title is run the script.
or to do.
Yeah.
You know what? I like the redundancy of a to do on a Jira card.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's like a power move.
It is.
It's better than a Jira card title. Don't do this.
If you just put in whip, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, let's see what
Taylor, well done.
Oh, the audience.
Oh, the audience.
Taylor manages to pull it
Taylor
out.
still won it.
So close. Okay.
The audience is brutal.
Best reason to
The
get
best
fired.
reason to get fired is
Showing up to work.
Unattractive
does this-
firemen.
Does this have something to do with like a calendar, like a spread?
So,
Yeah.
someone
Is
has
there
to have
such
called
a
this
thing?
in. Someone
Or
has
somebody
to have called
called
this
it
one in.
safety quip.
Yeah. This must have been a safety quip.
Must be.
I'm
You know
still
what?
voting for it.
I'm
Or
voting for it because it really works.
Right?
It works.
It could be brilliance.
What are the other? All right.
Spoiler.
That was a safety quip, but
It was a
And
safety
it-
I
but
still
it
got great
actually-
votes,
the
though.
audience, though, the audience knew.
Kind of works, though. You know,
It really does.
Go, Tracy. Way to
Good
salvage
job,
that one.
Tracy.
the worst hashtag
Oh.
about cloud computing is.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
Wow. CZ in the
Good.
chat points out there is such a thing as an unattractive fireman, Steve Buscemi, which
Oh,
is
that'd be
cold.
nice.
But don't yuck people's
Cold.
yum.
Ouch.
Dude rejoined after 9/11.
I know.
He's a good
Yeah.
dude.
He's a good
Good job,
dude.
Austin. That was much better than mine.
It's okay.
It was
Thank,
so
thank
very
you,
funny.
audience.
He's got a certain je ne sais quoi to him.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
Yeah, no.
He does.
I'm curious about this one. My criteria for starting a repo is do I actually
Wait.
I like
Maddie, are
meme
you sure you're
potential.
not playing?
Yeah.
Because that meme potential thing is like has you written all over
No,
it.
I like it. I was when I put this prompt
does.
in, I was looking forward to this one because I was like,
I want to really go look at the repos that somebody's
Yeah,
starring
starring
for
for meme
meme
potential.
potential. Yeah.
There are.
I mean, they're just gonna
ones.
the first letter just gonna spell out like Rickroll or other
Actually,
things.
I have somebody who they actually made their own meme collection with its own URL so that they can just post that
it's
URL
smart.
in there.
Because when you
and,
change
it goes on Slack.
companies and you lose your meme files,
It's not good. That's a problem.
It's like a dot file, but for the modern
You gotta
era.
store those on Azure storage, though.
I like
You
the
can always-
AWS as a service.
Isn't that OpenStack? Wait, isn't that just OpenStack?
Oh.
Where's the
Man,
How many
that's
Red Hat
relevant
people did
for
I target with
Texas
that
right
one?
there. I was gonna say little relevant for Texas, San Antonio folks right there. So very nice.
Know your audience.
Well
That's what
done,
they say.
Taylor.
I was
That
just
a good
trying
one.
to spell ass. That's all.
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
that's a good strategy. To be honest,
did.
just always just try to spell ass. There should be a Gartner Magic Quadrant for
Yeah, shit.
And there
posting,
can be
that's-
only one
that's it.
winner for this one, though.
I know.
This is actually it's very difficult. I feel like
Yes, this is hard.
It really depends
Well.
on when.
I'm gonna vote for one of them, but with a caveat.
I want to see the
Write in a
I'm
caveat.
sure that's
caveat.
gonna carry through.
Well, it was shit posting, and the caveat is
I love you, Tracy.
No, it's okay.
Corey Quinn can't be on it.
yeah.
He's already been in the New York Times. Like, dude's tapped out.
Yeah, he's
Leave
done.
some room for the
At
rest
some
of us.
point,
Right.
you've sold out, and you can't like.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
but maybe you can.
Ooh.
Just say it
Oh.
quiet.
Ooh.
And these are two very different takes on it.
Yeah.
They really are. This is the
can't
dichotomy of
decide-
DevOps party games.
The strategy here is very different.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, couldn't the second choice go with the first choice?
I think so. Like I saw
actually,
these
yeah.
as doing the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Good job.
But I'll take the points either way. Thank you.
Okay.
Feel attacked
So,
either
Oh boy.
as we go after, let's see where we're standing after a round 2 with our doubled points. And surprising no one.
Up.
Oh, I
Nothing
moved up one.
except Austin
But-
kind of came up.
Oh,
No,
I think I'm in
Austin's
striking range.
So for
Whiplash, you are, yeah.
Yeah. So what will happen here is you're each going to get one prompt the same as someone else, but it's going to be a prompt that has an answer that will have 3 answers. So some type of a build thing. That example they just gave is
Progressive joke.
the example I don't like because number one, I don't like poop jokes, but also it doesn't explain how to do it. So that's the thing.
Progressive web apps, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly like a progressive web app.
Yeah. Just keeps moving down. The joke keeps on giving as you continue to use it.
As jokes do. So
Good
that's
jokes. Not all jokes. Good jokes.
Good jokes keep giving. If you have ideas for new prompts for the show, if you go to devopspartygames.com/suggest prompt, you can submit them. There's a link in the chat for that. We're definitely always crowdsourcing prompts because coming up with new ones every month is a thing that takes.
I think it only hit the random letter generator so many times.
Yeah,
before.
I use Startup Ipsum.
This was the most targeted fucking prompt I have ever seen at a DevOps party game.
Then it's not fair if Austin gets this.
I'm still probably gonna lose but
I
it's-
wish I could remember what they were. Like I'm looking forward to this.
We'll
We
see.
never remember what they are.
Somehow the RNG
has been able to
blessed
Has it
me
been
or
good to
cursed
you
me.
or bad to you? The orange.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Matt
one was a fun
so
one.
Matt mentioned going to the website and adding ideas for prompts for future games, but you can also go out to website and suggest a player if you feel like,
You
or if you
can
know
find the
somebody
link.
who would be really
The game
good.
is going,
The link
yeah.
is there.
The link is there. So the 3 best things about
Yay!
DevOps in Texas are the Texas and DevOps.
Ranch covered PRs.
Yeah.
Ranch cover PRs.
Wait a minute. The second one.
Shouldn't that be a taco joke instead?
CZ is a poop joke.
Barbecue sauce covered
At some
PRs.
point, this just there's an obvious.
Smoked VMs sound like delicious, but also a problem.
I'm down.
Is that why Rackspace is gone? Or
Ooh. Fanatical
Every-
support
I'm so-
went too far.
Sorry.
After Bing Capital took over, it just became a series of smoking your food.
Well
it
played.
Damn, Jay. Look at that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, very
the
nice,
Ted
Jay.
Cruz can't DevOps, I think.
That's what did it for me.
Yeah, no, it's all about the topical humor.
Yep.
Imagine him like sitting there going like, "Man, my PRs
Three
can't
contributing
hurt."
factors to our last instance. J. Paul Reed said that we couldn't.
Only one.
I really
That was the
appreciate the
only one. That's the only
minimalism.
answer.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a structural rebel sort of.
It is. That was a calculated risk. That was a calculated risk.
Well, let's see.
Who
it's a
does?
bold
See
move
if it
on
paid
that.
off.
Let's see if it pays off.
Well, it also is the question of how many people at DevOpsDays Texas know who JPR is. So that'll be an interesting question.
True.
Enough.
Well,
apparently.
no,
All right.
Well
there you
done,
go.
Sean.
Thank
Good
you,
job,
Tracy.
Sean.
Somebody loves me.
Well done.
Oh, Tracy, it was
Three
good.
things
Three
you never want to
things.
hear at a sprint retro. It's my fault. Nothing went well. Everything's a dumpster fire. We're meeting
The
with
same
HR.
answers. Like
It's
I don't.
it's the same picture.
Yeah, they're all like both
I mean,
go
I
the
don't see
same.
a difference.
I mean, the first
No.
one. You know what? The first one is showing a lot of ownership.
It is.
True.
Nothing
The
went
right
well.
one
Why
really
my
says
service
what
broke.
happened though.
Yeah.
Everything's a
Yeah.
dumpster fire. Why my
The
PR
first one
broke.
is like that's organizational. You know that is psychological safety right there.
We're meeting with HR
right.
in 20 minutes. It's my fault.
You know,
Like the Black Mirror version where it's like one side, it's like this is what happens at a healthy org, and the other side is like this is what happens at your job.
Right.
Nice.
Good job, Laura.
All right,
Very
the three
funny.
pillars
I'm
of
kinda scared of this
observability.
one.
Yeah, thanks for not giving me Oh, that's why Austin was like, oh, this is me.
You vote for that one. You take the L. I'm sorry.
I had to.
Oh my God. You shill.
Oh, wow.
shill.
Fantastic.
Friggin' chill.
And I
Oh my
like
God.
how he lulls you
Space
into
for rent.
Yeah,
I'm banning Austin from the chat for being
Austin-
a shill.
Austin's
Austin's
lulls
not in the
you-
chat. Deserted Island TV's in the chat.
Right.
I'm
Austin,
banning
like,
Desert Island TV from the
you
chat.
can't do
because
that.
Austin's a shill. Yes, I can.
Jeez.
I'm a shill, but you know
Oh
what?
my.
I got paid.
Wait, hold on. Cat is upset because Cat was against that one, and Cat did not win. I see how this is.
Like
Now here- no, this is the real test
Wait,
right
so
here.
here we
Laura,
go. Here
were
we
you
Oh, no,
under the
he could beat
impression
me
this
for
was
this.
fair?
He could
Right?
absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah,
Laura!
Laura!
Oh, what a tie!
Tie!
That's the first
wait, how
time
did
we've
you
never.
That is
had
the
it.
first tie.
yeah, I've never seen that
We've
before.
never had a tie.
I didn't know you could tie.
it's
I assumed
amazing.
it would be like
Somebody grab the link to those, please. If you are as a player,
I
if
am
you can
grabbing
grab
it
the
right
link
now because I
and-
would
Okay.
put that like on a T-shirt. or
We need-
something.
yeah.
Yes.
I would like to point out that we do this on my team at work, and I have been undefeated since we
Damn.
stared. And I
You
came in
stepped in the
dead last
Thunderdome.
just now. Dead last. This is the worst, and I'm going home.
Over practiced is what it is. You over practiced.
Yes.
DevOps plumber.
Thanks for playing, Nigel.
All
Nobody
right.
appreciates you
So
here,
now,
unfortunately. Except
the
me.
next game we are moving on to. Thank you. It was a great round there. Congratulations again to Austin and Laura for tying. We are moving on to Drawful.
Oh God, no.
And if you've never played Drawful, you're in for quite the treat or never seen it. This is the game where the players will each be given, once they've logged in, we're still waiting on 3 of them, they will be given something to draw. Again, DevOps, tech related or not. And they'll draw it, and they have 2 colors. They don't have an erase, but they do have 2 colors. And so they'll be able to draw it. Yes, Matt.
I was going to say one thing I always forget to mention, especially if people haven't played DevOps party games before. In Drawful, you're only going to get 1 prompt. So
yes,
make it count. Like there's only 1 round through of Drawful. And I always
Right.
feel like that's a thing we should let people know.
And you have a good amount of time to draw it as opposed to rushing it through.
Are
Who's
we
missing?
Nigel, or dead last is Nigel, I assume, based upon your.
Why would you make that assumption? That's rude.
I'm in.
I'm with Kat.
That was quite.
I'm very happy that Kat and I both decided not to try to create any sort of real representation of ourselves. Same with Austin. We're
fuck it.
holding up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, last time I tried to draw a hat and that came out terribly. So
Sean's joined. All right, so we're on.
Okay, go ahead and Jay, press everybody's in.
Oh.
Because you are the VIP.
You were the VIP today.
Oh,
Or
boy.
this one at least.
There you go.
Oh, son of a gun! Oh God, bless America! I just realized when no one was joining the audience, I never actually did the thing to make the audience kit work. I'm so sorry, everybody, but I'll fix it for this one. So everybody who was joining the audience, now you should be able to join the audience by pressing the little Jackbox button.
It was in the last one.
It was there, but it wouldn't have worked because I never put in the code.
So sorry to the audience members that clicked it, bashed, repeatedly bashed it, hoping that they could join.
In my defense, this is relatively new. This is only the third episode when we've had it
of our second season.
Sure, why not?
By the way, we are in our second season. This is we're going to continue this on as two. Hopefully we'll have a third season. We'll see if we get renewed. So as they're drawing, again. A note for the players, words, you can use words if they kind of accentuate what you're drawing, not if they, it's kind of like Pictionary rules. Also, if it feels like cheating, it probably is. It's only the we played this, I don't know how many times, it's only the second time we've actually remembered to say that. So I feel like we're getting better.
Yes, I have no idea who added this prompt. But this is the most ridiculous prompt I've seen so far. Because it makes no sense to my brain. And maybe it's just that it's been a long day. But hopefully someone can at least figure out what I said.
I cannot wait now.
This might be one I created then. If it makes no sense, you could blame me.
I'll just say it's making me hungry, which is not good.
So the problem with the drawful prompts, we always end up putting in more than get used because we have to account for if for some reason we had to bump down to 6 people. So there are prompts I'll put in that don't show up, but there's one I put in for this one that I really, really, really hope somebody got. But I'm kind of also now afraid they didn't because nobody reacted similarly to Laura, but Laura wouldn't have reacted the way that she did. And
I'm trying
unless her tastes are broad and her brain just took her to food.
Well,
it's
maybe,
been a long day,
but
so.
No, it's been a long day, and now this made me hungry. But we now have 20 people in the audience. So Jackbox.tv, ADBD.
What?
Right, or now you can push the button. Now it'll work.
Oh, there's a button. Okay,
yeah, now you can do the button. Yes. Okay, what is the button? You know what this?
Oh wow, someone's a really good drawer.
This makes me think of. Does anybody remember the cartoon? There's on Cartoon Network called Home Movies.
Yes.
Yes.
That's got a very like Brandon Small look to it. I feel like
Brendan. Yes. I do want to point out that when it's your drawing, it says you drew this. Confront the consequences.
So, are you saying you drew this?
Apparently.
No.
No. Okay.
Well, it's okay.
I'm just saying that that's a thing that would happen.
Yeah. It's not like a big secret who drew it because if you know the colors, if you're paying attention to it, so it's like
that's true. Yeah.
Oh wait, really? That's what it is?
I never knew that. I never knew that.
My mind
Thank
is
you,
just
Matt.
blown right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so owning your shit, container security.
There's some good ones on here.
Paul, I mean this
Paul.
This
Yeah,
could
yeah, it was
be
good.
This could be a Paul. Like if Paul were, I feel like Paul would draw himself this way.
I believe the Twitch chat says stop.
I never pay attention.
I like
to
it.
what Paul
Jordan says the prompt is I'm salty about my CFP submission being rejected because.
Ooh, that would have been good.
Well, I think that's a suggestion for a future prompt.
There
Container
we go.
security is pretty good.
That's really good.
Damn, Jay.
That was really good.
I like container
thief. This is a good.
It's not the
You know-
prompt,
Oh,
but I
that's
think
not it. Good job, Tracy.
Really good, Tracy.
I think we need to steal that one.
Yep.
If you had to draw cherry picking and commit, that could
Also,
be
yeah, no, it's also a good one. I feel like at some point people are going to quickly start realizing what this is supposed to be, and then I'm going to get blocked on Twitter.
If you weren't already.
If I wasn't already, Paul. I was on the spot. I don't have an explanation here.
This was the prompt I was really hoping made it into the episode. So that's
there you go.
Well
I was
done.
just like, he seemed like he's like a container superhero, right?
That looked like a villain, not a superhero.
I feel like
okay, well, I maybe have difficulties conveying things in pictures.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Paul for his lewd jokes on Twitter.
right.
So
Or you know,
or his
eating pretty much
like,
anything.
Yesterday's Flappy Bacon was like that was the biggest lewd joke so far.
I mean, Paul did have like a video stream that was called like "Don't Eat That, Paul," or something. So you know,
That would have been
Paul
a
is
good one, like a
awesome.
piece of food. I feel like now that I'm thinking, I was like, oh, what if I put a piece of cake there?
Can
right?
can we like not talk about food for a little bit?
It's it's getting close to dinner time here on the East Coast. I'm pretty friggin' hungry.
Yeah.
I've been hungry all day, so I get it, Laura.
Yeah.
U.S. billing at a glance.
Yeah.
Hey, that's so super detailed. You got everything in there.
That's all you get at a glance is blurred letters.
Corey Quinn
Corey
bait.
Quinn bait. Okay. Catnip.
Lot
Corey
of
Quinn. A lot of Corey Quinns here.
Yeah.
Corey Quinn's mirror. Chaos
I'm
Engineering.
sorry, we have to refer to it as New York Times profiled Corey Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
well, there's equal numbers
Do
of
we
Corey
have to,
Quinn
though?
and AWS Bill.
Look, if I was ever in the New York Times, I would, for a good reason.
I still haven't
I would
read-
not shut the
I
fuck
still
up
haven't read
about
the
it.
Yeah,
article.
yeah.
I was in Vice. I don't talk about that much, but I was in Vice
Were you
once.
Is the article good?
It's actually
The
so. If
article
you
okay,
if
at
you
least?
anyone wants a bonus point, go to the Deserted Island DevOps CFP, and you can find the extremely good quote.
Oh God.
I put it in the
Aw.
description.
Okay.
Oh, little man
just
Austin
slide
got
that right in there.
quoted.
Is the CFP
No,
open?
it's not a quote from me. It's a quote from the Vice Up piece.
About you.
And here are your picks.
Good lord.
All right.
Here we go.
I feel like I tried to capture the essence of their comments.
Yeah.
Also, I was too busy cracking jokes and I forgot to vote. So.
Oh, jeez.
Figures.
That's the main problem with these games when you.
Yeah. Do you have extended timers turned on, Matt?
Yeah.
Wow. Then I just have no conception
Why
of
it took
time.
so long.
Ah. Then what is
Haha.
this one?
Bamboozled.
Oh my God! It was the.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Just-
Because it's one giant like chaos-looking fucking. Excuse me.
No, that's okay. You're fine.
No, F-bombs
All
are
right.
fine.
We'll excuse you for the chaos. We'll excuse you for the chaos, Jay.
Yeah, because when I
my
looked at there's so much stuff there. It just looks like chaos to me. So you know.
What is it indeed?
What? So somebody had to cross out what they drew.
What the shit is that?
There we go.
Like, it's a JSON document, isn't it?
Yeah. No, that's YAML. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the COC violation.
Well, the spacing's all wrong.
It's MongoDB. That's what it is.
Oh.
Because it's web scale.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Austin, you made me feel better. I also thought YAML.
Okay.
That's the YAML joke that's against code of conduct. That's why it's all scratched out.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel
That's
I
what
was
we
gonna
call a
ask if it was like
callback.
some weird like eye exam reference.
I thought it said eye exam too.
I was so
I think
confused.
it's an exam also.
I was trying to figure out what the E.
I know which one of these is funny.
Enron 2.0.
Hell,
That's
God, I know
It's the one Taylor wrote.
Oh,
by
I
the
feel so
way.
dumb.
that's just a little yeah.
Oh my God.
We know
Somebody
it's-
else
we
thought
know-
it said Enron. That is funny. All right, let's see.
Enron 2.0 just rings a little too close to home for you all.
I don't remember what this one is.
I do.
I have no idea what this one is.
I think I do.
Yeah, I have no idea what this is.
I also have no idea what it is. So.
That's,
But this was good.
that wasn't actually mine. Austin.
Oh wow!
Austin got tricked.
Yeah.
I got bamboozled.
That being said, Austin, if I put in Open API design specification as a drawful prompt, that would be like pretty rough.
Yeah.
I mean,
That would be mean,
there's been look.
but funny.
I'm not actually trying to pick the best one of these. I'm trying to pick the one that amuses me the most.
Oh, that's what I'm doing too. Like, what? That's the funniest one. That's what's getting voted for.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Well done, Nigel.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Trying to actually pick the right one out of Drawful is a fool's errand.
I
That's not how you win.
draw. I have never been able to draw. I can barely have a line go straight or
Yeah,
make a
you're asking much
circle.
of pro. Now, if this was like
That's
design
me, but I
party
happened to
games,
win the last time I
Right,
played this,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't know what the hell was up with that.
Really?
Ooh.
I'm the
Wow,
one.
this is
Interesting.
Y'all's comments about drawing make me think, I hope Ashton's not watching this.
Oh, Ashton has played, and it was rough.
Ashton
Yeah, he
has
played
played.
one.
It was not
It was-
fair. It was so
Yeah.
brutal.
No.
Yeah, yeah. That's my only
Halfway
point.
through,
This was
you're like, I'm just gonna give my points to Ashton. Just, here
Yo,
you go.
shout outs
Somebody
to
say a bad
Ashton.
boss.
good drawing by the way.
Always shout outs to Ashton.
Yo, she was part of one of the last like live in-person DevOps Days events that we did here in New York City, and I am so thankful because she's incredible.
Love the chat
A
right
year
now.
ago today. Year ago
The lost
today.
quest of the Argonauts on a Docker container.
That is great.
And here are your choices.
Oh,
right.
Quite good.
that's
Oh.
Docker.
Oh, no.
Wow.
I tried. I tried so hard.
These are good.
Oh, my
The
gosh.
ship was just the ship was committed to going down. I tried. But
Yo, that's mean as hell. The valuation of that picture though is tremendously high considering what its features are.
Yes. Yeah, take that picture down to Sand Hill Road, and you'll get at least $1 million.
Get on the go on DevOps. Side safety.
Yeah.
Side safety.
Come on, audience, you
use
can do
this?
it.
If we do
Docker
shirts for
Captain
this,
is probably the right one.
that's probably the right one, but it's
But
not
no,
the one
it's
that
not.
entertained me the
No.
most.
What? Nice
Sean
job,
is killing it.
Good job.
That was pretty good.
That was the only one I thought would make sense.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for voting for my typo, Taylor.
I still got the essence of it. So, yeah.
Hats Docker.
Of course, Kat voted for that one. Good job.
I did. You know, I'm willing to own my public disaster.
It was a great thread. I mean, okay, the thread was
great.
bad. A lot of the thread was bad, but the parts that you didn't control, that was the bad parts.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
not
that's a
nice,
good one.
Tracy.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's
For the same
I
reason
get
why
it
happening.
as soon as I see it.
Yeah.
Last week it was
Was it
pair
enough to stay-
programming, and I
it
had a
is enough to
horrible
stay
drawing
alive.
of a pair.
Oh, I like
That's
that.
right. That's right.
I like pair programming.
Oh, pineapple. No.
Oh, nice.
Hmm.
I don't think so. This is a date. Is this a Docker date? Is it a
Docker date?
Is that a
Jeremy?
is that
if
a new
that's
feature?
What, if when you think about a date, you go to Docker, I have to say, you know.
I mean, I know the Mirantis thing
It
was
explains a
not
lot,
great,
doesn't
but
it?
are they
Explains
just
a
getting
really
bought
lot.
up by
Thank you, Kat.
OkCupid?
Kat, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we need a good burp every episode. So thank you.
You're welcome. My
Oh, is
daddy
that
raised
going
me
into-
well.
If anything, just to make Laura giggle.
Is that
Can I
going into the
just
rules
say-
also along with, hey, you're on mute?
Yeah.
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 Yes.
It's not a
Can
it's
I-
not a real game unless Cat burps.
I have to say, like, I got the, you know, if you drew this, maybe consult a doctor. Yeah. So that was the response from
I now,
Jackbox Games.
Laura,
That's just-
I now understand what you were talking about.
I was so confused.
Well, not so confused
Pizza
part,
Ops
but
is
the
good.
I
the
like
effect
gender
it had
pizza.
on you.
I kind of like the DevOps party games. I mean, like that's good. I feel like
with
Pizza.
COVID
I
beat
love
up
it.
this
attendance.
actually kind of makes sense because Matt has the really good hair and I have like 1 or 2 hairs left on my head. So
That hair was friggin' awesome. Let me tell you something. That was one of the best parts of my life.
fit.
Having hair?
Oh yeah, it was awesome. Because like it kept my scalp warm. You know, I could
Really
do
important in
shit
the
with
winter
it.
up here.
Do you want to
Yeah,
borrow
I-
one of my wigs, Jay? I've got a
Um,
bunch of like nice lace fronts. You can borrow one.
When
you
I
could give me like
Jay.
a
so
sick bob.
many years ago, like 20 years ago, I shaved my head and I kept walking into things because it turns out your hair is like a cat whisker, and you actually like I kept
What?
bumping into like door sills and stuff.
Is that? Can someone else confirm? Because I don't know that. I don't feel like I use my hair as whiskers.
You don't.
I mean,
think you
if
do.
you hit your hair on something,
but
you
yet
know
you-
you're not.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't. Yeah.
It actually, yes.
This is a thing.
I can concur. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't use
like
my
you
mirror
can
that
feel when,
much.
right? Yeah,
Got
it's
no
not
points.
like a conscious thing, you know.
Okay.
I
All
just
right.
want
I'll
to
shake
let
my
everybody
head.
I do
know.
have to ask. Kat,
Yeah,
I do
sure.
have to ask though. How many times have you like colored your hair?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Very nice.
Oh, this is a good
'Cause
drawing.
I feel like at some point you lose feeling in your hair.
Have you
Hair
ever
doesn't
noticed?
have feelings, honey. It's dead.
Have you ever
You
noticed
don't
how
know
like
this.
a dumpster on fire looks like an order of French fries sometimes? Sorry, Laura.
Yeah.
That's my other mission right now.
So hungry.
Yeah, it does kind of look like French fries in the little
Oh, wait.
dumpster fire
I
there.
need to see if there's like something edible on my desk. I just have water. So that works.
Water's edible.
Technically, yeah, very technically,
Oh,
it's
yeah, I
edible.
have water.
How to make ECS work on a Game Boy Advance?
There's some really good audience.
the wrong edible.
Oh, Twitch chat is on fire.
Yeah.
You can nominate yourself as a player, by the way.
true.
You don't have to nominate
That's
someone
right.
else.
I mean,
That's
If
true,
you think
yeah.
you have got what it takes, you should go nominate.
And I mean, you see what we're bringing, so
Unboxing an old phone from a Zelda chest.
DevOpsDays 2021.
Election day.
Oh boy. Texas DevOps.
Texas
yeah.
Container Massacre.
I like Texas Container Massacre.
Yeah.
That's pretty
You know
good.
what? Service mesh though, like that's
That's a really
that's
yeah.
cutting it pretty well.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
thought that was gonna
someone
be, I was
though.
thinking rack space, but I didn't want to be mean.
Oh.
Go ahead and be
So-
mean, honey.
I already was. I mean, I already threw
someone-
Rackspace under the bus.
I think
Someone
Red Hat
already
would be
did
the
virtual conference technical difficulties. Yeah, sorry about that this morning. We love you.
It happens. I
fine.
think at this point we're all used to it, and
Yeah, trust me, been there, done that.
You said
like
so
not to
much
get
in that.
serious on main, but like a thing I like about virtual conferences is when stuff goes wrong. Like if everything goes really smoothly, it feels too perfect and it doesn't feel real to
Yeah.
me.
Can I ask a question? What
Yes.
what Jackbox game show is your alt, Cat? If this is main.
Right.
Ah.
Wouldn't you like to know?
As she rushes to go create one.
Right. DevOps party games after dark.
Yeah, so Kat, you're gonna go with the feet picks next in this.
Yeah, feet pics.
No, you gotta subscribe to the podcast for that.
Yeah,
If you subscribe to the podcast, you have to prove to me
And
that you
this is the
donated like
answer,
what,
DevOps
$47
Days
to like
Yeah,
Texas
did-
Mutual Aid.
Out of curiosity, I haven't
It's
actually
only
looked at our Twitter mentions for a week. Only
Oh my God,
$47,
steal
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
$47
is that per
to
foot, or is that
Texas Mutual Aid,
both
and I'll
feet?
send you a foot. pic.
No, that's both.
That's
That's
it.
My
That's
DevOps
That's a
DevOps himbo and arms. Tim.
Oh, this is a good drawing. I don't know what it
It's supposed
is.
to be over top of it.
A bra?
Is that the
It's the
well,
podcaster Halo.
it would be strapless at this point if that's the case. There's no straps there.
Yeah. Wait. No,
Those are
it's
good
a
headphones.
DevOps Halo. It's the DevOps like.
Or is that the infinity symbol?
It's the Halo of
Well, but isn't that
responsibility.
supposed to be like the like?
I don't
DevOps
love
symbol
that.
seen
I
everywhere?
kind of hate that
I don't
people
know.
decided that little like that the
I
symbol
didn't
of
say it was. I'm just
Yeah.
saying like I see it everywhere. So I'm kind of like I guess that's.
It's
Yeah.
DevOps tooling.
It's
you know,
infinite shit that we get.
yeah, it's you pooping. It's
Paul
a
says-
self-contained
Paul says-
system. Czarkowski says, "Is he talking into a code of conduct violation?" A man.
No, Paul, he's not talking into a code of conduct violation or topically a Johnson & Johnson vaccine effectiveness.
Oh,
Everyone saw that, right?
Vaccinated
Yes.
and it feels so good.
Incidentally,
Regret.
nice.
Okay.
COC violation.
Regret.
Regret.
Yeah.
And pop.
Well,
I so
mean,
picked the wrong thing because I thought it was funny and.
the person does look like they have some regret. That's if you had to draw
Yeah.
regret, that's the facial expression. Continuous podcasting sounds like something that's probably illegal in at least 48 states.
How do we keep doing it?
For
continuously-
extremely good
Yeah, we
reasons.
keep-
Right.
Right.
I heard that
COC
it's become
violation.
legal in New Jersey this year, though.
Yeah, that's true. It's Joe Rogan. The COC.
I thought it was Joe
yeah.
Rogan, but
Decoy!
Brett was the decoy. It
That's
kind
such a
of
good one.
fit, though.
The decoy is
love
good.
That was a excellent decoy.
I thought
yeah.
that was really good. I thought continuous podcasting was
Not
really good.
continuous.
I voted for it
It's
anyway.
oh.
Paul says it's 2 white guys away from a full podcast.
True. Okay, well, on that subject, I didn't want to write that he's white, but this guy is definitely white.
Yeah.
I didn't want to use words because I think it's cheating, but that guy's definitely white.
Yeah, I now understand why the regret one went in there, because I put in podcasting as well.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't notice that it got rejected.
Yeah.
Knocked down on the
got
list.
Got it.
Regret is a great New Order song. Let's just put it out there.
It is.
It is
Yeah.
good,
Oh.
Haven't heard that in a while. Thank you.
Yeah.
What?
It's what I'm good for, reminding people of songs and cursing.
So
sometimes at the same time.
Do we have
What
to turn
the
our
shit
head?
is that?
Do we have
Yeah, I don't know what this
I
is.
tried that. Yeah, it doesn't help.
If you turn your
I mean,
monitor,
it has to
though,
be related to DevOps, right? So, mostly
I mean,
kind of related.
I mean,
maybe.
it does.
Hmm.
We got Puke Ops there in the chat.
Merge
That's
conflict.
one
Oh,
How is chat
Merge
doing?
conflict, that was
Chat is
good.
good.
conflict.
I mean, it's not.
Oh, chat's popping off.
It's not all Paul. It's just a
after.
lot of Paul.
Oh wow.
I-35 rush hour. Okay.
Maddie
That's an
pulling a
Austin
release
Maddie
right
pulling
there.
a release train.
Yeah.
I-30, yeah, especially there in Texas. I-35
I like
on
on call
Texas
and
is
chill.
terrible. What dating looks like, okay? Or as Paul said, Maddie pulling a release train.
Wait, is that what Maddie calls dating?
Pulling a release train, yeah.
It's the train from the end of the
Yeah, it
Back to
is.
the Future 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
I
sure.
just want to know
On-call and
why
chill
it's
is my favorite.
sideways. That's really what I want to know.
Probably
It's the
because
way
there's
that
more
hill.
room to draw that way. I don't know.
For those of you who can't actually see us on the stream, like all of us are turning our heads sideways, trying to figure it out. Like just like.
But you have to make the sound. You have to go.
What?
Tim Allen style.
Wrecking Ops.
Nice.
Tim Allen, Scooby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, Tim Allen did the. Who?
Yeah, but we.
I mean, I know he is canceled now.
Nice, Cat. Good
Home
job.
Improvement was pretty funny
Speed
though.
Collision is pretty good.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But
Improvement
it
was
is
pretty good.
merge conflict. So that's
Yeah.
a good topic there. Sean.
Didn't get anyone my I-35
Nice.
joke.
I liked it only because it's I-35.
I was
in
targeting
All right.
people.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wait. Let's
You're
see where do we
pandering.
land.
No, it's called
And
Ah.
our winner is
humor.
Nice, Cat.
Well, let's see.
Congratulations.
Who was the most
Now
liked?
the real important one.
Who was
Yeah,
most
this is
popular?
This is all that really matters.
Yeah, this is what matters, not who won.
And it
Oh.
was
All right.
Oh,
Nice,
me.
Sean.
Well done,
Hey,
Sean.
Laura, you want to
I've never been the most liked
I don't know what to
ever.
I
say.
got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
Thanks,
hurt.
Laura.
Yeah,
I've never
yeah,
been the
got it.
most
Oh,
liked
so
in
good.
anything in my life, so not being here is not shocking.
Yes. It'll
I
get
like
We like
it.
you,
It's
Jay.
okay.
Hey, like I said on Twitter today, I never feel validated. So
Right. So that's fair. That's fair.
I feel extra unvalidated today, so
the last time I
you
felt
did
validated
great.
is because I was on the scale at my doctor's office, and they tear that
Damn.
shit out.
Well, I do.
Wow.
I want to say a special thank you to everyone who showed up to play in this DevOps Days Texas edition of DevOps Party Games, whether it's your first
Yes.
time playing or you basically live here on this stream. Thank you for being a part of it. Everybody was awesome, and this was super hilarious. Thanks to everybody in the Twitch chat for bringing your funny. But DevOps Days Texas organizers, the fun is not over, right?
it's
I
not
thought Laura
over.
was like 5 minutes. I'm like, you need 5 minutes before you
No,
tell
no,
people
I'm
about
saying hi, me. Talk to
Yes.
me.
Yes.
We are so excited. We have another day full of content. Some of the folks here on the stream that you didn't hear today, you'll be hearing from tomorrow. So we hope that you join us again. So join us on the Discord. Keep an eye on our Twitter. You'll be able to get all the information there. But huge thank you to Maddie and Jeremy and everybody who was able to make this happen. We were so delighted to have DevOps Party Games, and thanks to everybody who showed up to participate as guests as well as the audience. We can't have done this without you. So join us tomorrow. We've got a lot more content coming your way. So thank you.
And
yes, thank you.
Before I'm going to let everybody else get a chance to plug, but I'm going to do one more DevOps Party Games plug. So on March 16th, so 2 weeks from today at 2 p.m. Central Time, will be our next edition featuring the EMEA folks. So if you want to break in your workday, if you're in this time zone, you can do that. And then 4 weeks from today at 8 p.m. Central will be our regular Americas edition. So just go to DevOpsPartyGames.com. You'll see everything that's going on there. You also could sign up for our mailing list. I just put the link in the chat. I can assure you we don't spam you because I always forget that we actually even have the damn thing. But we're going to try to remember to send out when there's upcoming episodes so everybody knows about that. And anybody else here
follow
got
us on Twitter?
Ooh. Any open CFPs? Oh, All Day DevOps CFP is open. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what the link is, but you can probably find it.
I got one, Matt.
Yeah, what's up, Austin?
The world's first DevOps Animal Crossing conference is coming back this year, April 30th. CFP is now open until March, the middle of it. If you go to desertedislanddevops.com, that again is desertedislanddevops.com, you can find out more information, such as where to submit for our CFP. And we will begin announcing speakers pretty darn soon, so keep an eye out on our Twitter at DIDevOps. And I would love to see everyone there on April 30th, twitch.tv/desertedislandtv.
Oh, also the CFP for KubeCon NA is now open. I know it feels like we just finished a KubeCon CFP with KubeCon EU.
You did.
We did. Surprise, the CFP never stops. CFPs are literally always due. And the CFP for KubeCon NA is now open. So submit to me your KubeCon talks because, you know.
Also, special note, also one other thing, if you are a interested speaker for Deserted Island and you don't have like a Switch or whatever, and you are part of a first-time speaker or someone that doesn't have access to it for whatever reason, we have generously, our sponsors generously are providing scholarships to get you a Switch and a copy of Animal Crossing so that you can speak.
That's cool.
Yo, can I do a plug?
Oh,
yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Everyone, plug away, right? I'm sorry, this is a Maddie show.
One, please make sure
Thanks,
tomorrow to check out Kat, Austin, and myself. We're going to be doing a fire starter chat, which means we're going to throw some shit into a dumpster and see what kind of fire happens. I just want to also say, Matt, thank you so much for having me. Jeremy, thank you so much for having me. And remember, if you got some time Thursday, join me on Azure Fun Bites here on Twitch, at Azure Fun Bites. And if you ever have something related to Azure you'd like to join me on the stream, just send me an @ happy to hear from you.
And then tomorrow, after the conference wraps up, some of my teammates and I from Transposit are going to be playing Codenames. Sadly, we could not make a DevOps theme. There is not a virtual Codenames that allows you to create your own props, but we did try to look. Yeah, and you can find details for that will be a little bit after everything wraps up in the Transposit channel in the Discord.
I've got 2. So in the next week or 2, look for my podcast with Laura, which was, yeah, it went over a little bit because there was more laughing than talking for a little bit, but that's okay.
That sounds about right.
And then the other thing is come watch me talk at ATO Open Source 101. Towards the end of the month, I'll be doing how to get your butt into open source because documentation counts, damn it, type of talk. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
That's going to be awesome.
wait, you have a plug, Sean? Go.
No, go. You first, Nigel.
Okay, I just want to plug, remembering that everybody's kind of having a hard time right now. So if y'all could just be nice to each other, that would be sick. So yeah, take care of each other out there. I've seen a lot of folks, not feeling super great lately. And I would like that to not happen. Also, there's a cool project that's out right now, COVIDvaccinetext.com. A couple of people made it. I saw it on Twitter where you can put your phone number in and select your city and they text you whenever there's vaccines available at your local CVS, Walgreens, or Rite Aid. Definitely check that project out.
Awesome. Yo, I just got vaccinated. You know what? It's worth it. It's not a problem. If you can go and get vaccinated, please do.
Needles and arms.
I feel like Nigel, can you say what that website is one more time?
Let me make sure that it's right.
Okay.
I think it's covidvaccinetext.com.
Okay.
Wear a mask, please. Please.
Yes.
All right, Sean, take us out.
We all want to be back.
All right.
Yeah.
So real quick, in the spirit of Nigel's, I'll start off by giving a shout out to HEB's vaccine page, which the appointments always go fast, but they did a real good job building that thing. HEB does a badass job of getting vaccines to folks here in Texas. Hell yeah. Thank you so much to the DevOps Days Texas sponsors for helping us put this thing together, particularly State Farm for letting us do white coat captioning, who are just freaking awesome. I want to spot out a little community I want to try and build called Call In for Papers. Thanks, Austin, for the name. Call In for Papers, at Call In for Papers on Twitter. Folks who want to speak at tech conferences, hop on there. We'll do some stuff, particularly people who are from underrepresented communities in tech or new speakers. Really want to try and spread opportunities for folks to level up in their careers. So that's it.
Thanks again to everybody. We will see you.
Thank you
on the internets.
Deuces.